Chapter 1, Jake. A knock on my window had me nearly jumping out of my skin. Derek Aston was staring down at me with a raised brow. "You coming in?" I looked back at Oli Latang's house and nodded. I'd been parked on the street in front of it for almost 10 minutes, debating whether or not I was going to leave my car. Amelia, Derek's girlfriend, stepped in front of him. "Hey, Jake." I forced my lips to curve into a smile and got out, following as they walked up the driveway. "They're going to be really happy to see you," Amelia whispered as we walked through the front door into the wide entryway. I glanced into the living room packed with my teammates. A few of them spotted us, and soon they were all staring. Jones, Hartman, our captain, jumped up from his chair and came toward us. "Good to see you, man." He clapped my shoulder and led me away from Amelia. "Thanks. I had a feeling I would be watched all night. It was part of why I didn't want to come. I knew they were trying to be supportive, but I just didn't want to be reminded tonight." He paused and studied my face. "If you don't want to talk about her tonight, say the word." I sighed. She wanted me to start living my life. That's what I'm here to do. "Got it." He nodded once and stepped back, leaving me alone to find a place to sit. "Jones, take a seat." Jason Dumoulin waved me over. "How are you, man?" "Good." I sat next to him and smiled at the other guys. The women seemed to have congregated in the kitchen, and I caught a few of them watching me. Brandon Cullen was sitting across from me, so I leaned forward. "Hey, I heard you're a married man now. Congratulations." He grinned. "Thanks. We decided there wasn't a point in waiting, and neither of us wanted a big wedding, so it worked out to just do it at the house." "Yeah," shocked me and Taylor. Jason laughed. "Speaking of, when are you two getting hitched?" Brandon asked. Jason shrugged. "There are too many weddings happening right now, so we'll give everyone a break for a little while." "Who else is getting married?" I asked. I tried to stay up with major news like this, but without a connection to the Pride, I was often way behind. "Wyatt and Kendall have to at some point. That poor woman is going to lose her mind if he doesn't propose." Brandon chuckled. "And Grant and Addison," Jason added. "Lucy and Colin," Oli jumped in to say from the other couch. "Nikolai and Elena too." "Leave me out of this," Colin shouted from the far side of the room. "Oh, and Jason and Taylor. I bet they'll be next just to shock everyone," Brandon said while looking around the room. "Jake, good to see you." Emma appeared over my left shoulder. "Food's in the kitchen and it's buffet style, so help yourself whenever. If you need anything, let me know." "Okay, thanks." No mention of my mom? Had Hartman really gotten the word out that fast? "Have you checked the resort's website?" Eric asked as he sat on the arm of the couch next to Derek. "Yeah, it looks amazing," Brandon replied. "I'm just happy we can go this year," Hartman added. "Oh yeah, you and Kendall were recovering last time, so you missed it too," Brandon said. I had to search through my memories to figure out what they were talking about. Kendall, Hartman's girlfriend, needed a kidney transplant, and he donated his. "It'll be fun for everyone to be there this time," Eric said before his eyes landed on me. "You're coming, right?" Plans of their trip to Mexico for Noah and Colby's wedding had made its way to me, but I never said whether or not I'd be going. I didn't know if I could or not. Not until recently. "I'm not sure," I admitted. "What? You've got to." Noah's voice came from behind me as hands gripped my shoulders. I glanced up to see him towering over me. "I didn't make any arrangements. I'm sure the place is booked." "Hey, Chloe," Eric called to the kitchen. His sister stepped out of the throng of women. "What? Are there any rooms left at the resort?" Eric asked. I narrowed my eyes. How was she supposed to know that? "We have one room left with the single guys. It's a 3-bedroom suite." She rattled off the details like they were memorized. "There you go." Eric smiled as if it was that simple. "I haven't looked into flights either. We're chartering the team plane. There's plenty of room." He watched me like he was waiting for my next attempt at an excuse. I wasn't used to them making such an effort. After years of me declining their invitations, I expected them to be over it. "I'd really like for you to be there," Noah added as if he could feel my hesitation. "Great, I couldn't say no to that." "Okay, I'll be there." Noah patted my shoulders. "Thanks, man." Eric grinned and turned to his sister. "Can you put his name down?" She nodded. "Of course." I glanced at her. "Thanks." She gave me a warm smile before going back to the kitchen. Over the years, I'd heard the stories of the miracles she'd pulled off, the loops she'd jumped through, and the connections she'd kept. The guys joked that they were happy to have her on their side, that she used her forces for good and not evil. It wasn't until the last 2 weeks that I saw that power firsthand. With one call, She made all the arrangements I couldn't bring myself to do. She allowed me to grieve while she picked up the pieces. The one thing I could never thank her enough for was her quiet way of handling things. No one else knew how she'd helped me. She didn't do things for the notoriety or praise. She truly cared about the team and the players. It was because of her that I was able to come tonight. That I could face my teammates. She was the one that reassured me it wasn't too late. I hadn't burned any bridges, and they would be waiting for me when I was ready. She was right. I shouldn't have been surprised she lived up to her reputation, not with her track record, but now I knew for myself. Jones. Lance walked into the room with Mikey at his side. I heard you're joining the singles room. If that's all right, from the stories I'd heard about those two, I was a bit nervous about rooming with them. They were dedicated bachelors who liked partying a little too much. It never affected their game, so no one said anything about it, but it wasn't really my scene. The three of us are going to take over that place. Mikey offered his hand to fist bump Lance. I fought to hide my cringe. Eric caught my eye, hiding his laughter behind a cough. I ignored him and focused on Mikey. Sounds good. It's about time you came out with us. Mexico's not going to know what hit it, Lance said, and they walked off together. Those two terrify me, Hartman admitted. I'm not going to ask you to keep an eye on them. That's not your responsibility, but if you happen to be around, could you maybe stop them before they land themselves in prison in a foreign country? I chuckled. I'll do my best. Brandon shook his head. I know I'm the old man, but I don't remember ever having their stamina. Even in my prime, I could only handle one night of what they do for weeks on end. Eric shook his head. I never thought I would say this, but I don't miss those days. A few of the guys laughed with him. Before Eric met Madison, Coach Romney's daughter, he'd been worse than Mikey and Lance, but he was reformed. Back in the day, he was the playboy of the NHL and said life couldn't get any better, but watching him now, I knew he'd been wrong. I'd been a quiet spectator for the past several years as more and more of them settled down and met their wives. The happiness they radiated was something I'd secretly longed for but couldn't have. I didn't have the time or mental space to waste on finding a woman. Relationships weren't anywhere near the top of my priority list. Until now, for the first time, I was free to consider what I wanted my life to be, who I wanted in, and what would bring me joy again. It's time, Jake, live your life, be happy. My mom's last words ran through my head on a constant loop anytime I wasn't actively thinking of something else. She wanted me to move on. Apparently playing in the National Hockey League for the past 5 years wasn't enough. She said I was holding back, caring more for her than I was myself. She wasn't totally wrong. The conversation went on around me, and I rubbed my sweating palms on my jeans. I shouldn't be so intimidated, but this was a first for me. I didn't hang out with the team, not like this. I trained, practiced, played games and then was at my mom's side. The only time I left was for official team functions. I didn't go out with the guys for drinks or dinner. I didn't go on their trips or show up for their parties. Mom told me I should. She practically begged me to go, but there was no way I was giving up a single second of being with her to hang out with my teammates. It wasn't worth it, but it was time now. They'd given me the time and space to grieve, but Oli called me this morning to tell me that he and Emma were hosting a dinner and asked me to come. The Fury was one of the most tight-knit teams in the league. They were truly a family and wanted me to be a part of that, to embrace it. You okay, Jones? Jason whispered. I shook away the thoughts and nodded. Yeah, man. I know Hartman told us not to bring it up, but I am really sorry about your mom. I can't imagine how hard that was for you. I felt the honesty in his words. It was difficult toward the end. I paused and tried not to think of my mom in those last days. How small she'd been, how fragile, how defeated. If you ever need someone to talk to, know I'm here. He hit my knee with his fist lightly, and I nodded. His discretion was appreciated. He and I had been playing on the same line together for most of the last season, and he was one of the few I'd consider myself close to, relatively speaking. It meant a lot that he even offered. Thanks. It was getting easier to talk about. My throat didn't tighten anymore when someone mentioned her. The doctors and in-home nurses told me I was lucky to have so much time with her to say goodbye. She first got cancer when I was about 7, and beat it. But when it came back 6 years ago, she knew it was different this time. She followed the treatment plans, chemo, and radiation. She gave it her all, but the cancer kept spreading. The only good news was that it was slow. Her team of doctors did everything they could to make her comfortable and give her as much time as possible. So maybe that was lucky. I had time with her, but I also had to watch her fade away. Go from getting on the ice and helping me practice, to cheering in the stands, to watching my games at home, to not being able to get out of bed. We got to say goodbye. I got to hold her hand as she finally let go. That was a blessing I knew other people wished they had. I was grateful for that, but it didn't help with the guilt. I was living, she wasn't, that's all it came down to.
Chapter 2, Dani. I stood behind a marble pillar of the Cancun resort and rubbed my temples. Was this really what I wanted to do for the rest of my life? Dani, the cake. Maggie's frantic voice had my eyes snapping open. My intern was never frazzled. Like me, she knew how to stay in control at all times. If she was worried, something was terribly wrong. What about it? She hesitated, fear in her eyes. It fell. What? I asked in a voice far too calm for the storm raging inside me. The father of the bride was in the back, checking on the food, and he walked into it. She glanced around, making sure no one else was within earshot. Show me. I followed silently behind her with a fixed smile on my face. Ever the serene, prepared woman I presented to the world. Inside, the warm, humid air was getting to my head and making my light pink dress stick to my back. I didn't need a crisis on top of everything. When we stepped through the kitchen doors, out of sight of the wedding party on the patio, I sprinted to the half-destroyed cake on a back table. I'm so sorry. I didn't see it. The babbling man's face was red either from a sunburn or too much champagne. My vote was on the latter. Don't worry. We'll take care of everything. Please, go enjoy. I narrowed my eyes at Maggie, and she ushered him out of the kitchen while I stared at the disaster. The 4-tier monstrosity had been flown in from the bride's favorite bakery in New Orleans. Half of it was untouched, but the other half was smashed and crumbling. What can I do? The resort's pastry chef, Robbie, halted next to me, taking in the mess. I shook my head, ideas running through my mind faster than I could speak. We could redecorate the ruined half and have it be a bride versus groom theme. It wasn't a look I particularly liked, but some brides did. Or we could make it look like you were supposed to see inside the cake, like a geode. If all else failed, we could cover it with flowers. The wedding theme was focused on the beach and tropical setting, so I decided. Get as many fresh flowers you can and refrost this side, then put the flowers on. I'll delay as long as I can. He nodded. On it. Hopefully, the bride and groom and guests were enjoying the open bar enough that they wouldn't notice the unexpected change. As long as the cake looked good, I'd be able to spin a story making it seem like it was all intentional. Like the bride got special treatment. Something to save the day and leave them smiling. Dani, Maggie whisper yelled when I stepped out of the kitchen and back outside where the reception was in full swing. Keeping one eye on the bride at all times, I went to her. What now? I just wanted 1 second to sit back and enjoy the idyllic scene we created. The purple-blue sky made the ocean so dark and the white caps on the waves seemed to fight against it. One of the groomsmen is insisting he needs to make an announcement. The DJ is holding him off, but he won't take no for an answer. We discreetly walked along the perimeter of the patio to where a man, with his white shirt unbuttoned down his chest and glazed eyes, was arguing with the DJ. Just give me the mic for 1 minute. I have to say something. I tapped his shoulder, and he spun to me. Hi, what is it you need to say? They need to know. I have to tell them. I kept my smile in place and said in a sweet voice, what do you have to tell them? That the bride is pregnant, and it's mine. He swayed on his feet, and I blinked. We should get him to his room, Maggie suggested. I was not a therapist. This was none of my business. My only job was to plan and pull off the bride and groom's dream wedding. If the family found out I let him destroy their day, I might not get paid. Even worse, they could file a complaint with the resort. A bad review could destroy my career. I would not let that happen. Okay, you're right. That's very important, I told him and put my arm on his back. But you can't just blurt that out. You should really think about what you're going to say. Maggie's going to walk you back to your room so you can plan it out. He didn't fight me as I led him farther away.
Yeah.
Maggie took over, leading him by his elbow. She's right. You don't want to ruin your one chance. Don't let him out of his room. Call security and have someone stand watch outside. She nodded as she walked him back toward the tower of guest rooms. Only 2 fires to put out so far. The ceremony had gone off without a hitch, and the dinner was uneventful. Why couldn't I have just one wedding that went smoothly? At least this time, it had been things I never could have planned for. Everything on my end was fine. It was the humans I couldn't control. I wondered if what the groomsmen said was true. Was the bride really pregnant? I'd been working with her for 4 months, and she seemed so in love with her new husband. I couldn't see her having an affair, but stranger things had happened. When Maggie got back, we checked on the food and drinks. Both were well stocked and the guests seemed to be enjoying themselves on the dance floor, so I checked on the cake. What do you think? Robbie stepped back from the cake to reveal a beautiful creation. He'd added orange, purple, and pink flowers cascading down from the top tier like a sunset. It's better than before. I crushed him with a hug and turned to Maggie. Signal to the DJ that it's time. I scanned the cake again, amazed at the transformation. It's really beautiful. Thanks so much for your help. Glad to help. He grinned and opened his mouth, but Maggie called out. Ready? I waved to a server, can you help me with this? She rushed over and helped me push the cake table outside. Everyone was gathered around, but my eyes were on the bride, waiting for her reaction. Her eyes filled, and I sucked in a breath. It's even more perfect than I imagined, she gushed and smiled at me before looking at her husband. They cut into it as I slipped away. Luckily, she hadn't seen the cake before. If she asked why the cake was different from the all-white one she had designed, I'd tell her something about Robbie seeing it and being struck with inspiration. I doubted she would care though, especially after her dad passed me and quietly said a quick thanks. So all was well. When the DJ announced it was time for the newlyweds to leave, I locked in on them. They were beaming at each other, completely oblivious to the rest of the world. Seeing them so blissfully happy reminded me there were parts of this job that weren't so bad. After the official send-off for the bride and groom, which Maggie and I watched as the reception wound down and people began trickling away, I told the staff to discreetly begin clearing the food away and cleaning up without intruding on the remaining guests. It wasn't until after 1 in the morning that I collapsed at my desk in my office behind the front lobby of the resort. All the invoices are here. Maggie handed me a folder, and I added it to the rest of the paperwork for the night. Good work tonight, I told her while pushing off my heels.
Yeah.
It was one of the easier ones. Maggie sat across from me. Aside from the supposed baby daddy. I laughed. None of our business. Thank heavens for that. She sighed. So what's next? I pulled my black scheduling book from the top drawer and flipped it open. The Wells Malkin wedding. The names didn't sound familiar. Did you work with this one? She shook her head and pulled out her own notebook. Her finger trailed down a page before she stopped. Oh right. We've been talking to Chloe Murray and Sydney Cullen about it. It was rare the bride had nothing to do with the planning, but not entirely unheard of. This was my first experience with it, but during our first 2 calls the 2 women had been easy enough to work with. We'd covered the basics of the wedding, but the majority of the planning had been done through email. Have you started their file? I asked while opening my laptop.
Yeah.
I put together the information they sent over. I opened the folder and clicked on their first form that gave basic information on the bride and groom. I scanned over it and froze. Did we know that he's a hockey player? She shook her head. I don't think so. While she searched her notes, I searched his name. Maggie. Her eyes snapped to mine. What? He's an NHL player. He's transferring to a brand new team in Seattle this fall. He's a big deal. She swallowed. How big? Like career-changing big, I whispered as I pulled up various pictures of the couple. They were young and beautiful, and while they might not be movie stars, Noah Mulkin was a big enough of a name to draw in photographers and magazines. If I got them to agree to allow the media, this could be my big break. Don't freak out, she warned. 2 summers together, and she knew how I operated. I hadn't shared how badly I wanted to leave the resort and build a wedding planning business for myself, not yet. There were still things I needed to get into place before I could quit. We treat this like any other wedding. You can't let it get to your head, or you'll overthink everything. I let out a slow breath. I was exhausted from the long day and needed sleep, but there was no way I'd be able to stop myself from staying up all night. Sydney and Chloe already gave us some really great information, and I could put together a couple of idea boards to send them in the morning. The wedding date was 3 weeks away, so I'd have to work fast in order to pull off the perfect event worthy of magazine covers. You should go home. I'll see you tomorrow, I told her, already distracted with ideas popping up in my head. Promise you'll leave soon? Sure. I smiled at her narrowed eyes. She left our office, and I read through all the information we had. The bride, Colby, was low maintenance and didn't care about the details of the wedding. Chloe and Sydney were wives of other players on the Utah Fury and in charge of planning. The guest list was the team plus some family members. All I saw was a list of referrals. If I did this right and made a perfect impression, who knew where it could lead? The possibilities were endless. After working at the resort as an intern every summer while in college and taking over as lead wedding planner for the last 3 years, I was ready for the next step. Living in a resort on the beach in Cancun had been a dream come true for a while. Now it felt like I was stuck in a time warp, repeating the same event over and over again. Destination weddings were generally pretty easy. The couple usually cared more about the location than the details. Sure, they wanted the ceremony on the sand, a cake, and dancing, but it was rare for them to get too specific beyond that. I was ready for a challenge. I wanted to make a name for myself in the industry. My goal was to build my business to the point where I could pick and choose who to work with. No more bridezillas or couples that counted every last penny. I wanted to make fantasies come true. I wanted to be sought after. I wanted brides to want to work with me as much as they wanted their dream dress. Some people thought weddings were overpriced and a waste of time and money. I thought they were the most important celebrations in a person's life. The one day they got to stand in front of the people they cared about most and declare their love. That deserved a ceremony and reception and flowers and music and personalized napkins. In the moment, weddings were stressful and chaotic and unpredictable, but at the end of the night, when the happy bride and groom walked away together, there was nothing better. Their dreams had come true. They were married to their person. They got there happily ever after, and I was a part of that. I had the best job in the world. I just wanted it on a bigger scale, and this wedding could be exactly what I needed to get there.
Chapter 3, Jake. The humidity was the first thing I noticed as I stepped out of the plane. The air was thick and heavy in Cancun, so different from the dry heat in Salt Lake. This is going to be epic. Do you know if Colby has any single friends that are coming? Mikey talked almost the entire flight about how amazing this week would be and how being single at a wedding was the best thing in the entire world. Women breathed in the romance and searched out men. According to him, he and Lance planned to spend every spare second alternating between the pool bar and the beach. That was where the women would be. Again, according to Mikey, he was a self-proclaimed expert in how resort relationships worked. Remember the game plan: we check in, change, and get to the pool within 30 minutes. I don't want to be late to the scene and miss anything. Mikey checked with both of us to agree. Right, Lance said while shooting me an exasperated look. Yeah, I agreed just to get Mikey to calm down for a few seconds. Lance and Mikey were good friends more by default than from sharing any common interests. The three of us had been on the team together for 4 years, and as perpetual bachelors, they'd gravitated toward each other. They were the ones who gave the guys a hard time when one of them decided to settle down. Monogamy was not in their vocabulary, and they were far too busy enjoying the perks of being a professional athlete to slow down enough to see their shallow existence. They were both decent enough guys and great players. I just didn't share their mindset. It was hard going to clubs and meeting women when my mom lived with me and I was her primary caretaker. Not that their lifestyle appealed to me in the slightest. Over here, Reese Murray called to everyone and waved us to the line of waiting SUVs. Pile in. I picked up my duffel bag from the pile of luggage waiting for us and headed to find a seat. Mikey and Lance walked ahead of me, choosing the second car, so I faded back to the third. Even if the drive was short, I could use a break. Are you excited? Emma touched the back of my arm. Yeah, I really was. I just hoped I didn't have to spend every waking second with those two. I can't wait to get to the beach. She grinned. Me too. This is the first vacation we've had since Jackson was born, and I already miss him. I didn't realize until she boarded the plane that her son wasn't coming. I was so used to seeing her with him I never considered them leaving him behind. That must be hard. It is, but I think it will be good for me and Oli. Plus, my parents are so excited to have him all to themselves. I laughed as I opened the passenger door and held it for her. I bet. Thanks. She winked and climbed in. I got in behind her as Oli, Chloe, Reese, Nikolai, and Elena slid in from the other side. Everyone got in a car? Reese asked Chloe. She nodded. I made sure. We're ready to go. The driver followed the convoy, and I felt like a politician or celebrity traveling in the back of a black SUV. Thanks for arranging everything, you guys. Sorry I didn't help. I directed my comment to Chloe. Don't worry about that. We're just glad you're here. She leaned forward and squeezed my shoulder. Yeah, it will be fun to see you outside of the arena, Oli added. Babe, Emma snapped, but Oli shrugged. What? It's true. I'm not happy about why, but I am excited to see him more, he argued. It's fine, I told both of them. I get it, and I feel the same way. My mom wanted me to move on quickly and get out more. She would be very happy that I'm here with you guys. Oli sat back and shot a smug look at his wife. Can I make one request? I asked. Of course, Chloe answered from behind me. Can we come up with a signal or something when I need a break from Mikey and Lance? I don't want to intrude on any couple time, but I don't think I can keep up with them for a full week. Reese chuckled. Yeah, man, I understand that. Do you want to go with tugging on your ear? That's a classic. Or maybe the code word is pineapple, Elena teased. Either one works for me. I smiled over my shoulder at her. Why not tell them no? Nikolai asked. They won't listen to no, Reese answered for me. I doubt those two will sleep this entire time. Nikolai huffed. Fools. I don't think I want to know what they have planned, Elena admitted. I like them, but from a distance. Emma laughed. Don't worry, their prey are the naive college girls that they can impress by saying they're in the NHL. I shook my head. That didn't sound appealing to me in the least. They'll slow down one day, Reese said. I don't know about that, Chloe argued. Those two have zero interest in anything serious. That part one could agree with. As much as I wasn't interested in drinking, dancing, and hooking up my way through the week, I didn't want anything serious either. For the very first time in my life, I was on my own. No one else for me to watch over or worry about. I planned on enjoying that for a very long time. Plus, I wasn't a big believer in lasting relationships. Sure, most of the guys on the team were happily married, and I really liked their wives, but I wasn't afraid to face the truth. Half of them would end up divorced, bitter, and hating one another. Love was a fleeting emotion. When the hard times came, and they always would, the facades washed away and you were left with the harsh truth that the only person you could rely on was yourself. Romantic love and happily ever afters were as real as Cupid and fairy tales. I learned that lesson as a child, and I would never let myself forget. We're here, Emma cheered. I looked out the window to the lush jungle-like foliage that opened up to reveal a sprawling resort. The car stopped, and we unloaded, Chloe leading the charge. A marble fountain in the front flowed down the middle of the open reception area and down to a stream that wound its way through the grounds. Jones, over here, Mikey called. I picked up my bag and made my way to him. We've got our room keys. He handed cards to me and Lance. We're in 214. Do we have any plans or a schedule? Lance asked. I shrugged. I haven't heard. He ducked back to where the rest of the couples stood and spoke to Eric and Reese before coming back. They said there isn't anything set until Friday night. They'll send out texts if people are going to dinner and stuff, but we're free to do whatever we want. Nice. Mikey held up his hand for a high five which Lance gave him. Then let's go change. He was a man with a plan, and it was too soon to start fighting him on anything, so I followed them to our room. I had to pick and choose my battles this week. I didn't want them getting mad that I was bailing on them until I was truly burnt out. Plus, it wasn't like I had any plans. As long as I got a chance to relax, maybe in a hammock, I would be happy. I soaked in the sun and felt the stress and burdens roll off my shoulders with each step. This was exactly what I needed. I expected a pang of guilt, but it never came. Mom was at peace, and she would be thrilled to see me here. I was stepping out of my comfort zone, putting myself out there. Trying new things and taking time for myself. Everything she'd asked me to do for the last 6 years. I could picture her smiling in my mind, and it put my body at ease. Mikey stepped up to our door and inserted his key. 10 minutes to unpack and change. Got it, I said as we entered the shared living area. There were 2 couches and a TV, but none of that mattered because beyond it was a balcony with an uninterrupted view of the beach. Wow, turquoise blue water and sun-soaked sand lay just beyond their window. Make it 5 minutes, Lance said before rushing to one of the 3-bedroom doors. I claimed the one opposite him and tossed my bag on the queen-sized bed before opening it to pull out a pair of blackboard shorts. I tugged off my shirt and stepped into sandals, then went to the living room. Ready? Mikey asked as Lance joined us a second later. Let's go. I didn't want to be inside for another second, not when the beach was feet away and calling my name. Perfect rows of beach chairs with bright blue towels waited for us. Mikey pulled off his shirt, and Lance tossed his hat on another one, claiming our spot. I took just enough time to step out of my shoes before turning and running into the water. I felt like a kid as a wave crashed against my chest, and I dove under the next one. The water was warm, and the sand under my feet was so soft. I came up for air and found Lance next to me. Let's move here. He laughed. I think we can probably form a team here, right? Ice hockey in Cancun just makes sense. I smirked and moved in deeper. Mikey met us and floated on his back, staring up at the sky. We could live here for the summer. It's not like we have to really be back until September. That's true. Lance waggled his brows. It wouldn't take much for me to agree. I'd gladly become a beach bum for a month or 2. I could learn to scuba dive or surf or sail. You guys don't need to convince me. I've got nothing to get back to. The words tumbled out of my mouth without thought, but they were painfully true. I was free of any responsibility. I should spend the off-season traveling or doing something I hadn't done before. Learn to live again. Wouldn't that be nice? Mikey said with a sigh, eyes closed and still floating near us. Hey, guys. I turned around to see Emma, Oli, Brandon, Nikolai, and Elena stepping into the water. Hey, where's everyone else? I asked when they got closer. Most of the girls went to meet the wedding planner and go over all the details, Emma explained. You didn't want to go? I asked. Yes, but, she waved her hand in front of us. I couldn't wait. Elena swam up next to us. We volunteered to keep an eye on the guys and keep them in check. I laughed. What a sacrifice. She winked. It's a tough job, but someone has to do it. The rest of the guys dropped their stuff on the chairs and came into the water. Reese cheered as he sprinted past them and dove into an oncoming wave. Elena shook her head. See? We have to keep them safe. Nikolai came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her middle. She squealed and turned in his arms. I glanced away when they kissed, and Emma caught my attention. You know, this is where Lucy and Colin reconnected. You might be this year's lucky one. I cringed. My money's on Lance. He and Mikey aren't ready to slow down. But I am? I asked. She just smiled. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm taking baby steps to a normal life. I'm not looking for anything anytime soon. She raised her brows and stepped back. Sure. I narrowed my eyes. She was acting strange, secretive. Emma, come here. There's fish. Oli shouted, and she swam away without another word.
Chapter 4, Dani. Maggie swung around the doorframe into my office, panting. What? I scanned her, looking for an injury or explanation. They're here. Who? I looked back down at my notebook, trying to find the caterer's phone number for the rehearsal dinner tonight. The Wells Malkin party. The women are here. Her eyes widened. There's a whole group of them. This was it. I prepared myself for the worst, imagining a whole pack of bridezillas here to rain terror down on me and the resort. I straightened my back and smoothed my linen pencil skirt. I'll meet with them and walk them through the plans. Can you call and confirm tonight's food, then come find us? She nodded once and traded places with me. I picked up my white leather notebook and held my head high as I left the office and met the group of women in the lobby of the front office. Hello, I greeted them with a bright smile. I scanned them, trying to guess who the bride was. A brunette stepped forward and offered her hand. I'm Chloe Murray. We spoke on the phone. Of course. Nice to meet you in person, Chloe. She wasn't the bride but the one coordinating everything for the wedding. I wasn't quite sure of the arrangement, but it wasn't my place to ask. This is Sydney. She's been helping as well. Chloe raised her hand, and a tall woman with flowing golden brown hair and a loose dress stepped forward. Nice to meet you as well. I shook her hand. And this is the bride, Colby. Chloe turned to the smiling woman with light brown hair. Congratulations, Colby. I'm Dani. She smiled. Thanks. I know this is probably strange, but they insisted on planning everything. I told them I don't care about the details. If it was up to me and Noah, we would have gone to a courthouse, but this is our last summer all together, so they wanted to do something special. I nodded, and Chloe took over. We promised her she wouldn't have to lift a finger. She rolled her eyes. We had to beg her to come to this meeting. She'd rather be on the beach right now. Colby was nodding behind her, and I fought to keep from laughing. We'll make sure to keep that promise, I assured her. All you'll have to do is show up. Thank you, Colby mouthed. Would you like to see where the ceremony and reception will take place? I asked, and the other 5 women that had remained silent all perked up. Yes, a few cheered. Let's head out. I held the door open for them, and Maggie ran down the hall just in time to join us. Everything is set, she confirmed quietly. Thanks. I pointed out our key players in the group before striding forward to lead them to the secluded beach on the far end of the resort. It was where most of the weddings took place since we were able to block it off from the rest of the guests, and there was a large, open patio that served as the dining room and reception area. It was all outdoors, the ocean making a stunning backdrop. I slipped out of my heels at the start of the sand and led the group forward. Here's where we'll set up an arch if you want one. I stood where the officiator would be. The bride and groom will be here, and everyone will face toward the ocean. Will the sun be in their eyes? Sydney asked. Since the ceremony is at 4, that won't be a problem. I smiled and continued to explain the setup. When I finished, I looked at Chloe and Sydney. Any questions? The women all started talking at once. Maggie's eyes widened from behind the group, and I forced my smile to stay in place. I could not show weakness. Clients could smell it, and I had a feeling these women would be merciless. I pointed to the pretty blonde standing next to Chloe. Where will Colby be walking from? We need to know if she should be wearing shoes or if bare feet would be better. Oh, good one, Maddie. Chloe nodded. I pointed to the building behind them about 30 feet from the edge of the concrete where the patio started. The bride's room is right there, so it's not that far. The ground is treated so it doesn't get hot. Maddie seemed satisfied. Maybe she was over the dressing and clothing portion of the day. Will there be staff to take the chairs away after the ceremony? We'd like to have the beach open during the reception for pictures. The quiet voice came from a woman with wild blonde curls. Yes, our staff will handle all of the setup and takedown. I'll make sure everything from the ceremony is discreetly taken away. I locked eyes with Maggie, signaling her to write that down. Thank you. The woman smiled and sank back into the group. Any other questions about the ceremony itself? Chloe shook her head, and I gathered that she spoke for all of them, so I walked around them to the patio. Dinner will be buffet style and will start here. I walked to the far corner and pointed toward the beach, and will end there. The bar will be along the beach and the seating is open, as requested. I watched the bride, and she gave a single nod that she understood and approved. When the dinner is over, the staff will again come in and move the tables out to the perimeter so there's room for dancing and the cake cutting in the center. Is there a DJ, or will we need to provide the music? Another brunette asked from the back of the group. I didn't have that memorized. I didn't have time to check this morning. My gaze found Maggie, and she mouthed, DJ. There will be a DJ. If you have any specific requests, please let me know by Thursday so I can send it to him. She smiled. I will, thanks. So that was her job. I wondered what else the two leaders had assigned out as Chloe and Sydney turned together and started whispering. Maggie moved forward to my side. That wasn't so bad, she said under her breath. It's not over, I replied while looking over my shoulder. Do you have a catalog or anything we can look at to choose the cake? Two of the women stood together, one with dark brown hair that was to her waist and the other with honey-colored hair and a sweet smile. Of course. Maggie pulled it out of her folder and offered it to them. They flipped through a few pages before they both squealed. This is it. The second woman held the picture up for us. It was a simple, two-tier cake with a golden piece of coral and blue watercolor on the bottom that looked like abstract waves. It was simple and elegant. Understated, just like the bride. Good choice. I added a note to remind myself to let Robbie know. Is there anything else that needs to be decided? Chloe approached us. Maggie opened her folder and scanned the checklist. We've already got the food and flowers ordered. She paused. Did you make a decision about a rehearsal dinner? Chloe nodded. We're not going to do anything formal. Just a dinner with everyone that's here for the wedding. Since there aren't any bridesmaids or groomsmen, we didn't think a rehearsal was necessary. That was a relief. Those could be more stressful than the actual wedding day. Everything else has been ordered. I think we're set unless you have questions, Maggie offered. I think we're good for now. Chloe smiled. I do have one thing I need to ask, I started. How do the bride and groom feel about photographers and press? I've got an approved list. I'll send that over to you, Chloe confirmed. Good. This wasn't a surprise to them, and I was relieved they were okay with it. That made my job a lot easier. Thanks for all you guys have done. She sighed. You've made this so easy for us. Of course, I replied. It helps when you have the most relaxed bride I've ever worked with. Chloe laughed. I'm pretty sure this wedding is more for us than her. We're a really tight-knit group, and she and her fiancé are moving next month, so this is our last big event together. I knew from my research that the groom was being traded to a new team. Then we'll make sure it's one to remember, I promised. She thanked us again before turning and herding the women away. Wouldn't that be nice? Maggie asked while watching them leave. What? Having someone else plan your wedding? I asked. No, having a group of friends like that.
Yeah.
It would. They acted more like a mismatched family than just friends or the wives of teammates. I'd never had a group of friends like that, and part of me did envy how smoothly they worked with one another. How they seemed to know what the rest was thinking. It was special, and I hoped they recognized how lucky they were. Living and working at a resort didn't allow for that. My closest friend was Maggie, but she was gone during the school year when things slowed down. I was acquaintances with some of the other staff members here, but since I wasn't really a member of their team or department, I was always an outsider. I'd been in Mexico for 3 years, but it never felt like home. It was a stepping stone toward where I wanted to be next, and if this wedding went right, that place could be a whole lot closer than ever before. I'll put the notes I took into the system and let Robbie know about the cake order. Is there anything else you need me to do? Maggie's voice pulled me from my thoughts. No, I appreciate your help. I'm going to make sure everything is set for tonight. We had another wedding happening tomorrow, but it was pretty small. The couple was from Washington and not many of their friends and family were able to make the trip. Everything was taken care of, and now that we'd double-checked on the caterer, there wasn't much left to do until the event started, but I didn't want to go back to my office yet. I took the long way back, along the beach. Technically, I was my own manager. The only person I answered to was the hotel manager, Mr. Hernandez, who was usually too busy at all hours to check in on me. As long as my events went smoothly and no one filed a complaint, he left me alone. That meant on days like today, when I was on top of everything, I could play hooky and change into my bathing suit for a few hours to lay out, but I never let myself. Maybe it was integrity or just fear of getting in trouble, but I didn't allow myself to take breaks. It was like there was always a dark cloud over me, threatening to cause disaster if I slacked off for even a moment. My name was all I had. The reputation that I built from the ground up. If anything went wrong with one of my weddings, it was my head on the chopping block. Maggie had nothing to lose. The hotel wouldn't take a huge hit. Only me. So I had to always be prepared. One step ahead of everything. The sun, sand, and water could scream my name all day, every day, but I couldn't heed their call. I got a day off, some weeks. It just depended on the events. One day, this would all pay off. My sacrifices and dedication would lead to my dreams coming true. I could move wherever I wanted and work with whomever I wanted. Until then, I was stuck living each day on repeat. I shook my head and turned, heading to my office. How could I feel bad about my life when I lived in paradise? How ungrateful could I be? Hey, Dani. I paused and saw Amber, the receptionist from the front office, approaching. I left you a message on your desk, but since I saw you, I can let you. Mr. Hernandez wants you to come to his office. Oh. Why didn't you call or text me? I studied her for any hints about what he wanted or the mood he was in. He didn't say it was urgent or anything. She smiled and pointed behind me. I'm headed to get lunch. I sidestepped so she could pass me. Thanks for letting me know. What did he want to talk to me about? I ran through the past few days, but couldn't think of anything he'd be upset over. Maybe it wasn't bad news at all.
Chapter 5, Jake, Brandon, Mikey, Lance, and Colin were the only ones willing to leave the beach to get lunch, so we had the others save our chairs while we trekked past the pools to one of the outdoor restaurants. Hey, there's Sydney and Lucy. Mikey pointed to the women on the path parallel to us. They were standing with a woman with long, golden hair that fell past her waist. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and skirt with heels. I didn't recognize her with her back to us, and I doubted one of the women we came with would be dressed like that. Who are they talking to? Colin asked before changing directions and heading toward them. We all followed, and when we got close, Lucy noticed us. Hi guys, she said, making Sydney and the other woman turn toward us. Oh, hi, Sydney smiled. Dani, this is my husband, Brandon, and some of the guys here for the wedding. Dani is the wedding planner we've been working with for Noah and Colby. Brandon greeted her while the rest of us offered waves and smiles. I couldn't stop staring at the woman, Dani. She was gorgeous with lightly bronzed skin and lush lips I couldn't tear my eyes from. Nice to meet you all. Her silky voice broke my trance. She scanned each of our faces as if memorizing them. Her eyes locked on mine for a brief moment before she moved on. None of you are the groom, correct? No way, Mikey said with a snort. She narrowed her eyes, but her smile never wavered. There isn't a woman willing to settle down with that one, is what he meant, Lucy said as she shot Mikey a withering look. I chuckled, earning the attention of the group. Sorry, I cleared my throat. Noah isn't with us. Dani nodded once. I look forward to meeting him at some point. If any of you have questions about the wedding, feel free to come find me. My office is in the front near the reception area. Thanks, Dani, Sydney said, and I watched the wedding planner walk away. Some tiny part of me wanted to stop her. I had no reason to. I didn't particularly care about the details of Colby and Noah's wedding, but I didn't want to see her go. This feeling was as unfamiliar as being surrounded by the guys somewhere outside of the arena. Attraction? Was that it? I was attracted to Dani? It had been a long time since I allowed myself the indulgence of seeing a woman as anything other than purely platonic. I didn't have time to go out to clubs or bars to meet people, let alone date. Not until now. Mikey nudged me with his elbow. She's hot, huh? I turned and rubbed the back of my neck. Sure, let's get food. I hoped my diversion would be enough to take his attention off me. Should we eat first or change? Lucy asked Sydney. Let's change. We haven't been to the beach at all yet. They waved before splitting off from us. I expected Brandon and Colin to go with them, but they stayed with us. I think I'm going to eat a dozen fish tacos, Lance proclaimed. I bet I could do 14, Colin challenged. Oh no, is this turning into a contest? Brandon groaned. I refused to participate. Fine, old man, Lance teased. Brandon rolled his eyes and fell into step with me and Mikey. Most of the guys called him dad on and off the ice for being the oldest on the team and having twin sons, but I never dared. I didn't think I'd earned that relationship with him yet. We need to find you a woman this week, Mikey declared. It's time to break the funk. The funk? I asked. You've been single for too long. It's time to get back on the horse, he explained. You've got too many analogies going on, I said, trying to distract him. You know what I mean. He looked to Brandon. Help me out here. Brandon shrugged. There's no rush. He'll meet someone when the time is right. I'm not talking about finding a wife. He just needs to have some fun. Mikey waggled his brows, and I questioned our budding friendship. This is a good place for that, Colin shouted from behind us. You found a wife, that's not the same, Lance argued. We're not married, Colin argued. He and Lucy had been together for a year now and behaved like every other married couple on the team. That's a formality. Brandon smirked over his shoulder. It's only a matter of time at this point. Don't mention that to her. She's already mad that you and Sydney got married before us, Colin threw back. It's not my fault I go after what I want. Stop dragging your feet, Brandon countered. We walked into the large open-air restaurant and sat down at the first open table. I'll wait for things to settle a bit after this. I don't want their wedding to overshadow her engagement, Colin said. Great excuse, I added, even though I had no ground to stand on for this topic. He narrowed his eyes at me. Don't make me switch sides and work with Mikey to corrupt you. I chuckled. I don't need to be corrupted. You need something, man. You're the most spotless one on the team. We need to rough you up, get some gossip going. Lance looked around at the guys for support. I'm spotless because I've kept my head down and worked hard, I counted. I don't want to end up a headline on ESPN. Look, Mickey leaned forward, bracing himself on his elbows. I know you had to take care of your mom, and that's really honorable. We all respect what you did and how much you sacrificed, but now it's time to live up to your potential. I raised a brow, and my potential is finding another random guest to hook up with? Lance grinned. Exactly. I didn't know what to say, but luckily a waitress approached and took our order. So after this, we'll hang out at the pool bar and see what opportunities arise. Mikey sounded like he just told us he had the cure for cancer. Lance picked up on his excitement and began nodding. I looked to Brandon and Colin for help, but they were conveniently looking out to the ocean. I don't think so, guys. Maybe there was more than one reason why I declined their invitations to hang out for 4 years. I wasn't the partying or hooking up with random women type. I liked the quiet predictability of my life. I actually enjoyed having dinner at home and going to bed early so I'd wake rested and ready to get up early for a workout. That's probably why I never resented my role as a caretaker like other guys in my position would have. Then again, I'd never known the alternative. I never had the chance, but my gut told me I was right. Just give us 2 hours, Lance countered. If you're over it, then you can go back to the beach or whatever you want. 2 hours of finding excuses and ignoring their suggestions in exchange for my freedom? That didn't sound too. Until tomorrow, Mikey added. I groaned. Guys, this is how I want to spend my vacation. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I'd rather go snorkeling or golfing than hit on women that are here to relax as well. It was like my words were in a different language from the looks they gave me. They really didn't understand where I was coming from. I'll give you the 2 hours, but after that, I'm off the hook for the rest of the week. Mikey and Lance shared a conspiratorial look before agreeing. You just made a deal with the devils, Colin said quietly. I can handle them, I told him, trying to convince myself as well. Our waitress returned with an entire tray of fish tacos, setting them all in the middle of the table for us to divide amongst ourselves. Lance leaned forward and used both arms to pull the majority toward him. I laughed and grabbed 4 for myself. Brandon copied me before the other 2 could claim the rest. Want to time us? Colin asked with a glint of mischief in his eyes. You guys are going to be sick. I cringed. Brandon held up his wrist and looked at his watch. Whoever can eat the most in 5 minutes wins the right to make the other 2 do anything. Mikey put his hands on a taco and nodded. Ready, go, Brandon called and they started. Lance devoured his first taco in 1 bite. Mikey had a 2-bite system going, and Colin was making them disappear faster than I could count. Disgusting, I mumbled before picking up my own taco. Brandon chuckled. At least we get to eat in peace. He had a good point. We got to eat in silence while they stuffed their faces. I barely finished my last taco when Brandon announced time was up. They each counted the empty wrappers in front of them. 14, Lance said, looking proud. 13, Mikey grumbled, looking ill. 17, Colin slammed his hand on the table. You two shall be my servants. Brandon shook his head. You can make them do one thing. Don't get too used to the power. He tilted his head. Do I have to use it now, or can I save it? You have to use it while we're here. Colin accepted that. The anticipation will be the worst part. He stood and bent over to get in Mikey and Lance's faces. I'll strike when you're least expecting it. Lance just rolled his eyes. You're pretty good at handling them, I told Brandon. He laughed. I've had plenty of experience with the twins. I treat them the same way. He nodded across the table. I clapped him on the shoulder and stood. I'm proud to say I've finally seen Dad for myself. Don't think you can start calling me that without repercussions. He gave me a half-hearted glare. Let's go. Lance jumped up, and Mikey followed. Good luck, Brandon called as he and Colin headed in the opposite direction, back to the beach. Reluctantly, I headed down the path to the pool at the center of the resort, with a large hut at the center that housed the bar. I stepped into the water and scanned the guests. Most of them were coupled off already. Maybe we wouldn't run into single women while I was here. I ordered a piña colada and rested with my back to the bar, soaking in the sun on my face. Mikey and Lance whispered to each other about their potential targets, but each time they had their sights set on a woman, she would be joined by a man. I sipped and relaxed as 20 minutes passed. Where are they? Lance asked bitterly. Maybe they're all eating lunch, Mikey offered. I ordered another drink and eyed a row of hammocks that lined the pool area. I'd claim one of those as soon as this stupid experiment was over. There's one. Mikey's voice went up an octave. Oh yeah, she's pretty, Lance confirmed. I closed my eyes and focused on the sensation of floating. When was the last time I allowed this much time to myself? Nothing to do, nothing to think about, no doctors to call or supplies to order. Just the here and now. Here comes her friend, Lance whispered. Nope, that's her girlfriend. Mikey sighed a moment later. This was easier than I thought. Hey, isn't that? Lance trailed off. Yeah, I think it is, Mikey answered. She's so hot, Lance added. She's not just hot, she's gorgeous. Mikey's words were finally enough to get me to open my eyes. They were both looking across the pool to a woman dropping a dress onto one of the chairs. She turned and walked to the edge of the water before delicately jumping in. It was her, the wedding planner, Dani. She wasn't smiling like before. She looked angry. Jake, this is the one. Mikey nudged my arm. No way, I'm going in, Lance argued. I ignored them both, watching her as she walked through the water toward the far side of the bar. What was wrong? I could see something simmering in her eyes. I needed to know. I wanted to help. But why? I didn't know her. Why should I care?
Chapter 6, Dani. There was something going on with the resort. That was the only explanation for why Mr. Hernandez would treat me the way he had. He and I normally got along really well. I did my job, and he stayed out of my way. Our relationship had been like that for years, until today. He'd snapped. Called me into his office and actually yelled at me for 30 minutes. He heard about the cake incident and the drunken man that almost got a hold of the microphone, and was furious about what the wedding party might have said. Theoretical reviews they could leave online, but no formal complaint had been made. I caught things before the disaster could happen, yet he yelled warnings as if I dropped the ball. He actually said what I do is easy, a pointless job that he could find anyone else to do, or even get rid of entirely. Since all I do is tell other people what to do and coordinate tablecloths. Do not mess this one up, he'd repeated over and over. I knew the Welsmalkin wedding was important to the resort as a means to brag and bring in more clients. The media was coming, and he knew that would mean eyes on his staff, all of them, not just me and my team. Maybe it was that pressure that had him in a rage. Whatever it was, I didn't deserve to be his punching bag, so as soon as he dismissed me, I went to my room, changed, and was at the pool within minutes. Maybe giving myself half a day off right after getting reprimanded wasn't the best choice, but I was too upset to be around clients. What can I get you? One of the bartenders asked as I sat on a stool at the swim-up bar. Strawberry daiquiri, please, I replied and glanced around the pool. There were a few dozen live-in employees, and I was friends with most of them, but I didn't see anyone around. I could use someone to complain to, but I would have to enjoy my pity party alone. It wasn't like I needed a reminder of how important this wedding was. I'd been contacted by news stations from Salt Lake, Los Angeles, and almost all of the sports networks. Now I could start making arrangements for those on Chloe's approved list. I had things covered, and Maggie was double-checking our work so nothing was missed. As long as I knew that, things would be fine. Mr. Hernandez would see another successful wedding that brought good press for the resort, and then he'd eat his words. Here you go. The bartender slid my drink to me, and I smiled my thanks. It was convenient not knowing every employee for times like this. I got a break and could pretend to be just another guest for a little while. I took a sip while scanning the other faces. Couples lost in their own world. Families splashing on the far side of the pool. And a group of men staring back at me. I flinched until I recognized them. They were with the wedding. Seeing them with their shirts off confirmed my suspicion. Professional athletes. Teammates of the groom. 2 of them were leering, and I fought the urge to sink lower into the water, but the third offered an apologetic smile and glanced away. He was the one that caught my attention earlier. He had curly, dark brown hair cut short and the perfect amount of scruff on his face. Handsome but almost unaware of it. He didn't have the cocky grin his friends did, nor did he try to take up as much space as the one with long black hair. His skin looked on the verge of burning. He was probably too used to being inside. I should warn him. Offer him sunscreen at least. Right when I reached to pick up my drink, his friend with the shaggy blonde hair locked eyes with me and got up. I pretended not to notice him walk through the water toward me as I casually got up and made my way around in the same direction, so he would have to rush to catch up. I sipped my drink, keeping my eyes on the ocean while circling the bar toward the other 2. When I took the spot next to the curly-haired one, he seemed surprised. Hey. His brows pulled together, and he looked around for his blonde friend, who was now standing where I'd been with a frown. Mind if I hang here for a minute? That guy's giving me the creeps. I gave him a teasing smile. He chuckled. Lance has that effect on people. I bet. I waved to the bartender and asked for another drink. What about that one? I nodded to the man on his other side, running his hand through his wet hair like he was posing for the cover of a romance novel. Mikey's mostly harmless too. I doubted that. I'll be sure to keep my distance, just in case. But I seem safe, he said as his lips twisted into a grin. I ran my eyes up and down him and nodded once.
Yeah.
I think so. I appreciate that. He sounded genuine. I didn't catch your name earlier. I wasn't sure what was making me so forward. I didn't usually approach guys like this. I'm Jake. Dani, I offered. I came over not only to dodge your friend but to tell you that you're burning. His brows pulled together. What? I pressed a finger to his forearm and lifted it, revealing a bright white spot. Your skin is burning. Oh, man. I put on sunscreen earlier. You've got to reapply quite a bit here, especially if you aren't used to being in the sun. I nodded toward my chair. I've got some if you want it. Thanks. He stood, and I led him across the pool. I reached into my bag, retrieved the bottle, and turned just in time to catch him checking me out. I wasn't normally self-conscious in a bikini, but my cheeks warmed and I pulled my shoulders back before handing it to him. This is my favorite. Great. He flipped the cap and poured some into his hands. I watched a little too intently as he rubbed it over his arms and chest. If he was going to watch me, I'd watch him. Did I get everywhere? He held his arms out, blatantly showing off his defined pecs and abs.
Yeah.
I choked out. If this was a game to see who would crack first, I was about to be the loser. Can you get my back? He asked as he turned. Like he wasn't asking me to touch his skin. Like it wasn't a huge deal. Sure. I took the bottle back and clenched my jaw as I rubbed the lotion on the planes of his back. I tried not to notice how tight the muscles were. How strong he must be. All done. Thanks. His smile seemed genuine, not cocky or suggestive like I expected. No problem. I hesitated. He didn't scream arrogance like his friends, and the more I was around him, the more confused I became. Either he was a better player than I thought, or, no, there was no other explanation. He was throwing me off.
See ya.
I tossed the bottle back in my bag and went to pick up my dress. Do you have to go? He asked in a quiet voice. I debated lying. He was trouble. I knew guys like him all too well. They were used to getting everything they wanted, especially with someone they wouldn't have to ever see again. They thought I was a fun plaything to entertain themselves with for a few days. Then they went back home and forgot about me. I used to be a willing participant, but it had gotten old, and I had learned to keep the guests at a distance. I knew better, but something in his eyes made me pause. The light was missing. A void where that sparkle was supposed to be. The obnoxiously confident gleam guys like him always had when they assumed I'd say yes. I shouldn't do this. It was against my rules. He shouldn't even make me pause, but I was curious. He was a puzzle I wanted to solve. What did you have in mind? I asked with more confidence than I felt. He opened and closed his mouth. Had he expected me to leave? I know a spot. I stuffed my dress in my bag and led him down the path toward the beach. There was an alcove on the far south beach. Most guests didn't realize it even existed because you had to swim out and around a jetty of rock to get to it unless the tide was out. Set your stuff here. I dropped my bag on the sand and stepped into the water. What makes this spot better than the rest? He asked as he stepped next to me. Just follow me. I smiled and moved through the water until I could dive in and swim. I didn't check to see if he was behind me until I was waist deep on the other side. He found his footing and stood as he looked around at the small beach hideaway. Wow. This is cool. I was glad he appreciated it. Only the staff knows about it. But you're showing me, he asked. I watched him as he turned to face the expanse of the ocean.
Yeah.
I guess I thought you could use a place like this. I had no idea why I said it, but as soon as the words were out, I knew they were true. There was a quiet, gentle way about him that I didn't understand. I wanted him to fit cleanly into my idea of who he should be, but he wouldn't, and I wanted to know why. I'm honored. His voice held a reverence that surprised me, again. Who are you, Jake? I wished I knew his last name. He laughed. What do you mean? I'm usually good at reading people. At knowing who they are at a glance. I can tell what people want before they know it. It's a part of what makes me good at my job. He finally met my eyes. But I can't with you. He glanced away. And that bothers you?
Yeah.
I admitted. Because you can't figure me out, he said the words while looking away from me. My first impression of you was wrong, and that rarely happens. When I saw you this morning, I thought you were just another player, like your friends from the pool. But I noticed something that made me want to know who you really are. He moved deeper into the water until he was treading and spun around to smile at me. What do you want to know? I stared at him for a moment. Why doesn't your smile reach your eyes? Why do you have to force it? His eyes dropped, and I thought he was going to ignore me. I haven't had a reason to really smile for a while. I recognized that look. He'd lost someone. A wife? Girlfriend? What was her name? His eyes widened before he made his face neutral again. Beverly. You loved her. It wasn't a question. I could see it. The void in his eyes. It was loss. Very much. The pain in his voice made my throat tighten. There was something else too. A tiny pang of something in my gut. Jealousy? No. I couldn't be jealous of Beverly for having his heart. I didn't even know him. I wasn't allowed to feel like that. How could she leave him? Hurt him so much? He seemed like one of the good ones. My ability to read people couldn't be that off. How long were you together? It was none of my business, but I wanted to know more. He could tell me if he didn't want to answer. He stared at me for a few heartbeats, then moved toward me until he could stand. After a moment, a small huff of a laugh escaped his lips. We were together my whole life. She's my mom. She died of cancer last month. I closed my eyes, willing an undercurrent to come sweep me away. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed at you. I just figured out what you were thinking and the idea. He paused and took in a breath. It's kind of funny to me. I stared back at him. Which part? That I'd had some great love I was heartbroken over, he answered. Why would that be funny? First, I've never been in a relationship. That was surprising, but maybe that just meant he was more interested in hookups. And second? I asked. I don't believe in love.
Chapter 7, Jake. I knew I'd said or done something wrong when Dani suddenly remembered she had an event she had to set up for. I watched her shut down when I said I didn't believe in love, but I couldn't feel bad about it. It was the truth, and better for her to know now than waste time hanging out with me. I still felt weird about how we'd left things. I liked talking to her up until I got a little too honest. You're back early, Mikey said in greeting as I walked into the hotel room. We thought you'd be gone all night. She was just showing me a cool part of the beach. I headed into my bedroom. Right, Lance said from the couch. And that's code for what? I closed the door, blocking them out. I didn't want to tell them what happened. How, for a minute, it felt like she saw right through me. Like we were connecting. How she made the sun feel a little brighter, the water a little bluer, as if the fog around me was lifting. Then it slammed back down. Talking to her was different. I thought I could be honest, but I crossed some invisible line. I really hadn't meant to laugh so hard, but she'd built an idea of who I was and it was so far from the truth, it actually shocked me. She thought I was getting over a relationship, not grieving the death of my mom. If only something so trivial could have been the cause. How easy it would have been to move on. Was that what people thought when they saw me? They could tell I was broken, so they thought it was because a woman broke my heart? Well, there's the punchline. A wonderful woman did shatter my heart into pieces. My mom left me alone to put things back into place, and I needed to decide if I wanted them to fit back where they were before. What if this was my chance to make a change? I showered and lay on my bed with a towel wrapped around my waist, Dani still on my mind. It was stupid, I shouldn't care what she thought, but maybe if I explained why I didn't believe in love, she would understand. I didn't expect her to agree, but I couldn't push away the need to find her and tell her why. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew there was knocking on the door. We're going to get dinner. Do you want to come? Lance asked. Sure, give me a minute. I rubbed my face as I searched through my bag for clothes and dressed. I checked in the mirror to make sure my hair wasn't too rumpled before meeting him and Mikey. Which restaurant do you want to go to? I asked as we headed down the stairs. There's a Japanese hibachi place or a steakhouse that specializes in seafood. Mikey ran through our options. I'm so hungry they all sound good, Lance said with a laugh. Hey, guys. We paused and looked over to where about half of our group was coming toward us. Where are you guys headed? Noah asked. We were just deciding, I told him. I reserved 2 tables at the Japanese restaurant, so you should come with us, Chloe said. Sounds good, Lance agreed, and we joined them on the walk to the far side of the resort. The paved paths were busy with other guests making their way to dinner or to the shows that took place in the amphitheater in the center of the resort. Far past the pools, a head of golden hair caught my eye. Dani was wearing a fitted tan dress and heels, back to being the person she was when I first met her. Seeing her holding a folder and directing the hotel staff made me wonder if this afternoon had even happened. She put her hand on someone's arm, then nodded and walked away. I'll meet you guys there, I told Mikey and changed direction so I could intercept her. Where are you going? I ignored Mikey's question and watched her. I was only a few yards away when she finally looked up and saw me. Oh, hi. Her eyes darted behind me, probably looking for an escape. Hey, do you have a second? She hesitated. Sure, but I have to get back soon. I led her to a more secluded area. I'm really sorry about before. I realize now I was pretty rude. She waved me off. No, I was prying. I just haven't had to talk about my mom with someone that didn't already know for a long time. I was fumbling for the right thing to say. Each word felt wrong. No, I get that. I shouldn't have asked. Her eyes dropped to the ground. I'm really bad at meeting new people, obviously. I needed to stop talking. Nothing good was coming from opening my mouth. Well, usually you don't have to talk about the worst thing that's ever happened to you when you first meet someone. She smiled. How about we start over? I huffed out a laugh. Yeah, I'd like that. She extended her hand. I'm Dani, wedding and event coordinator here. I shook her hand. I'm Jake, defense for the Utah Fury. Her eyes brightened. Wow, a hockey player. I've gone my whole life never knowing one, and just today I've met like a dozen. I should apologize on their behalf in advance. Most of them have been trained, but we still have a few rouges. Oh, I wasn't told that I needed to have a kid's table ready. She cringed and leaned forward. How many are we talking? I held up my hand and started counting off. Lance, Mikey, Derek, and if you sit Eric and Reese next to each other, that might get crazy. She giggled. Thanks for the heads up. I loved seeing her smile, especially knowing that I did that. How long have you been a wedding and event coordinator? I've been full-time here for 3 years, but I interned every summer with the previous coordinator while I was in college. Wow, that's a long time living here. Do you like it? She nodded, but her smile dimmed. It was an adventure at first, but it's lost some of the glamour. I feel like I'm stuck doing the same thing every day. The same wedding over and over again. It's been an amazing experience, but I'm hoping I can leave soon and start my own wedding planning business. I had zero knowledge about the industry, but she seemed to be an expert. What are you waiting for? Her brows furrowed. What do you mean? You have all this experience and you know what your next step is, so what's the thing holding you back? She straightened. Well, it's not that easy. I held up my hands. Sorry, no, I rubbed my neck. See, I'm really terrible at talking to people. I didn't mean it like that. I genuinely don't know what needs to be done. Like, do you need to build up a clientele list? Find vendors you trust? I guess you would have to pick a place to be located too. Do you want to move back to the US or move to a different country? Or stay here because you know people? She bit her lip and finally released a smile. I feel like we're really good at misunderstanding each other. Good or bad at it? I laughed. Let's say good. She relaxed her body. The main thing I need to do is make more of a name for myself outside of the resort world. Couples have come to this resort to work with me specifically, but I'd like to move back to the US and travel to my clients. I think more high-profile weddings will help me with that. Couples like Noah and Colby? Do they help? She nodded. Yeah, Chloe gave me the approved press list, and there are some pretty big stations coming to cover the wedding. That will be a huge boost for me. An idea sparked, but I didn't want to tell her until I looked into it more. That's very cool. If there's anything we can do to help, just let me know. We can put you on our social media or whatever would help. The women you're working with, they're pretty amazing at things like that. Once you give them a mission or goal, they make it happen. Thank you, I really appreciate the offer. But she wasn't going to take me up on it. Maybe that was something I could help her with too. What about you? What's your big dream? She asked. Well, I play in the NHL and have 2 championship rings, so I guess getting another one is the next goal. She bit her lip. Right, I forgot who I was talking to for a second. What do you mean? You're not some normal guy. You're a professional athlete, you're on a different level. She ducked her head. You'd be surprised by how boring and normal I am. My job isn't who I am as a person. She didn't seem to believe me but didn't argue. I guess that's what makes us different, she said in a cool tone. What do you mean? I asked. My job is a huge part of who I am and what I'm passionate about. I love weddings. They're a celebration of love and commitment. She hesitated, but you don't believe in that. I dropped my shoulders. It's not like I don't support them. I traveled all the way here for one. She pursed her lips and studied me. But in the back of your mind, what are you thinking? I didn't want to lie to her. She'd probably see right through it. Half of all marriages end in divorce. She narrowed her eyes. I hate that statistic. It's not even correct. Oh? It's closer to 40%, she said under her breath. My parents divorced, and I saw how it destroyed my mom. He never reached out after that. I don't want to go through the same thing. Finally admitting the reason behind my skepticism was a relief. I just hoped it was enough for her to understand where I was coming from. So now you don't believe in love? I shrugged. What about all your friends? There are plenty of happily married couples you're with. Are they all lying? To themselves. They believe in love. I don't criticize others for not agreeing with me. Her head snapped back. But I do? No, that's not what I meant. This was not at all how I imagined this conversation going. I wanted to fix things, not make them exponentially worse. Right, well, I've got to get back to my pointless job of making delusional people happy. Or is that just a chemical reaction in their brain? Does happiness exist? She shot me one more distasteful look before turning and walking away. How had things gone so wrong so fast? I rubbed my hand over my face and headed back to the path that led to the restaurant. Why did I care so much about offending Dani? I barely knew her, and once we left, I'd never see her again. Even as I repeated that to myself, it didn't really sink in. She was the first person I'd opened up to in a long time. I wanted that to mean something. I wanted her to know how important that was, even if I was blowing it. But why her? Why was it so easy to talk to her? Because she was a stranger, and I knew there was a low risk of consequences? Her confidence rubbed off on me when I was around her. The way she came right up to me at the pool and invited me to go to her favorite spot. She was the kind of person I wanted to be, or at least be around. But I screwed that up.
Chapter 8, Dani. I folded the tablecloths with a little too much vigor. Who was Jake to make me second-guess myself? I thought about it all night and woke up still annoyed. I'd known him for a day, and already he was in my head, like a parasite or virus. I dropped the bundle onto the pile and picked up the next one. Hey, you know that's the cleaning team's job, right? Maggie eyed me wearily. They've been sitting in here for days. If no one else is going to do it, I will. I bit the words out, and she flinched. What's going on with you? You've been off all day. She picked up another cloth and began following my movements to fold it. I'm fine. I sat mine down and picked up another. It really was ridiculous these had been sitting in a basket for 3 days. They were samples for couples to use to pick out the colors they wanted, and it looked unprofessional having them crumbled up. They were wrinkled and would have to be ironed or put back in the dryer, so this was mostly pointless, but I couldn't stand to stare at them anymore. You're not. She grabbed the last one and watched me carefully. Fine. I'm not fine, but I will be. I just need to get over it, I admitted. Over what? I inhaled through my nose. I had an encounter with one of the members of a wedding party, and it didn't go well. Plus, something is going on, Mr. Hernandez. Her eyes narrowed. Really? I haven't noticed. She pushed her hair behind her ears. And difficult clients aren't all that unusual. People are stressed, you know that. You've never let it get to you like this though. They aren't usually so insulting. She sat the last cloth on the top of the pile and moved it to a far table in our office. What happened? Nothing that I haven't heard before. I shook my head. I'm not sure why I let him get under my skin. It's a he? She leaned her hip against the desk and grinned. That's not the point, I grumbled. So what is? I'm not exactly sure. I don't know why it's making me so crazy. What did he say to upset you? I rolled my eyes. That half of marriages end in divorce, and he doesn't believe in love. Her brows shot up. Well, that's rude. Why? I asked, honestly wanting her to explain this away. Your career, heck, your whole life, is centered around marriage and love. Saying he doesn't believe in it negates everything that's important to you. I fell into my chair and sighed. She was right. He'd basically said the core of who I was didn't matter. I loved weddings and marriage and love. Without all of that, what was life? What was it all for? Why did we get up every morning, go to work, and endure the misery that accompanied our existence without the promise of love and happiness? Don't let him get to you. There's too much going on this week, and you don't need the distraction, she reminded me. I know. She was right. I needed to push him out of my mind. Especially after last night, but I couldn't. What was it about him? There was a vulnerability to him that drew me in, a softness I didn't usually see in men. And the sadness I saw in his eyes when he wasn't putting on a smile. I saw the shadow. Recognized it as loss, just not the kind I'd ever experienced. Had that made him bitter? And what if he was right? Statistics didn't lie. A good portion of marriages didn't make it to death do you part. No, if I allowed myself to think like that, then what was the point? My work had a purpose. I made people happy. I worked to create their perfect day. I made dreams come true. That mattered whether or not Jake agreed. So why did I care? Why did I want to prove him wrong? Do you have any spare time today? I asked Maggie. She picked up her notebook. Just double-checking some vendors for the Wells-Malkin wedding. After you do that, could you go back through our weddings and see how many of the couples are still together? She laughed. We've done hundreds of weddings. I know, and I don't want you to call them or anything. Just a quick search on social media to see if they're still together. If you can't tell within a minute or two, just move on. She let out a sigh.
Yeah,
I can do that. I nearly reminded her she was an intern, and spending time on social media wasn't exactly asking her to do manual labor in the desert. Thanks. Let me know what you find. I stood and smoothed my clothes before heading out to the front office. The receptionist was notorious for writing down messages and never passing them along, so I had to go to her desk a few times throughout the day to collect them myself. She wasn't there, so I searched for any sticky notes with my name on them. The doors swung open, and I glanced up and paused. One of the gorgeous couples from the hockey group was walking in. Hi. I racked my brain for their names. She had the perfect blonde curls I was incredibly jealous of. Kendall, right? And he was the captain. I remembered that much. Wyatt, the guy finished for me. Sorry, it's good to see you guys. Are you wanting to book an excursion? Our receptionist is out right now, but I can leave her a note to call you. We're actually here to see you, Kendall said with a small smile. What can I do for you guys? They shared a look before Wyatt met my eyes. We want to elope. I blinked. I wasn't normally one to be at a loss for words, but I was shocked. They were here for their friend's wedding and they wanted to hijack it for their own? That felt like a violation, and I wasn't comfortable taking over my bride's time to get them hitched as well. You do? Kendall nodded. We've been talking about getting married for a while, but it never felt like the right time. We realized this is one of the last opportunities we'll have with everyone together, so we want to take advantage of it, he finished. How was I going to tell them no? It didn't feel right. When were you thinking? Tomorrow night. Kendall cringed. 2 days before the wedding they were here for. At least it wasn't the night before. There's already a group dinner planned, so all we need is your help with the marriage license and finding someone to officiate. I hesitated. And I'm assuming this is a surprise? They nodded. This was a delicate situation I'd never come across before. Just when I thought I'd seen it all. I do have a concern about this. Okay. Kendall took Wyatt's hand. I was hired to plan Colby and Noah's wedding. It's my job to give them the best experience I can, and this feels a little weird, to be honest. I don't want to take away from their big day. Wyatt nodded. I completely understand. Neither of us would want that either, but Noah and Colby are some of our very best friends. We know them well enough to know they would be out of their minds happy about this. The whole team would be. We'd never want to step on any toes or offend anyone. We're the ones who have to go back home and live with them. There are definitely couples that would not be okay with this, but they aren't that type, Kendall added. I'm pretty sure they would be happy to share their actual wedding day with us if we wanted. That did sound like what I'd learn about Colby, and what I saw while giving her the tour. She was really laid back, and it seemed like she just wanted to be married. The how didn't matter. That was the only reason I was even tempted to agree. They're your friends, and you're right. You're the ones that have to go home and deal with the consequences. I smiled to take away from the weight of my words. If Noah and Colby did get upset, it would all come back on me, giving Mr. Hernandez something else to yell about. We know, Wyatt said. Then I'll help you. They both broke out with wide grins. They followed me to my office and got the forms for the marriage license. We haven't decided if we want to do it before or after dinner. Do you have a recommendation? Kendall asked once we were finished with the paperwork. There were pros and cons to each, so I tried to picture myself in their shoes. If they waited, they'd have to keep the secret longer and pretend like nothing was going on, but they'd also get to have a mini reception after. They could all hang out and dance for the night. Doing it sooner, it would be fun to then gather with everyone for dinner. I think I'd wait until dinner was over. We can have music after on the patio for everyone and you guys can dance or sit out on the beach, and I can have the staff build a fire. Wyatt looked to Kendall. I think that sounds good.
Yeah.
She was beaming. Let's plan on that. Okay, how would you like to transition? One of you can make a toast and the officiant will be waiting for the sign to come out, or you guys can stand up together and just surprise them. I'll make a toast, Wyatt said. Okay, I'll make sure we're ready and waiting for the signal. I made a note to have a microphone and speaker set up discreetly in the area so we could move it out when it was time. Thank you so much. I can't believe this is really happening, Kendall said as she stared at Wyatt. I'm glad to help. I really was. Once they convinced me that Noah and Colby would be okay, and I truly believed they would be fine with the attention being off them for a night, I was excited to make this happen. This was another great opportunity. Wyatt was the team captain. In my little research on the team, I'd learned that he donated a kidney last summer so Kendall could have the transplant she needed. What was more romantic than that? He literally saved her life, and now they were getting married. It was a perfect story, one that belonged in a magazine. There are some reporters here that arrived early to cover the wedding. Would you mind if I let just a few of them photograph your elopement? Wyatt sighed, but Kendall spoke first. You know they're going to get pictures somehow, so we might as well control how it happens. Plus, your fans will want to know and see for themselves. Are you getting paid for those pictures? He asked. I shook my head. No. Of course not. Then why would you care if it gets photographed? I had no choice but to be honest and hoped he cared. Because I'm hoping my name will somehow be attached to this and the wedding. I looked around to make sure no one else in the office was around. I'm hoping to be able to move back to the States soon and start my own wedding planning business. Big names like you and Noah will really help with that. Really? That's your dream? Kendall asked before glancing at Wyatt.
Yeah.
I admitted. Wyatt huffed out a laugh. I swear, we're like magnets. I narrowed my eyes, but Kendall giggled. It's true. The guys on the team and the women, or as we're usually called, the pride, are attracted to people like you. We really like helping people's dreams come true. And they usually end up with one of the players, Wyatt said with a smirk. True. Kendall nodded. Before I could question what he meant about that, she leaned forward with a conspiratorial smile. I'll make sure your name is linked to both.
Yeah.
We'll let photographers be there. He groaned. But only the ones I approve. I nodded. No problem.
Chapter 9, Jake. I woke up at 6 to head to the beach to watch the sunrise alone. Living in a valley surrounded by mountains didn't allow me to see them very often back home, and I wanted some time by myself. As grateful as I was to not be the only single guy on the trip, Mikey and Lance were draining. The two extroverts didn't understand why I turned them down to hang out by myself. They thought I was moping, but really I just needed some quiet time to recharge. Most of the guys on the team were like that. They were the ones Chloe loved because they actually enjoyed being in front of the cameras and making funny promo videos. I'd dodged her enough in my first 2 years that she stopped asking me. There was no one else out on the beach, so I picked the beach chair in the row closest to the water and waited. The only sounds were the waves crashing and the birds chirping in the lush greenery on the resort grounds behind me. The sky was tinting purple. Gradually, orange peaked over the horizon. It was stunning as the first curve of the sun rose. Mom would have loved this. She would have made me come out with her every morning to watch this. I wouldn't have cared. I would have gladly woken up early every day to make her smile. It's time, Jake, live your life. Be happy. I was trying. I was here, breaking far out of my comfort zone, trying to find a new life to live. For her. But I wasn't happy. I missed her. As selfish as it was to wish she were here when she'd been in so much pain at the end, I still did. I wanted to call her and tell her about Dani and how much I'd screwed up. I wanted to hear her tell me I was right. That love had brought her nothing but misery. That the end of her marriage wasn't worth a few years of happiness. From the way she spoke about my father, I knew there wasn't much good to say. She tried to be diplomatic so her opinion didn't taint mine, but it didn't matter. I hated him from the moment he left, even before. He left us, when we needed him the most. When she was at her lowest. When he should have been her rock in sickness and in health, like he promised. Instead, he left. The orange lifted as the sky blurred to pink, then a dark blue. I should have brought her here. I should have left the league and taken her around the world. Not that she would have let me. She would have been furious if I gave up my chance to play in the NHL, not after all we sacrificed to get there. A figure was coming toward me from the far end of the beach, running along the water's edge. I watched from the corner of my eye as the person came closer. I could tell it was a woman, but it took until she was almost in front of me to recognize her. Dani. I didn't shout, but my voice broke through the near silence as if I'd screamed. She glanced over, missing a step, and stumbled before righting herself. I stood to make sure she was fine, but she was already coming toward me. You scared me half to death, Jake. I'm so sorry. I was the only other person out, so I'd assumed she'd spotted me as easily as I'd seen her. There usually isn't anyone else out this early. Her labored breathing was starting to slow. Really? People don't want to watch the sunrise? She pointed behind me. They usually watch from the comfort of their balcony. That did make some sense. I needed to get out of my room. Her eyes scanned my face like she was deciding something. Mind if I sit? Not at all. Before I got the words out, she fell back on the chair next to me. You really upset me, Jake. I flinched. I'm sorry. I didn't bother asking what she meant. I knew my words had hurt her, but I couldn't take them back. You got in my head. I shifted so I could look down at her. Really? She closed her eyes. I had my intern go through as many past couples she could find, from our list of weddings, to see who was still married. 70%. She rolled her head toward me and glared. 70% are still together. That's not bad, I admitted. Considering the average, she should be happy. It should be higher. Her words were just loud enough for me to catch. Maybe, but it doesn't say anything about you as a wedding planner. They wouldn't have stayed together if they picked different flowers or had steak instead of chicken. She sighed. I know. So why does it bug you? Because I knew each of them, if only for a little while. I saw their excitement, how in love they were. What happens between the wedding and the divorce? What makes them decide to end it? How can you go from wanting to spend the rest of your life with someone to never speaking again? Marriage was something I dreamed about my whole life. All I wanted was to spend my life with the person that loves me most. As much as I thought about my wedding, creating hundreds of possibilities, what I care about most was life after that single day. I leaned forward on my elbows. I doubt for most couples that it's one big thing. I think 100 little things build up. Sometimes it's money or infidelity or lying. Sometimes two people just grow apart. She blinked. Is that what happened with your parents? No, I shook my head. My mom had cancer when I was a kid. She beat it, and the day she went into remission, my dad celebrated by giving her divorce papers. Cancer's expensive, and my mom wasn't the same woman she was before. She was tired and frail and needed help as she recovered. He didn't want the debt, and he didn't want to be a caretaker. He said that wasn't what he agreed to when they got married. She gasped. No. It was pretty terrible. He gave her full custody of me and never looked back. So she raised you alone? She asked in a quiet voice. Yeah, she never remarried. I don't think she even looked at another man after that. I'd be forever grateful for my mom's sacrifices, and I always wondered what she would have done if she didn't have me. Would she have met someone else and remarried? Was she only protecting me from the prospect of more pain, or was she also protecting herself? Maybe it was fear of getting hurt that made me this way. But I had logic and statistics on my side. She sighed and looked up at the sky. I can see why you would think marriage is a farce and love isn't real when that's your experience with it. What about you? I asked. She glanced at me. My parents? I nodded. They've been married for 35 years. I know they've had their problems over the years, but they always work them out together. I knew that was how relationships were supposed to work, and the guys on the team were examples of that. Oli and Emma came back from near ruin because they chose to fight for each other. Then again, Brandon's first wife left without a second glance at her twin boys. But he was with Sydney now. They were happy. For how long, was the question. I want to believe, I admitted after a long silence. In love? She asked. Yeah, I lay down so we were both looking up at the bluish-purple sky. I want to believe it's real and everyone can have it in their life, but it's such a fleeting emotion. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it can withstand the test of time. How do you tell the difference? She let out a long breath. I'm not exactly sure. Why not? I asked. Because I've never been in love. I rose up on my elbows to stare at her. You're here arguing the existence of love, and you've never felt it? She laughed. I can still believe it's real. Sure, it was called faith. I knew that, but it blew my mind that she wholeheartedly believed in something she hadn't ever experienced. Honestly, I have to hold on to that hope. Otherwise, what's the point? Life can't just be about the mundane. Sure, you can be happy traveling or even with your job, but at the end of the day, don't you want to come home to the one person you can be entirely yourself with? The person you can be 100% honest with. That you know, without a doubt, will always support you and want your happiness more than their own? Of course, I want all of that. It sounded like a dream or an ideal. I couldn't wrap my head around that kind of relationship existing. Then don't settle until you have it. Who said anything about settling? I asked. Living a life without love is settling, even if you think it doesn't exist. I promise you, it does. I huffed out a laugh. Sure, easy to say but it's harder to prove. She nodded. I know. There's no way of convincing you until it happens. That was true. I wanted to be proven wrong. I wanted to have a relationship with the woman I loved. I wanted to spend my life with someone by my side. I just didn't know if that could happen. I'd watched the guys on the team fall in love and get married, one after another. I knew their girlfriends and wives. I knew how happy they were, but there was always that question in the back of my mind. When would something bad happen that broke them? When would one or both of them decide they'd had enough and split up? I think it's something worth searching and fighting for, she said after a moment. I tilted my head enough to watch her. The sun was entirely above the horizon, lighting her face with a warm glow. I want to believe that too, I admitted. Maybe someday, she replied. I nodded. We lay there for a while longer until she stood and stretched. I've got a busy day ahead, so I need to get back and get ready. I sat up and took her in, backlit like some heavenly being. Will I see you later? She bit her lip. Do you want to? I nodded. We shall see. Without waiting for my reply, she turned and started running back in the direction she'd come from. How was it, after just 2 days of knowing her, she was close to turning my beliefs on their heads? I was allowing her to influence me. I could admit that. Was it simply because I was attracted to her, or something more? That realization made me pause while I stared out at the glistening water. I was attracted to her. She caught my eye the moment I saw her, but this was more than just thinking she was beautiful. No, I was drawn to her. I wanted to hear her voice and listen to her opinions. I wanted to spend time with her. Me, the recluse, the introvert, actually wanted to be around someone else. That was new for me. I was being honest when I said I wanted to believe in love and happily ever after. I did. I just sincerely doubted it would ever happen, at least for me. My walls were too high and too thick for anyone to break down. I kept to myself for a reason. It was hard to trust people. There was too much of a risk of them using you or hurting you or even just disappointing you. It was so much easier to avoid that altogether. Well, it had been. But I wasn't going home to my mom anymore. I didn't have to check on her and make sure her nurse was taking good care of her while I was gone. I didn't have her to talk to or laugh with. From now on, I would be going home to an empty apartment. How long would the novelty of living alone last? When would I long to have someone else around? I could get a roommate, but that wasn't very tempting. What Dani described was what I wanted. I just had to overcome 20 years of being stuck in one mindset. I had to completely alter what I thought was true. It would be worth it. If only it could be true.
Chapter 10, Dani. Wyatt gave me a wink when he and Kendall passed me on their way to the patio where their dinner was taking place. Maggie and I spent the afternoon setting up the tables and discreetly arranging an arbor that the guests would pass under that would then double as the backdrop for the surprise ceremony. Music was playing quietly in the background, and the sun was low in the sky, creating a romantic atmosphere without us having to lift a finger. That was the best part of working here. The setting was almost always flawless. As long as there were no storms, I could practically guarantee brides their day would be perfect. Even with the limited notice we'd had to prepare, we had things timed out to the minute. Wyatt and Kendall would stand and the officiant would appear. A mic stand and speaker were set up out of sight so we could pull them in when it was time. Maggie would only let the photographers near at that point. We didn't want to let them invade the personal dinner, plus that might tip someone off. The group took their seats, and waiters appeared with the first course. I smiled at their arrival. Right on time. I leaned toward Maggie. I think we might actually pull this off. She chuckled quietly. Did you doubt we would? Never. I smiled. We've done more in less time. So true. This was easy in comparison to some last-minute requests. Brides and grooms had an odd habit of expecting the impossible to be made effortless when it came to their wedding day. They had a vision, and being the one to bring them back down to reality was one of the hardest parts of my job. I didn't want to crush any dreams, and I did everything in my power to get as close as possible to what they wanted, but it couldn't always happen. Remember the bride that wanted white peacocks last year? I reminded her. That was a nightmare, she groaned. She didn't believe us when we said they were protected and we couldn't fly them in from India. Would you rather do that wedding over again or the nudist? I asked while the group ate. I tried not to watch Jake every time I checked on them. We were hidden from sight but had to stay close enough to help if needed. She barked out a laugh and covered her mouth. I almost got that one out of my brain. Thanks for reminding me. I giggled. I'll never be able to forget that one. The resort was not of the clothing optional sort, but the couple was determined to get married there, so they booked half of the rooms and paid an enormous amount to block off half the beach so their friends and family could enjoy themselves before and after the wedding. As much as I liked to accommodate special requests, that was one I'd never repeat, no matter how much money was offered. Laughter erupted from the table and my eyes shot to them. Emma and Chloe were leaning against each other, laughing too hard to sit up. Some of the guys were wiping their eyes, and I caught Jake's shoulders bouncing. Someone must have said something else because the laughter rose again. What was that like? To be a part of something. To have friends that were so close they were family. Would I like to have a group to travel with? Would I ever fit into something like what they had? I wanted it. The realization turned my stomach. It could be lonely living at the resort when so many of the employees were seasonal, and it was hard to put down roots when, in the back of my mind, I knew this wasn't my forever home. I knew that before I moved here. It was a sacrifice I was willing to make for a time in order to further my career. But had the cost been worth it? Watching them made me second-guess myself. What if I'd moved to a city and invested the last 3 years into building my career there? Where would I be now if I chose New York or Los Angeles instead of Cabo? Would I have a core group like them? Would I be any further along than I was now? There was no way of knowing if I made the right choice, and questioning that would drive me insane. There was no undoing the past. For better or worse, I was here. I'd built up my portfolio and had more experience than most people my age. I had to hold on to that knowledge. That had to be enough to make it all worth it. Do you want me to signal the main course? Maggie asked, breaking me from my thoughts. Yes. I mentally shook myself. I needed to focus. I had a job to carry out. Wyatt and Kendall wanted to wait until dessert was over, but we had to be careful. If we waited too long, people might start leaving, but we also didn't want to interrupt them while they were eating. There was no way of timing it perfectly, but I'd know in my gut when it was time to go. I was growing impatient as they chatted, barely touching their food. Come on, I mumbled, and Maggie giggled. You're not very patient. Not when I'm excited, I admitted. I watched Wyatt and caught his knee bouncing rapidly under the table. He was feeling it too. Kendall reached over and placed her hand on his knee, but he didn't slow. The gesture was adorable though. She didn't pause her conversation and didn't even look in his direction. It was like her subconscious knew he needed her. The touch was so natural. I wanted that too.
Ugh.
I shouldn't let myself go near that thought. Of course, I wanted to get married one day. I'd had my wedding planned since I was 5, but it wasn't just the big, fancy wedding I dreamed of. It was knowing I'd found my person. The one I could depend on for anything. A man who would love me wholly. That I could be myself around, completely uncensored, and know that he would accept all my broken pieces. My heart begged for that. Yet, that part of my life was on pause while I was here too. How could I meet and fall in love with someone when they were only here for a brief vacation? As much as I wanted to believe in love at first sight, I doubted it would ever happen to me. No, I relied too much on my head to simply give in to the whims of my heart. Plus, I wanted the long, glorious experience of falling in love. Of getting to know someone until the moment that it just clicked. The little part of you that suddenly knew. You found him. That took time and conversation and vulnerability. And I wanted that. More than I'd ever admitted to anyone. Not that I had someone to confide in. Sure, Maggie and I were friendly, but at the end of the day, I was her manager and needed to maintain a level of professional distance. Telling her how desperately I wanted to be in love wasn't exactly office chatter. It would come in time. Eventually, I would move on from this place, and life would pick up. I just needed to be patient. Dessert is coming out now, Maggie remarked, and I nodded as the servers traded out plates. Watch closely. As soon as half of them finish, we'll move things into place. The officiant, a large man from within the city proper, came up from behind us. Am I in the right place? I smiled at the kind man. Hi, Father Pepe. Thank you for coming on such short notice. He beamed. How could I turn down a wedding? They are my favorite events. And you're right on time. I peeked at the guests. Maggie, let the photographers in, and then we'll start. She nodded and moved through the shadows to where they were waiting. Like we'd told them, they followed behind Maggie silently and disappeared into the darkened corners of the patio to get the best angle of where the ceremony would take place. Ready? Maggie grabbed the speaker and snuck under the arbor, and I followed with the mic stand. Father Pepe stood behind it with his jolly smile, and I spoke into my headset to signal to the waiter standing next to the controls for the music. He put on Kendall's requested song, and after a few notes, she and Wyatt stood. Everyone focused on them, so Maggie and I slipped back to our hiding spot with the perfect view of where the couple would stand. I know we're here to celebrate Noah and Colby, but if they would be kind enough to share the spotlight tonight, we have some news, Wyatt spoke up. Of course. Colby cheered from the center of the table. We appreciate that. Wyatt took Kendall's hand. Since this likely one of the last times we'll all be together like this, we wanted to take advantage of this chance. What's going on? Noah asked. Tonight, we're getting married. Kendall said and raised their joined hands in the air. Clapping, whistles, and cheers broke out. I watched Noah and Colby for any sign they might be upset, but they were the most enthusiastic. That was a huge relief. I spoke into my headset again, and a spotlight appeared on the arbor, showcasing the waiting priest. Wyatt and Kendall walked over and joined both hands between them. Silence fell across the table as the ceremony started. Watching the love in their eyes as they stared at each other, becoming husband and wife, made my throat feel thick. Tears threatened to overflow, but I sniffed and pulled myself together. I didn't usually get emotional at weddings, my emotions were a bit numb to the romance at this point, but something about watching them hit me. Maybe it was knowing their story. Maybe it was the personal connection I felt because of Jake. That was ridiculous. There was no connection. Before I could stop myself, I searched for him. He was turned around in his seat, watching his friends with a wide smile. How could he look like that when he didn't believe in love and marriage? He should be looking at them like they were fools. Maybe he was just happy they were happy? Wasn't that what a good friend did? I wanted it to mean more. I wanted him to have had a change of heart and realize that there was nothing better in the world than finding true love and someone you wanted to spend the rest of your life with. I heard Wyatt say, "I do," and turned back to them. Kendall was crying and smiling and laughing as she repeated the words to him. They kissed, and their friends jumped from their seats celebrating. A crowd formed around the newlyweds, and I moved into action. Thank you again, Father. I gave him a hug, and he patted my shoulder before walking away. Maggie, get the photographers out, please. We'd had them sign an agreement that they could be in attendance for the ceremony only. Nothing after. The servers were busy cleaning up the table, and I picked up the speaker and mic to take inside. When I came back, I hesitated on the outskirts and watched. The music was back on, louder this time, and a few couples were dancing with Kendall and Wyatt in the middle. This was you, wasn't it? I jumped at the voice and turned to see Jake coming up the path toward me.
Yeah.
They came to me yesterday and asked for help. It was perfect. We've been waiting for them to finally get married, but those two put everyone else before themselves. I'm glad they finally decided to be a little selfish. I smiled. They seemed like that type from the little time I'd spent with them. I hope they're happy with how it turned out. He leaned against the pillar next to me. I think they're more than happy. I watched them as they danced, Kendall with her head thrown back in laughter, and Wyatt watching her like she was the most precious thing in the world. Thanks for doing it, he said quietly. I turned to him. You don't think it's stupid? He shook his head. No. I waited for him to say more, but he just watched his friends with a content smile.
Chapter 11, Jake. How could I think this was stupid? The excitement in the air was palpable, and I'd never, in all my years of knowing him, seen Wyatt Hartman happier. Who was I to question that? Maybe I didn't believe in love for myself, but watching my friends, I knew I wouldn't take that from them. Dance with me? The words were out before I could second-guess myself. Dani hesitated. I can't, I'm on the clock. I took her hand and pulled her toward the group. Hey, Kendall? She jerked her head in my direction and smiled. Do you, as the bride, want Dani to dance? I shouted so she could hear me. She nodded. Yes, it is my only wish as the bride. Dani rolled her eyes but didn't argue as I put my hands on her waist. She lifted her hands to my shoulders and laughed. You didn't need to pull her into this. Her hands warmed my skin through my button-up shirt, and I fought to contain my smile. I breathed in her coconut scent and focused on keeping my breathing even. But it worked, I pointed out, and she tightened her grip, squeezing tightly until I winced. You play dirty. Me? She gasped. You're the one who brought Kendall into it. I pulled her a bit closer. I wasn't going to risk losing this opportunity. Oh, really? So, this was premeditated manipulation? I cracked a smile. She sure knew how to keep me on my toes. You think I have nothing better to do than think about you all day? She bit her lip. Don't twist my words. Fine, let's just say that I saw an opportunity, and I took it. She rolled her eyes and slowly smiled. Fine. I stared down at her, and her face relaxed into a smile. You look beautiful tonight. She closed her eyes and sighed. What's wrong? You're playing so unfair. She slowly met my gaze. What do you mean? Her sudden change in mood confused me. What had I done? You can't be this flirty version of yourself, because at any moment you're going to flip and be the cynical man again. Her assessment stung, no matter how true it was. I'm sorry. She dropped her head. Don't apologize for being who you are. It's my bad. I really didn't like where this conversation was going. Couldn't we just have fun for one song before we started arguing? Dani, I started, but she cut me off. It's not your fault that I keep falling for it. I want you to be this guy all the time, but you're not. I want you to fit into the idea I have of who you are, but that's not fair. There was too much to uncover from what she just admitted. I started from the beginning. You keep falling for it? She huffed and tried to pull back, but I held her tight and felt her relax into my arms. I'm sure it's obvious at this point that I'm attracted to you. I haven't tried to hide that, although I probably should have. Well, no, that wasn't obvious to me. Maybe it was my years of isolation or my overall inexperience with women, but I didn't know she was attracted to me. Her? The gorgeous, confident woman who knew what she wanted and went for it. I thought I was just the lesser of the bad options you had around. She laughed, despite her scowl. That might have been the reason I approached you at the pool, but it wasn't why I invited you to leave with me. No? Then why was that? I didn't think she would answer, but I was willing to try. There was something in your eyes I wanted to understand. Of the million possible responses, that was not one I'd expected. What? She lifted a hand and lightly trailed my jaw. A hollowness. Something empty. I didn't expect it from a guy like you. A guy like me? I asked. Her lips tipped up at the corners. I had an idea of who you should be based on your profession and the guys you were with. I thought you'd be cocky and even a bit obnoxious, but you were quiet. You held back. I didn't argue that. I wanted to know why, so I invited you to my secret spot. Where I blew it and have continued to do so. She shook her head. No, you've let me see who you are. You can't mess that up. But I wasn't what she wanted. At least, not what she imagined. You miss your mom, but I think it's more than that. She hesitated. I think she was your person. I considered that. My mom was the person I'd been closest to in my life. She was my best friend, not because I had to take care of her, but because she always knew how to make me laugh. I could confide anything to her, and she gave the best advice. Yeah, she was. And you lost that. You lost a part of yourself. I nodded. It's okay to not be whole after that. It's okay to be sad or even a little bitter for a while. It takes time to process and grieve. I pursed my lips, but it wasn't a shock. I had years to accept that she was going to die. That doesn't mean it was easy. She squeezed my shoulders. She was right. Watching Mom fade away slowly, knowing there was nothing I could do, was the hardest thing I'd ever done. I wonder sometimes what she would think if she could see me now. I didn't want to think about that too hard. Would she think I was living up to her last words? Would she be proud or disappointed? What would she tell me if she was here right now? I used to be able to predict exactly what she would say before the words left her mouth, but with each day that went by, her voice got quieter in my mind. It was like time was creating physical distance in my memories, making it harder and harder to reach her. I'm sure she would be happy for you. Her voice pulled me back to the present. I hope so. I wish I knew for sure. Was she watching over me, shaking her head? Did she think my beliefs were wrong? They weren't something I talked about with her. I didn't ever want her worrying about me, but if she stayed single after her divorce, she had to agree with me. Right? Of the million things I regretted not asking her, that was at the top of the list. I never brought up my dad because I knew it was a difficult topic for her, but I should have asked instead of letting myself assume. I wished I could have asked her why she never dated again. Was she as bitter as I was? What if I was holding on to something she'd let go of 20 years ago? I never considered that, but with Dani looking up at me, I had to wonder. Was I in the wrong? It felt like I was taking my mom's side when I decided none of the happily ever afters could be real. After all, if someone as wonderful and loving as my mom could be left, then how would I ever find someone to love me forever? I should get back to work. She pulled away, and this time I didn't stop her. I thought she could tell my thoughts were racing. Thanks for the dance. I nodded and watched her walk away. Was this all I would do for the rest of my life? Watch people leave? I didn't want that. I didn't want to be right about love. I wanted all my friends to have long, blissful marriages. I wanted Wyatt and Kendall to have the life they so deserved. I wanted Noah and Colby to grow old together. I didn't want to be a bitter man with a chip on his shoulder, but I didn't know how to start believing. You and the wedding planner looked pretty cozy last night, Eric called as I approached the group. 2 steps onto the sand, and the teasing had commenced. I knew I wouldn't be able to get through the whole day without someone mentioning me and Dani, but I was hoping for at least a few hours of peace. I lay back on an empty chair and ignored him. Come on, what's going on with you two? Reese asked. I closed my eyes behind my sunglasses. She left before anything good could have happened, Mikey added helpfully. And he came in alone last night. Early too, Lance pipped in. Thanks for clearing that up, guys. We know you can hear us, Wyatt said. They weren't going to leave me alone, so I sat up. Where are the girls? Shopping. Don't try to change the subject. Eric smirked. I sighed. Nothing's going on with us. We've just talked a few times, and I asked her to dance. That's it. It looked like more. There was something intense about it, Noah said from my other side. He was right, but I wasn't going to admit that. She's given me a lot to think about. What? Reese pressed. I didn't want to share everything we talked about, and the things with my mom were too personal. I've never believed in love or marriage, and she said a few things that have made me reconsider. Wyatt held up a hand. You don't believe in love or marriage? You're just going to drop that bomb and move on? Noah laughed. Yeah, I mean Wyatt was married like 12 hours ago, and I get married tomorrow. Are you saying you think it's wrong? No, not at all. It's great for you guys, and I honestly wish you the best. But you don't think we'll make it? Wyatt finished. I shrugged. 50% of marriages end in divorce. Well, one report I read said that, But Dani did prove me wrong with 70% of her clients. 100% of marriages end in death or divorce, Jake. Does that mean that the time together isn't worth it? Oli suddenly joined the conversation with words that felt like an anvil landing on me. All marriages end in death or divorce. I let out a laugh. That's very true. Everything comes to an end. It's a fact of life, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't go for something. Your career has what, another 10 or 12 years if you're lucky and stay healthy? Does that mean you should quit now because eventually, it's going to be over? He continued with words of wisdom. You're being a cynical idiot if you let the fear of divorce keep you from attempting to have a healthy relationship. His words were harsh, but he wasn't wrong. I agree, Wyatt said. Your mom raised you alone, right? I nodded. A lot of our parents are divorced, but that hasn't kept us from searching for someone we want to try to spend the rest of our lives with. He looked to the other guys who all agreed. Look at Brandon. His first marriage was a disaster, but that didn't keep him from trying again. He couldn't be happier with Sid, and that never would have happened if he let himself grow bitter. Reese pointed out what I'd already considered. I wished Brandon were here so I could talk to him about it. I've thought this through, you guys. I want to believe, I want to allow myself to try, but the fear of getting hurt is very real. It wasn't the most comfortable thing to admit, but it was time to let them in. They were my friends, and I needed to start acting like it. I get that, Oli said. It's terrifying to let yourself be vulnerable around someone, but the risk is worth it when you meet the right person. Jake, you've given all of yourself to others for as long as I've known you, Wyatt started. You're one of the most selfless people I know, and we appreciate your quiet, hard work. You don't ask for fame or glory, but it's about time we recognize what you've contributed. It's our turn to pick up the slack for a while. Let us help you for a change. Most of the guys nodded in agreement. I hadn't realized he thought of me like that. I didn't think any of them noticed that I left all of me on the ice for every practice and game. It was the only time I could turn off my worry and just be an athlete. I never wanted my personal problems to affect the team, so I kept them to myself. But they'd known this whole time. They saw me. It was something I hadn't known I needed to hear until now. Thanks, Captain. He smiled. I think it's time you start to see yourself as we all do. Don't lay it on too thick. I don't want this going straight to his head, Reese teased. They moved on to new topics, leaving me to relax and take in what they said. I was living in fear. In trying to protect myself, I did more damage than good.
Chapter 12, Dani. The bride and groom's families were arriving today. From everything I'd seen from Colby and Noah, I wasn't too worried, but you never knew. The families could be the monsters, especially the mother of the bride. Colby might be the most easygoing person in the world, but her mom could come in with guns blazing and a million demands. We're meeting the families in the lobby at 3. We'll give them the condensed walkthrough so they know what to expect, and I've got to be back here by 4 to do a few interviews about the wedding with the press. Can you take notes and make sure you log any of their requests in their file by 6? I'll do a final check tonight. Got it. Maggie wrote something in her notebook before looking back at me. And you called and confirmed all the vendors? I'd asked her to do that yesterday. Yes, we're all set. Thank you. I looked down at my checklist. This wedding has to go perfectly. It's a huge deal for us. I know, Dani. It's going to be great. You'll pull it off like you always do. I wished I had some of her confidence, but I was too nervous. Even though I'd done much more complicated weddings, I had so much riding on this one going off without a hitch. This could be the one that changed things. I really appreciate all your help with this. I would have lost my mind without you. Maggie just smiled. It's what I'm here for. I'm going to run to the kitchen to see if the cake is something we want to show the family. I'll meet you in the lobby in a bit. I stood from my desk, and she waved as I walked out. Since the families weren't able to fly out sooner, I wanted to make them feel like they were included in part of the behind-the-scenes planning, and seeing the cake almost finished might just do the trick. It was an easy way to get them excited. As I passed through the lobby, Mr. Hernandez stopped walking and stared at me. Dani. I walked over to him, keeping my shoulders back and my head high. I refused to show him how his words had affected me. He was wearing one of his fancy suits that he thought made the resort look more successful. He was an average-looking man, with some wrinkles and graying hair, but he carried himself like he ruled the world. I heard you had an extra wedding last night. His jaw tightened. I assume the bill will be paid in full before the guests check out. Of course, I confirmed. Wyatt already paid for the officiant's fees, so there wasn't anything else to bill. I wouldn't want any of the other employees thinking they can give away free services. Mr. Hernandez, I didn't. Don't make me repeat myself. You're walking on thin ice already. With a small shake of his head, he turned and went to the check-in desk. What was that really about? Was there something else I'd done he was stewing over? I didn't have time to worry about his mood swings. When I got to the kitchen, I searched for Robbie and found him at his favorite workstation in a quiet corner away from the main cooking area. Hey, I called out so I didn't surprise him. He grinned when he saw me. Hi, Dani. Is this for tomorrow's wedding? The two-tier cake he was working on was perfectly smooth and white.
Yeah.
I was just getting ready to start painting. He held up a small spray gun that was attached to the airbrush machine. Have you made the coral piece yet? He put his tools down and led me to the next table. The intricate design was about 8 inches long and looked like a crystal version of the real thing. It's beautiful. Thanks. I think I've finally figured out the best technique to make them with melted sugar and ice. I shook my head. I'm blown away. I can't wait to see it all together. I was thinking of making it a light gold color. What do you think? He watched me. That would be perfect with the blues. I grinned. Would you mind if I brought the families by later to see the progress? They haven't been a part of the planning at all. For you? I guess I can allow that. He winked. You're the best. Thank you. I really wanted to stay here and hide with him for the rest of the day. Watching him work would be a lot better than walking on eggshells around the office waiting for Mr. Hernandez to snap again. But there were people waiting for me. I had a job to do, and everything else could wait until that was done. With that, I straightened my shoulders and headed to the lobby. Thanks, I'll see you later. I patted his back, and he smiled before focusing back on the sugar. Maggie was already in the lobby with a couple I immediately recognized as Colby's parents. Her mom looked so much like her, but with golden brown hair cut in a bob. Her dad had silver hair and laugh lines around his eyes that also reminded me of his daughter. Mr. and Mrs. Wells, it's so nice to meet you. I walked up and offered my hand. Mrs. Wells hesitated, looking down at my hand like it offended her. A pleasure. She touched the tips of my fingers in the weakest handshake I ever experienced. Nice to meet you. Mr. Wells gave me a bright smile. Maggie here was just telling us about the resort. Yes. Mrs. Wells lifted her chin. Of course, my daughter wanted to get married on the sand next to screaming children and wildlife. Well, she was going to be fun to deal with. She might look like her daughter, but they acted nothing alike. Maybe this was why Colby was so laid back. She either didn't want to be like her mom, or there wasn't room in their house for two egos that big. You loved Bora Bora when we were there last month, Mr. Wells argued. That was a private beach. She turned her head away like she was done with the conversation. Do you have any other children that will be coming? I asked, hoping it was a safe topic. Our daughter and her husband couldn't make it. He's receiving an award tomorrow night, she answered. Right. I should have expected as much. Poor Colby. She was so sweet. She deserved to be celebrated, not treated as an inconvenience. Well, hello. A cheerful woman walked up to our little group and pulled Mrs. Wells into a hug. So good to see you. Can you believe our kids are finally getting married? Mrs. Malkin, then. I smiled at her and introduced myself and Maggie. You're the ones pulling off this whole thing? Bless you. I can't imagine what the pride has put you through. She laughed. The pride? I asked. The women, the girlfriends and wives, of the players. Back in Salt Lake, they're the ones that plan activities and cheer on the team. I swear they're the ones that keep everything running smoothly. Not saying that the coaches are anything less than amazing, but without those women, she shook her head and laughed again, who knows where they'd be. I instantly liked this woman. I'd heard the word pride a few times over the week but didn't ever put it together. They have been very on top of things. Chloe and Sydney made it pretty easy for us. Mrs. Wells scoffed, but I ignored her. A tall man with Noah's bright blonde hair joined us, and we made the introductions again. A teenage boy was next to him, Evan, Noah's little brother. His older brother was supposed to be here, but his little boy got really sick. They've been in and out of the hospital this week. He feels absolutely terrible, but I said we could do a video call so he could at least watch, Mr. Mulkin explained. See, that was a valid excuse for missing a sibling's big day, and he was making an effort to still be included. I glanced at Mrs. Wells, but she was staring at her phone. We'll check and make sure there's service there so he doesn't miss a second, I promised, and the Mulkins smiled. Can I go find Noah? Evan asked, and his parents sent him off. Would you guys like a moment to freshen up, or are you ready to see what we have planned? I expected Mrs. Wells to take me up on the offer, but they all said they were ready. If you leave your bags here, I'll make sure they're taken to your rooms. What great service. Mr. Mulkin beamed while the Wells just walked away. I smiled at him and led them to the private area reserved for events, giving them the same tour I gave the Pride at the beginning of the week. They didn't have very many questions, and the Mulkins were blown away by the cake Robbie was still working on. He'd painted the first layer of waves on the bottom tier and the coral, so they had a decent idea of what the finished product would look like. Once we were done, I showed them to their rooms. If you have any questions or requests, please let me know. I said,
Goodbye.
and went back to the office where Maggie was waiting. Anything crazy? I asked as I fell into my chair. She shook her head. No. Mrs. Wells requested that the front row be reserved for them, but we already do that. She wanted to sit at the head table for dinner, but I told her Colby just wanted long tables together in the shape of a U so everyone could see each other. Not too bad. I'd been expecting a much longer list, but there was still time for her to come up with a few more. Once I finished everything that could be done for the day, I headed to my room. Tomorrow was going to be hectic, so I planned on relaxing tonight and avoiding Robbie. I turned the corner to the hall and froze. A figure was leaning against my door. His face was covered by the shadows, and I took cautious steps toward him until he moved forward. It took me a second to register his face and tell my body it didn't need to go into fight or flight mode. Jake. I exhaled his name and put a hand over my heart. He scanned my face. Are you okay? You scared me half to death. What are you doing here? I forgot I pointed out my room when I was showing him around the employee areas. Sorry. He cringed. I know you have a long day ahead of you tomorrow, but I wanted to see if you'd maybe like to get dessert or something. He sounded so unsure of himself. Like he was expecting me to decline. I thought of my bed, just on the other side of the wall, waiting for me. He was leaving soon too. Did I want to spend as much time with him as possible or put distance between us before it was too late? Both options led to heartbreak. Never mind, you're probably busy. His smile turned uneasy and shoulders slumped. He interpreted my silence as a rejection. No, I'd like that. I reached out and touched his arm. It was the truth. Even if I regretted it later, I wanted to soak up as much of him as I could. This was dangerous territory. I was breaking my own rules. Don't engage with guests. They're here for a vacation. What happens here, stays here. But not for me. This was my real life. But Jake was different. It was so easy to talk to him, even if we clashed on certain topics. We'd had misunderstandings, but instead of walking away as we should have, we continued to come back to each other. We were drawn together, despite everything rooting against us. It sounded stupid and delusional, even to me, but I couldn't help it. Let's go. He smiled and took my hand in his.
Chapter 13, Jake. We ended up at one of the few restaurants that were still open and ordered a slice of chocolate cake to share. There were only a handful of other tables with guests, which was rare to find here. It was quiet enough to hear the low music playing in the background, which combined with the dimmed lights provided a romantic atmosphere I'd have to thank the staff for later. One of the guys said something yesterday that I haven't been able to get out of my head. She glanced up and held my eyes. Oh, really? He said all marriages end in either death or divorce. She scrunched her nose, then laughed. Morbid, but true. I guess I never thought of it that way. I smiled. Neither had I. He also told me the important thing was remembering to enjoy the time in between. She nodded. That is the best part. It made me think about my mom. Did she ever regret being with my dad? Was their time together worth the pain? I think you know the answer to that, she said in a gentle tone. I shook my head. I don't. I'm sure at one point your parents loved each other very much, and she probably cherished those memories, but she had you because of that relationship, Jake. She never would have regretted that. Her words hit hard. I'd spent all this thinking about what my mom would say to me, and Dani nailed it perfectly. You're right. She grinned. I know. I narrowed my eyes, took a huge forkful of cake, and shoved it in my mouth. Hey, you need to share. She laughed and took an equally big bite. After she swallowed, she watched me. So, did your friend change your mind on things? I shrugged. It definitely made me think. She stayed quiet while I thought of how to tell her what I was thinking. It wasn't like a life's worth of thoughts could be undone in a day. Could they? The tiny bit of doubt I'd always hidden had grown this week. Seeing how happy my friends were was a major chink in my defense. Then realizing that I wanted what they had. Admitting I was wrong wasn't the hardest part. It was accepting the truth. I could have all that. I could find love and share my life with someone. I was the only one standing in my way. I was the one holding myself back. There was no one else to blame. If I wanted something, it was up to me to figure it out. I made my ultimate dreams come true already. I made it to the NHL. I won championships. If anyone should believe in the impossible, it was me. So I needed to let down the walls I'd built in the name of protecting myself. I might get hurt. I might get my heart broken. But I might also meet someone that brought joy into my life. I might fall in love. Deciding it was worth the risk was step one. Now it was time to act. I know now that I want to try. Her eyes widened. That's a pretty big change. She understood. That was one of my favorite things about Dani. She somehow got me without me having to pour out every thought and feeling I had. You make it easy, I blurted, and she cocked her head. I mean, talking and opening up. Yeah? She asked as her lips curved. It's weird that I know some of your deepest thoughts, and we skipped over the basics. I chuckled. That's true. What do you want to know? Did you always want to be a professional hockey player? I set down my fork. Since I started playing at 6, pretty much. My mom originally signed me up because our neighbor played, so his mom could pick me up from school and take me to practices and games. It was more of a form of child care for a while. After 2 years, it was time to either move on to the more serious league or stop playing. My coach told her I was really good for my age and strongly recommended I continue. She didn't have enough money to keep up with me outgrowing my gear every 6 months or so, though. Coach talked with some team sponsors and created a scholarship program so I could keep playing. Thanks to him, I eventually moved on to the next league, then the next, until I was in the major juniors. That's the professional league for 16 to 21-year-olds. So you must have been really good. She smiled. All because your mom needed a babysitter. Pretty much. That's crazy to think that a decision made when you were a little kid could have lifelong consequences. What about you? I asked. Did you always want to be a wedding planner? She leaned back in her chair. Well, I wanted to be a princess first, but my parents explained that with the limited number of available royals that was pretty unlikely. Then I thought I could be a bride, but they told me I can't get married every day, so weddings seemed like the next best thing. I thought all brides were princesses on their wedding day. So you were a little girly girl? I guessed. Oh, yes. I was all pink and bows and unicorns. I never played sports because I was afraid of getting hurt. I let out a loud laugh. That's why I loved playing. I could roughhouse and wrestle without getting in trouble. She shook her head. Oh, no. I was much too busy with my dolls to even think of getting dirty or chasing a ball. I could see her as a little girl, always in dresses, fussing over her dolls and making them get married every day. What's your favorite food? I asked. Lasagna, she announced without having to think about it. Really? That's very specific. I've never met a lasagna I didn't like. She shrugged. What about you? I'd never turn down a decent Philly cheesesteak. Even thinking about it now made me crave one. Oh, I love those. She closed her eyes. Favorite genre of movie? Comedies, you? Same. She smiled. If you could be any animal, what would you want to be? Eagle. This one was too easy. I've always wanted to be able to fly. That's a good one. I'd want to be a bear, only because hibernation sounds amazing. She sighed wistfully. Sleeping for 8 months? Yes, please. You'd probably still wake up tired. She chuckled. You're right. I was really enjoying this. There was no pressure to say the right thing or impress her. It was as easy as sitting back and talking about silly things. Neither of us had to think about what came next or what we had to do tomorrow. We could just bask in the moment. The waiter took away our empty plate, and I looked around, realizing we were the only people left. They probably hate us, I whispered and stood. Nah, they'll give me a hard time later, but they won't hate us. She fell into step next to me, and we headed back to her room. My devious mind started thinking ahead. When we got to her door, should I try to kiss her? It felt like things could lead to that. Tonight had been great, and it was the natural next step, but did she want to? How did I know? Why did I suddenly feel like a 15-year-old again? When was the last time a kiss was this big of a deal? I was spiraling. I had a lot of fun. Thanks for making me come out. She leaned against the door frame and smiled up at me. I had fun, too. I stared at her, willing a sign to appear to tell me what to do. She leaned forward and rose up on her toes. Her lips pressed against my cheek before I registered what was happening. Good night, Jake. She opened the door and stepped in. Good night. It was too late, but my brain was just catching up. She made the decision for me. That was my sign. I turned and headed to the building where my room was, my lips curving up in a smile that felt like it would last forever. Lance, Mikey, and I left the breakfast buffet too full on pancakes and fruit and headed to the beach. Since the wedding wasn't until the evening, we had all day to relax and enjoy. I wanted to find Dani and see if she needed help, but I didn't want to be a distraction. This was a big day for her too. I knew she would have everything under control anyway. Hey, isn't that the wedding planning girl? Lance asked and pointed to a woman sitting on a lone bench with her hands on her face. That's the intern, Maggie. My stomach dropped when I noticed her shoulders bobbing up and down. She was crying. I'll meet you guys there. I walked toward her before they could protest. I stopped a few feet away, not wanting to startle her. Maggie? Her head rose and she frowned when she met my eyes. Jake, are you okay? She sniffed and dropped her head. No, this is a disaster. What's wrong? I stepped closer. Mr. Hernandez fired Dani this morning. I winced. What are you talking about? Why would he fire her? She dropped her head into her hands again. I don't know. Her shoulders shook, and I sat next to her, putting my arm around her. I got to the office and there was a note saying she'd been let go and that I had to take over the wedding today and the rest of the season. How could this have happened? Dani was so on top of everything. There was no way she'd done anything to deserve this. Except maybe me. Was it not allowed for employees to hang out with guests? I didn't think it was a problem, but maybe that's why she got in trouble. We're going to fix this. I squeezed her arm and jogged to Dani's room. How had things gone from so great last night to an absolute disaster? I knocked on her door and waited until she opened it. Her eyes were puffy and red, and she was wrapped in a robe. Jake, I don't. Maggie told me what happened. Dani, how do we fix this? She narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? How would you be able to fix any of this? You didn't get in trouble for hanging out with me? She shook her head. No, it wasn't that. Then what? She stepped back and let me into her room. Other than a few personal items and photographs, it was pretty similar to the one I shared with the guys, but with only one door, instead of 3, for the bedrooms. She plopped onto the couch and leaned her head back. I'm not sure how it happened. None of it makes sense, but I messed up. What happened? I sat next to her. Mr. Hernandez, my boss, wasn't happy with the surprise wedding the other night. He thinks I pulled strings and called in favors for Wyatt and Kendall and basically gave them free services even though I told him earlier that it was taken care of. He didn't care about my expectations. Then this morning when I went into my office, he was waiting. He said he received a complaint about me, and that was the last straw. I have until the end of the weekend to clear out. She had 2 days to move? Where would she go? What was the complaint? I asked. She shrugged. I don't know. He said it was a private matter. You deserve to know if it was the cause of your termination. That's what I said, but there was no changing his mind. She sighed and met my eyes. I don't know what I'm going to do, Jake. We were going to fix this. My friends and I would figure it out. Once I got Chloe involved, she would find a way to undo this mess. Wyatt would happily pay for whatever Mr. Hernandez thought he got for free. We could clean this up. Come with me. I stood and offered my hand. She stared at it. No, Jake, I don't feel like going anywhere. We're going to find the pride. She closed her eyes then sighed again. Let me change.
Chapter 14, Dani. Jake held my hand as we searched for his friends. I hated involving him in this mess, but he was the one that appeared at my door and offered. I didn't want to mention anything about Wyatt and Kendall's wedding. There was no reason for Mr. Hernandez to be mad about it, but it felt like he was reaching for anything to complain about. Something else was definitely going on. My gut was screaming at me to dig and figure it out, but my pride was so wounded. I just wanted to huddle up in my room and cry until the last moment I could. I really had no idea what I was going to do. Where would I go? I'd been wanting to leave, but not until I had a plan. I needed to pick a city and then network and visit, and now I was out of time. I might as well throw a dart at a map and hope for the best. There they are. Jake walked with determination to the group of beach chairs, but I pulled him to a stop. Please don't bring up Wyatt and Kendall's wedding. I don't want them to feel bad. His eyes narrowed. But Wyatt will just pay for whatever your boss thinks he owes. It's not a big deal. It is to me. He paid for the arbor and for the officiant's service. Nothing else is needed. I really don't know why Mr. Hernandez even brought it up. He held my eyes. You're sure? I nodded. I'm mostly worried about Colby and Noah. I don't want anything messed up for them. He leaned forward and pressed his lips to my forehead. You're too good. We approached the group, and Chloe and Sydney were the first to notice us. Hey. Chloe smiled, but it fell away when she saw my face. What happened? Sydney jumped up from her chair and they both met us a few yards away from the rest of the women. What's going on? I tightened my grip on Jake's hand. My boss fired me this morning. Sydney gasped, but Chloe remained calm. Did he have a valid reason? Chloe, Jake barked out, but I tugged on him. It's a fair question, Jake. I faced Chloe. No, not that he told me. Sydney shared a look with Chloe. What do? We can't tell Colby. She handed this over to us. I'm not going to stress her out on her wedding day, Chloe said while looking around. You said everything was ready, right? It's just a matter of things coming together? I nodded.
Yeah.
Everything's been confirmed and guests will start arriving around 3. At least I was up to date with the status of this wedding. I couldn't think beyond today. To the brides and families that would have to be notified of the personnel change. Who would take over? Maggie. She was only here for 3 more weeks, then she was back at college. Did Mr. Hernandez have a backup? Wouldn't he want me to pass things off to the new person? If he thought he could bring in someone else and throw them in without things going wrong, he was in for a rude awakening. Sure, Maggie and I were organized, but it was based on our system. My system. The next person would need to be trained. Each event and wedding would need to be explained. Wait. What did I care? I was fired. The resort was on its own. The best I could do was wish them luck. So it's just a matter of coordinating and making sure everything is in the right place at the right time? Chloe asked.
Yeah.
And making sure the staff is clear on what they need to do, I said. No. This can't happen. I'm not risking Colby's day falling apart because some man has a stick up his. Sydney cut off Chloe. Can you take us to speak to your boss? I hesitated, unsure what they thought they could do to change his mind, but I had nothing left to lose.
Yeah.
This way. When we stepped through the main office doors into the cool, air-conditioned rooms, Maggie looked up from the front desk. Dani? What are you doing? I could barely meet her eyes. I felt anger simmering in my gut. She was going to have to somehow make a good impression with my replacement if she wanted a full-time job next summer. All of our work together wouldn't help her now if Mr. Hernandez didn't allow me to leave a letter of recommendation for her. Hopefully, his disdain didn't pass on to her. Is he in? I didn't have to say his name for her to know who I was talking about. In his office, she answered with her brows pulled together. This way. I led Sydney and Chloe down the hall to his closed door. I knocked and waited for his response before opening the door and walking in with them at my sides. Dani? Who are they? His eyes flitted to each of us, and I felt Jake shift closer to me. I'm Chloe Murray, and this is Sydney Cullen. We've been planning a wedding with Dani for weeks, and it's supposed to start in 6 hours. I just found out that she's been let go. I don't appreciate this change at all, Mr. Hernandez. I brought the Utah Fury team here because I heard Dani was the best. I wanted to work with her specifically, and now, on the actual day of our event, you decide to ruin everything? Chloe was getting heated, leaning over his desk. It's completely out of the question, Sydney added. We've put far too much time and money into this wedding for you to take away our planner. How on earth will things come together without her? Never in a million years did I think I'd have anyone fighting for me, let alone 2 amazing, powerful women that had only met me in person this week. Chloe stepped back next to me. Dani will be managing today. She will be in charge, otherwise we will take our party elsewhere, and you can expect to receive a lawsuit by Monday morning. I held back a cringe at the threat. I didn't doubt her for a second, but finding somewhere else, and getting all the vendors to go there on such short notice, would be a nightmare. But if there was one thing Mr. Hernandez hated more than me, it was losing money. He glared at us before nodding once. She will continue today. After that, she is done. Sydney put her arm around my shoulders while Chloe laughed humorlessly. Good choice. I'll make sure all the articles covering this wedding will leave out the name of the resort while leaving her name in. His eyes widened. You can't do that. Chloe smirked. You have no idea what I can do. She spun and led us out of the office. Jake was waiting just outside doing a small celebratory dance. Nice job. He high-fived Chloe and Sydney before hugging me. I hurried them out of the offices and back outside. Thank you both so much. That was amazing. Chloe folded her arms. That was nothing. He folded so fast. Sydney nodded. I didn't even get to argue my second point. I laughed and hugged both of them. I promise this will be worth it. Colby and Noah are going to have the perfect day. They left me and Jake behind, and I sighed. I have one more day. One more wedding. Then what? I looked up at him, hoping he had the answer. We'll figure that out, he promised. I have contacts in most major cities in the US if you want to move back. If you want to find somewhere new, I'm sure between all the guys and the pride we'll come up with something to help you get set up. He was so confident. I wanted to believe him and that it could be that easy, but I knew better. I don't want you to think I'm saying this to get you to come back with me, and I know Salt Lake might not be at the top of your list, but I want you to consider it. There are plenty of couples that are still engaged on the team. You can work with them, plus we have connections with the basketball and soccer teams. There's some really great opportunity for you there, and since most athletes are from other cities and countries, you'd probably still be doing a lot of destination weddings. He was right. Planning for professional athletes would be a huge opportunity for me. Just imagining how my portfolio would grow was enough to have me considering it. If I gave it a few years and didn't like it, I could move. Easy enough. I'd have a built-in community there, too. The girls had been so great this week, and I might even be able to really have a family like they did. But would Jake think I was moving to be with him? The idea of being able to continue to spend time getting to know him was definitely appealing. And it wouldn't be just for him. I'll think about it. It was the most I could commit to right now. Sure, so what's step 1? You don't need to keep helping me. I can get the rest done on my own. You've done more than enough. He shook his head. I'd really like to help if there's anything I can do. He was too good. I'm supposed to meet with the reporters in an hour, so I've got to shower and get ready. There isn't anything else to do until the vendors start making their drop-offs. Go enjoy the beach or pool, and you can meet me at the patio where the dinner was held at 3. Got it. He bent forward and kissed me on the temple. I'll see you later. He walked off in the direction of his friends on the beach, and I turned to head to my room. With determination, I got dressed and made sure I looked both professional and alluring in a fitted sapphire blue dress, just in case I was in any of the pictures today. I had to make a great impression on these reports in case they included a mention of me in the articles. I met with them in the lobby and gave the 5 approved reporters and their photographers a tour of the resort before showing them where the ceremony and celebration would take place. Since they were going to be allowed for the full event, I let them scope out shots and angles. One by one, I introduced myself and made sure they knew to come to me for any questions. Maggie still hadn't arrived, so I played hostess while also checking my phone for email updates from the staff. You have been approved to ask the guests questions, but please be respectful. Also, the groom requested that you limit the hockey questions. This is a wedding, not a press conference, I warned and got some laughter in response. They seemed like nice enough people, not the leeches that hid in bushes and tried to catch celebrities at their worst. An hour later, the setup staff began trickling in, setting up the arbor and chairs on the sand. Another team began on the patio, creating the U-shape with long banquet tables that Colby had requested. I made a few corrections but otherwise stayed out of the way. The rough outline of a design I'd come up with on the phone with Chloe and Sydney weeks ago was finally coming to life. This was my favorite part. When the pieces came together for the first time and everything I'd visualized became real. Within the next few hours, we would transform this area into a dream.
Chapter 15, Jake. I dragged Lance and Mikey with me early to where the wedding was to take place, just in case Dani needed help with anything. When we got to the patio, Lance whistled. Not too bad, Malkin. I rolled my eyes. He had nothing to do with this. Yeah, this has the pride written all over it, Mikey agreed. And Dani, I looked for her among the few resort employees that were adding the finishing touches. I finally spotted her on the beach in a bright blue dress that clung to her curves. I sucked in a breath and touched my collar. She looked gorgeous. Mikey Peterson, Justin Hayes, mind if I ask you a few questions? A reporter I vaguely recognized from ESPN approached us. I'd like to talk to all of you, if that's all right. Mikey nodded. Sure. How do you guys feel about losing Noah Malkin? Justin asked. He's a great player, so we're going to miss him, but more importantly, he's a good friend, so we're grateful to have this wedding to celebrate him in Colby before they leave. Mikey's answer was perfect. He brought it back to the reason we were here. The real all-star here is Dani Glisten, Lance added. She's their wedding planner and pulled this off and surprised us with Hartman and Kendall's wedding 2 days ago. I nearly kissed him. Chloe and Sydney had already told everyone what happened to Dani before I got back to the beach, and they got them to agree to hype her up whenever possible. If there was one thing all the guys on the team enjoyed, it was a competition. So she said whoever got the most quotes with Dani mentioned would win a prize. Yeah, she's been amazing to work with. She's going to be planning a few of the other guys' weddings, so she'll definitely be around more, Mikey added while eyeing Lance. Justin looked between us, keeping a professional smile in place. She sounds talented, and she's right here, I said and waved her over as she walked by. She looked at me nervously and smoothed her dress down as she came to my side. Dani, this is Justin Hayes from ESPN. We were just telling him what a great job you've done with Hartman's and Malkin's weddings. She beamed up at him, and Justin's eyes widened before his lips twisted into a grin. What a pleasure to meet you, Dani. These guys have nothing but good things to say. Mikey put his arm around her too, making her clearly appear as one of us. Hey, Drake, can you get a photo? Justin called the photographer over and took a few shots of the 4 of us. Yeah, Dani's going to be working with some of the guys from the basketball and soccer teams too. She's quickly becoming the professional athlete's go-to wedding and event planner. Malkin was lucky to get her on such short notice, I added. Justin was eating this up. So you're someone I should keep an eye on? I didn't like the flirting, but I ignored it. Dani needed this press more than my ego needed to be stroked. Definitely, Hartman called from behind us. He and Kendall were walking up, holding hands. She pulled off the perfect surprise wedding for us with less than 24 hours notice. He and Kendall pushed through us to surround her. Without her, we wouldn't have been able to get married with all of our friends together. Drake took more pictures, and we were gaining the attention of the other reporters. Soon they were asking questions about Dani and the weddings, and we continued to rave about her. More of our teammates started arriving, and she pulled away. It's time to take your seats. She smiled at me and mouthed, "Thank you," before turning and heading to the building where the bride's room was located. Noah walked out to the beach with us, looking nervous. "Think she's got cold feet?" Eric teased. Noah narrowed his eyes. "No. Don't worry, everything's going to be perfect, and in about 20 minutes, you'll be a married man." Reese clapped him on the back. We began filling in the seats, and I went up to the front to say hi to Noah's family before taking a seat with Mikey and Lance in the 4th row. Music started, and a moment later the officiator told us to stand. We turned around to see Colby striding toward us, looking absolutely radiant. Her long, white gown was simple but beautiful, and when she passed us, I saw the open back and smiled. Noah would like that surprise. I glanced at my friend, and his expression nearly had me choking up. His eyes were wet, and his smile was pure joy. That was love. How could I not believe that was real? I knew Noah and Colby. I knew how dedicated they were to each other. They weren't thinking about divorce statistics today. They were here because they chose to be. They wanted to put in the work to make their relationship not only work but last. We sat down and watched as they said their vows and became husband and wife right in front of us. Once they kissed, we broke out in cheers. This was exactly what they deserved before leaving to start their next chapter together. Dani directed us to the patio where drinks and food were already arranged. As soon as we were all seated, Coach Romney started with the first toast, then Wyatt, her dad, and his mom, until almost everyone had said something to congratulate the newlyweds. I locked eyes with Dani and smiled. Who knew 1 week could change so much? What started out as her dodging Lance turned into me meeting someone I didn't have to hold back with and learning so much about myself. I didn't expect anything for this trip, other than maybe a tan and some much-needed relaxation. I hoped to bond more with the guys, and while that had all happened, I got so much more. I tried to contain any excitement I felt about the possibility of her moving to Salt Lake. I wasn't sure I would survive the disappointment if I got my hopes up and she picked somewhere else. Now for the bride and groom's first dance, the DJ announced, moving the night along. Noah took Colby's hand and led her out of the center of the tables to the makeshift dance floor. Quiet music floated through the air, and they held each other close, whispering and smiling to each other. Lance leaned over. They really did it. They did, and I couldn't think of two people that deserved this more. Even though they were young, they knew themselves and what they wanted. Their careers made both of them grow up fast, him in the league and her as a personal assistant. They knew responsibility and commitment more than most people their age. "Do you think they're as happy as they look?" he asked in a low tone. I glanced at him, but he was focused on the couple. "Yeah, I really do." He nodded once and I wanted to ask him if things were all right, but the distant look in his eyes made me pause. Maybe he was coming to the same realization I had over this week. Maybe it was time for us to let someone else into our lives. For him, it would mean slowing down and taking things seriously for once. Crazier things had happened. Never in a million years did I think Hartman would get married while he was still playing. And Eric Schultz? I thought he would be the playboy until he was 50, at least. Grant Fisher was a step-dad. Even the angry Russian was engaged. If Dad could move on after his awful divorce and find a fantastic woman that loved his twins like her own, then maybe I could find happiness. Somehow, Derek Aston found someone to put up with him. Even Jason got Taylor to forgive him after the crap he put her through. None of them should have worked, but they did. There was a chance I would someday, too. The first dance ended, and Noah's mom stepped out at the same time Colby's dad did. They danced with their parents, then the DJ let us know it was time for the guests to join. I stood and found Dani standing near the kitchen entrance, watching everyone with a smile. "May I have this dance?" I asked when I got close. She turned to me and hesitated. "I'm working." I narrowed my eyes. "Not really." She pursed her lips, then shrugged. "I guess you're right." I offered her my hand and led her out to join the other couples. She wrapped her arms around my neck, and I put my hands on her waist, relishing her warmth. "You look absolutely beautiful," I whispered into her ear. Her cheeks reddened, and I wanted to memorize how she looked in that moment forever. "Thank you. This was amazing. You gave them the perfect wedding day." She beamed up at me. "You liked it?" I nodded. "It fits them as a couple, simple but romantic." Her eyes widened. "That was exactly what Chloe and Sydney told me they wanted." "You were spot on." She tilted her head back. "It might seem silly, but that means a lot to me. I get some feedback from guests, but I always assume they're being polite." "You're very talented, Dani. Don't sell yourself short." She stepped closer and rested her head on my chest. "You're leaving tomorrow." "Yeah." My heart dropped at the thought. I wasn't ready. I didn't want to leave her, not when it felt like things were changing. "I know today has been crazy, but have you thought about where you're going to go?" She sighed into my chest. "Not yet. I could stay a little longer and help you figure it out." I cringed when the offer hung between us. She didn't freeze up or anything, but she was silent. I almost took it back, as if I could undo something like that, but she pulled away from me just a few inches. "You would do that for me?" It wasn't a question. There was something like awe in her eyes. "I would," I promised. She nodded, tightened her arms around me, and resumed her position with her head on my chest. I wrapped my arms around her, holding my wrist behind her. Her light coconut scent was mesmerizing in the warm breeze. I closed my eyes and rested my chin on the top of her head. We swayed together in small circles, obvious to what was going on around us. I wanted this to last forever. We were interrupted by the cake cutting, and afterward, I convinced her to leave the rest of the night to Maggie. We walked along the beach to the opposite end of the resort and found an empty hammock. "Climb in," she ordered, and I immediately obeyed, fumbling to arrange my too big body into the trap. Once I was stable and lying down, she got in next to me, much more gracefully. She used the area between my chest and shoulder as a pillow, and I snaked my arm around her hip to hold us both steady. At least, that was what I told myself. I'd craved the feeling of her since our first dance. I wanted any excuse to be this close to her again and again. "I think I'm ready to leave." Her voice was barely audible over the crashing waves a few yards from us. "Yeah?" I tried to sound calm, but I knew she could hear my racing heart. "I'm not sure what's next, but it's time to move on." She sounded much more resolute than when we were dancing. She managed to decide that much, at least, in the past few minutes. She was on a time crunch. She didn't have the luxury of taking days to decide her next step. "When's your birthday?" I asked. She twisted and looked up at me. "That's random." "Well, you need a break from thinking about tomorrow, and I'm curious." She smiled and went back to laying on me. "February 15th. Almost a Valentine's baby." "I know. I've asked my mom why she didn't push faster, but I wasn't that lucky." "That would have been a very fitting birthday for you, but I guess 2 days to celebrate you are better than one." She nodded against me. "Yeah, more opportunity to spoil me." I laughed, and we continued talking about easy things for hours. Her laugh was my favorite sound. I wanted to hear it as much as possible. Plus, I wanted to give her a break from worrying, just for a little while. It wasn't until security came by and told us the beach was closed at midnight that we moved.
Chapter 16, Dani. The realization I had one more day left at the resort was the first thing I woke up to. Great way to kick off the morning on a stressful note. I was jobless and soon to be homeless. Last night had been perfect, not only the wedding, but talking to Jake for hours. It was so easy, so natural. The barriers that had been there when I first met him were giving way for me. He was letting me in, and I liked him more than I should. He was leaving today, and I was. I didn't know yet. I needed to plan. My phone vibrated on the nightstand, so I picked it up and saw dozens of new emails and a few missed calls. Had something happened? Was there a disaster that needed to be fixed? Wait, they wouldn't call me. Not anymore. I sat up against my pillows and scanned the emails. Some were from various news outlets, wedding websites, and then there were a few from names I didn't recognize. I opened the oldest one. It was from a woman in Seattle asking if I was available next June. The next one was from Wedding Bells, one of my favorite websites, asking for an interview. One of the news stations from where I grew up wanted to do a piece on me. A football player's fiancé in Michigan wanted to work with me since I'd proven I could be discreet with Wyatt's wedding. There were more and more of these emails. One opportunity after another. I had options. Real options. An agency in Los Angeles offered me an interview. Their website claimed they were the premier wedding planners in the area. I could only imagine who they worked with and the budgets they got to work with. It was tempting. Very, very tempting. But I wanted to break out and stand on my own, and with the attention I was currently getting, now was the time. I had to take advantage of my 15 minutes of fame while I could. There were at least 7 requests from brides. That alone would keep me busy for the next year or longer. And the big articles hadn't even come out yet. There might be some pictures and short updates about Colby and Noah's wedding, but it would be a month or 2 until the magazines hit the newsstands. Then even more requests would come in, if this was any indication. If I was smart and strategic about this, I could really start my own business. I might even be able to hire an assistant. The Dani Glisten Agency. DG Weddings. Glisten Planning. I broke from my fantasizing and finished all the emails. It was almost too much. I didn't want to mess anything up or miss an opportunity. I needed help. I wasn't too proud to admit that. I knew I was out of my element, but who could I reach out to? I didn't know many other people in the industry since I was isolated in Cancun. Jake. I needed to talk to him. I got out of bed and hurried to change into joggers and a t-shirt. I was halfway to his room when I realized he was the first person I wanted to tell. Not my parents. Not Maggie. The man I'd known less than a week. I didn't have time to figure out what that meant. I could analyze it later. I knocked on his door, and a moment later, Lance answered wearing only a pair of low-slung shorts. He grinned and leaned against the door frame. Well, good morning. I ignored his flirty tone. Is Jake here? He's in his room. I'll grab him, Mikey shouted from inside, and I pushed past Lance. One of these days, you're going to realize there are better options. He waggled his eyebrows, and I just laughed. Hey, Dani. Is everything okay? Jake walked out of his room tugging on his shirt, covering those abs that deserved their own exhibit in a museum. Yes? I looked around at our audience. He picked up on my hesitation. Do you want to go somewhere? For mines were better than 2. It wasn't like Mikey or Lance were college frat boys. They were businessmen in addition to being professional athletes. They all were. They had to be. We can talk here if it's okay, with you guys? I checked with his roommates, and they seemed even more interested. Of course. Jake led me to the couch, and Lance and Mikey sat opposite us. So what's going on? My phone sort of exploded overnight, I began. I woke up to dozens of requests for interviews, job offers, and brides asking to reserve their wedding time slot. Mikey let out a low whistle. That was quick. Lance nodded. I thought the articles weren't coming out until next month. I guess there were teasers or something. It's not uncommon for magazines or stations to give a preview, I explained, but I was sure they knew that just as well as I did. So what do you need our help for? Mikey asked. I glanced at Jake, who was waiting. He was probably wondering the same thing. I licked my lips. I'm overwhelmed. It's like my inbox is a ticking bomb, and if I do anything wrong, everything will explode and disappear. I don't want to miss my opportunity, but I'm not sure how to capitalize on all of this. I get what you mean, Jake said, but there's someone much better equipped for this. Mikey chuckled. I'll text her. Within a minute, there was a knock at the door. Lance got up and let Chloe and Reese in. The moment I saw her, I almost started laughing. Of course. She was probably the one I should have gone to in the first place. She beamed at me. I was summoned. I nodded. I came to these 3 for help, but evidently you're the expert. She sat on the end of the couch and crossed her legs. I usually am, but what is it this time? I told her about the emails, and her brows rose. Even Reese looked impressed. You've got to be strategic about your next steps, Chloe began, then tapped a finger to her pursed lips. You want to start your own business? Yes, I replied even though she didn't look like she was listening. Her tapping slowed as we watched her, waiting. These 2 weddings were a great start, but we need to build up the hype even more. You can't run on this for long. The story will be old news before the ink dries on your LLC. I have potential clients, I reminded her. Yes, but we can't assume you'll get the same attention from those. We need to be 5 steps ahead. She blinked. Then again. We need to do interviews. Not on ESPN or local stations. I'm talking national morning talk shows. There was no way. What would I even talk about? I turned to Jake, but he was nodding. You're right. She needs broader exposure. He agreed. So they were both insane? I can call Kathleen, Reese offered. Chloe gave him a nod. That's a good start. Who's Kathleen? I asked. One of the producers of the morning show, Reese clarified. My jaw dropped. The one in New York? He smiled. That's the one. You really think I could be on that? Chloe gave me a look like I clearly didn't know who I was talking to. Trust me, with Chloe anything is possible, Jake said with a laugh. The first step should be getting your business set up. You can't really start taking on clients until that piece is in place, Reese offered. It's not very hard or time-consuming, but it is the starting point. Okay, maybe it was a good thing I was already thinking of business names. Yes, but to do that you need to decide where you want to be located. Chloe leaned forward. Have you decided that? No. I'd only known I was out of a job for 24 hours. I hadn't made any decisions. Not yet. Well, I'm biased, but Salt Lake would be a great place to consider. The cost of living is relatively low, creating a business is easy and inexpensive as well, and you would have plenty of support and contacts. Jake had already said that last part, but hearing it from her was different. She didn't have a personal stake in the decision. As a matter of fact, Amelia and Elena were talking about asking you to plan their weddings when the time comes, Mikey announced. When were you going to tell us that? Jake asked with a chuckle. He shrugged. I just remembered. They really said that? Without me around?
Yeah.
Last night. I think you and Jake had already left, but they both said the wedding was perfect and were wondering if you would come to Salt Lake to plan theirs. 2 more hockey weddings? Plus, Addison and Grant need to make it official, Lance said. Oh, and Lucy and Colin. I'm surprised they didn't elope here. Maybe Hartman and Kendall stole the idea before they had a chance. Another 2 couples? Would they really all want me to plan their big days? That's not even counting the guys from the basketball team. Once Amelia refers you, they'll all want you too, Reese said with a laugh. They do anything she says. I'm pretty sure they're afraid of her, Mikey agreed. I shook my head. Amelia? The cute little brunette? She was their team trainer for a little while and didn't let them push her around. I think they half love her and half fear her even though she doesn't work on them anymore, Jake explained. Holy crap. These people really were connected. Focus, guys. Chloe brought us back. The decision of where you go after this is up to you, but know that you have all of the Fury backing you if you want to move to Salt Lake. Sydney's pool house is open again so you could stay there. Or our house. Although, our son Callan has been teething again recently, so you'd have to be able to sleep through his crying. They were offering me places to stay now? It was beginning to sound too good to be true. I wanted to jump at the chance, but what would Jake think? Or the rest of the team and the pride? I didn't want anyone thinking I was chasing him.
Yeah.
We can help you find an apartment or house eventually, but know that there are plenty of places for you to stay until you get on your feet. Reese's words made my heart swell in my chest. Were they always this welcoming to outsiders? Maybe that was why their group was so tight. They treated each other like family. Not that I was really in their group. Jake and I weren't together. I mean, in a relationship. Right? At least, not yet. We never talked about anything past this week. Maybe it was time to change that. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate your help. I don't feel like I'm drowning anymore. Of course. We take care of each other. Chloe patted my knee. We'll let you know when we hear back from Kathleen, and I'll keep brainstorming. For now, I would only reply to the requests for interviews. Sit on the others until you know where you're going next. She stood and gave me a hug before leaving with Reese. I know New York and Los Angeles sound fancy, but you should also consider the cost of living, Mikey added. Salt Lake is much cheaper, and the airport is less than 20 minutes away from downtown where most of us live. You're just a flight away from wherever you need to be. Those are good points, I admitted. Definitely something to consider. Plus, you'd miss me, Lance said with a wink before getting up. I'm going to the beach before we have to leave. Me too. Mikey followed him out, leaving me and Jake. I don't want to pressure you, but I can't say I would mind if you moved to Salt Lake either, he said with a shy smile. And my offer still stands. I can change my flight if you want me to stay a while longer with you. I still couldn't believe he would do that for me. I mean, I knew he meant it. I just couldn't imagine anyone doing that for me. I have a lot to think about. It was all I could give him. I didn't want to get his hopes up before I decided. I understand. I'm here for the next 4 hours if you want to talk it out. I stood and sighed. I think I need to do this part alone. He walked me to the door and hugged me tightly. We're leaving at 3. Will I see you before then? I nodded against his chest. Of course. I'll meet you in the lobby. I left and wandered along the path before heading back to the office. I wanted to offer Maggie some of my beach dresses and sun hats since I wasn't going to need them anymore. I opened the doors and heard laughter from down the hall. That was Maggie's laugh. Who was she with? Maybe she had a crush she hadn't told me about. I crept closer and spotted Amber, the receptionist, sitting in front of the desk with Maggie sitting in what used to be my chair. You're so bad. Amber giggled. I can't believe he thought the complaints were real. Who did you say they were from? I just made up names and said they were the aunt or cousin. He doesn't care who they are, he just said to tell him about anything bad that happened this summer. He's had it out for her since last summer, all I had to do was provide some evidence that proved his suspicions. Was she talking about me? She made up the complaints? Why? And now you both have what you want. Amber laughed. I still wish that you got that guy on the stage to tell everyone about his baby. That would have gone viral. I know. I thought I timed it right, but she moved too quick. I wanted us to get to him just as he got the mic. Like I tried to intervene, but oops, too late. My stomach dropped. She'd planned that? And the cake. How did she get that fixed in time? Maggie sighed. She's a witch or something. I swear that thing was destroyed. Amber giggled again. If we had surveillance video of you pushing him, I would die. Like literally die. How funny would that be? All the air left my body. She'd been messing with me all summer? Why would she do this to me? The fake invoices were the cherry on top though. Thanks for helping me with that. Fake invoices? Anytime. Amber blew her a kiss, and I finally turned and quietly ran out. Was that why Mr. Hernandez thought I was giving things away for free? There were invoices out there saying people owed us? I never thought Maggie would backstab me like this. I was a fool to think she was actually my friend.
Chapter 17, Jake. We stayed out on the beach until the last possible moment before going back to our rooms to shower and pack. This should be an annual thing, Mikey said as he pulled his suitcase into the living room. I don't think anyone would argue with you. Lance leaned against the wall. I'm definitely on board. I joined them with my suitcase, and we headed down to the lobby. A few of the couples were already there, but I didn't see Dani. We had about 15 minutes before our shuttle was supposed to get here, so there was time, but I wanted to soak in every moment with her that I could. "Where's Dani?" Mikey asked, and I shook my head. "Maybe she realized she can do better," Lance teased, and I shot him a glare. "Hilarious. You really like her, don't you?" he asked in a serious tone. "I do," I admitted. Neither of us planned on meeting each other, and I never imagined actually having feelings for her, but it happened. I came on this trip grieving and bitter with a pretty grim outlook on life, and I was leaving completely different. It wasn't just Dani, though. It was getting out, spending time with people, being selfish, and for once thinking about what I wanted. For days, I did only what made me happy, and the world didn't end. I put myself first for the first time in way too long, and nothing terrible happened. I got to know my teammates and the pride, but almost more importantly, they got to know me. This trip changed my life. I knew I finally lived up to Mom's last request. "It's time, Jake, live your life, be happy." She would be so proud. And she would have loved Dani. That was the reassurance I needed. I knew in my heart that she would have told me to do whatever I had to for a chance of a future with Dani. Now wasn't the time to be timid or hope she knew what I was thinking. I needed to make it clear. "There she is," Lance said while staring over my shoulder. "Oh, no." I spun around to see her rushing over to us, her eyes red and puffy. I left my bag behind and closed the distance, taking her in my arms. She collapsed into me as a sob broke through. "What happened?" She sniffed and her body shook. "It was Maggie." I ran my hand over her hair. "What about Maggie?" "She told my boss a bunch of lies. She's the reason I got fired." My body stiffened. "Your assistant? But how?" She sucked in a breath and looked up at me. "She filed false complaints. She added notes to her event reports, saying I lost orders or didn't confirm vendors. She said that I wasn't charging people for things as favors." He believed all of it. "How do you know all of this?" I went into the office to let her know I was leaving some stuff behind to see if she wanted anything, and I overheard her bragging to one of the receptionists. They were laughing about it. I didn't realize Amber hated me, but apparently they're both enjoying this. I wanted to go to the office and scream at the woman, but that wouldn't help anything. "Are you going to talk to your boss?" She shook her head. He believed her instead of talking to me. If he doesn't trust or respect me, then there's no use in me staying here. She dropped her gaze. She lied to me. She told me she had a few classes she couldn't fit in last semester and still another year left in school, but really, she graduated last semester. She wanted a full-time job here, but the only one was mine. So she took it. My blood was boiling. She can't get away with this. She clung to my arms. Karma will make sure she doesn't. She'll mess with the wrong person eventually, and this will all come back to her tenfold. I shook my head. "I'm so sorry, Dani. You don't deserve any of this. Maybe it was a sign it was time for me to move on." "Have you made any decisions?" I left my real questions unsaid. Was she coming? Did she want me to stay? Not really. Part of me just wants to go home, but I know that would be 100 steps backward. I need to be brave and move forward. I nodded, wanting to be supportive but also wishing her answer was completely different. "Dani, I don't want to leave here without making myself perfectly clear. I'm not expecting an answer or decision made now, but I just have to tell you." I took a breath. This week has changed me. It was the exact wake-up call I needed. I was living in a fog of routine and responsibility before, if that even really counted as living at all. But coming here, I realized there's so much more for me to do and see. "You turned me from a cynic into a believer." She smiled, and I kissed her temple. "I have more hope than I ever had before, and I have the team to thank for that, but also you. I don't want this to be goodbye." I watched for her reaction. She bit her lip and glanced down. "I don't either, Jake. I thought I was happy before this week. You reminded me that I'm limiting myself instead of allowing myself to go after my dreams. There's more than just this resort for me." She smiled and met my eyes. "Not bad for 1 week." I laughed. "Not at all. I really believe we met for a reason, and I don't think it was for just a few days together." My heart caught in my throat. She pursed her lips. "I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I don't want us to be over." "There's an us?" I asked as my smile grew. She nodded. "Yes, I decided there is. I'll support whatever you decide, okay? Wherever you want to live, I'll visit. We'll make it work." Her eyes widened. "Thank you." I ran my thumbs across her cheeks, wiping away the remaining tears. "You're not alone. You have me and the entire Utah Fury behind you." She closed her eyes. I have no idea how I got so lucky. I kissed her forehead, and her eyes snapped open, holding mine. She rose up an inch and I met her, our lips pressed together as she tightened her grip on my shoulders. My mind went blank until the only thing I knew was how soft her lips were and how badly I wanted this to happen 1,000 more times. Cheers and whooping broke out behind us. She stepped back, beaming. I forgot we had an audience. I glanced over at the team and narrowed my eyes, which just made them laugh and cheer louder. Sorry about them. Don't be. I kind of like them. She winked. Cars are here. I ignored Eric's call. I don't want to leave now, I admitted. She traced a finger over my cheek and down my jaw. Me neither. It's not goodbye. She shook her head. No, it's not. I'll let you know when we land. Okay. She smiled, but it faded quickly. I'm going to miss you. Me too. I sighed. Come on, Romeo, Lance shouted. Go ahead. She urged me. I lowered my head and kissed her soft lips one more time before stepping back and grabbing my bag. When I got to the van door, I turned back and waved. She returned the gesture and laughed at everyone shouting goodbye to her. I noticed her eyes shining, but she ducked her head before any more tears fell. You'll see her soon, Emma said as if it was a simple fact. She doesn't know what she's going to do yet. She scoffed. That girl knows exactly what she wants. She just needs to admit it to herself. The van pulled away, and I prayed Emma was right. My apartment never felt so hollow. Even when my mom passed and I cleared out her room, it hadn't felt this lonely. It took me a few minutes of sitting in my living room, staring at the dark TV screen, to realize that I was missing the guys. In just a week, I grew used to having Lance and Mikey as nearly constant companions. When I wasn't with them, I was with Dani. Now I was back to my hiding place, alone. And I hated it. For the first time in my life, I missed people. I wanted to be around them rather than basking in the silence. I dropped my head back. What else had changed in Mexico without me noticing? I picked up my phone and sent Lance and Mikey a message, saying the quiet was too much. Was that totally lame? If they did tease me, I deserved it. This was pathetic. Mikey sent me a hard eyes face, and Lance said he was free to hang out tomorrow. I might actually take him up on that. 2 weeks ago, I never would have reached out in the first place, but now I knew I could. Not just with Mikey or Lance, or even the guys that had been in Mexico. My teammates were more than that now. They were my friends. They'd been there, waiting for me to realize that this whole time, and I wasn't going to waste that anymore. There were more changes I needed to make in my life. One of my first priorities was finding a new apartment. I needed to start over without the memories of my mom's final years. I wanted to remember her when she was happy and vivacious, not when the cancer took over. That would be a whole lot easier somewhere else. Plus, I chose this location based on its proximity to the hospital and cancer treatment center. Now I could move closer to the arena or somewhere completely different. I could buy a house in the hills near Reese and Oli. Not that I needed that much space, but it was an option now. Maybe I'd find a place big enough to host dinners or game nights. The guys did things like that all the time, though I'd never gone. That was going to change too. I refused to allow myself to fall back into my old habits. It would be easy to fade back and let life go on around me without being an active participant, but I didn't want that anymore. I saw what was on the other side, and I was willing to put in the effort to get it. Plus, if Dani did end up moving here, she wouldn't tolerate that behavior. She would make sure I continued to push myself out of my comfort zone whether I liked it or not. I couldn't think about that if I left without knowing what she decided, but she needed space to decide for herself. She had to think about what was best for her, not what I or the rest of the team wanted. On the drive to the airport and during the flight home, they all praised her and told me how much they liked her. They were rooting for her, professionally and personally. In just a week, she managed to do what took me years. She became a part of the Fury family. Whatever she decided, I would support. I promised her then and I meant it, but that didn't mean I wasn't praying she chose to move here. I wanted to show her the city that had become my home. I wanted her to be a part of the pride and feel their support every day, in person. I knew she could establish a career here, but it wasn't up to me. I didn't think it was selfish to hope she moved here. It wasn't like I'd told her that. I didn't want to influence her one way or another. This had to be her decision. I never wanted her to second-guess herself because of something I said or did. This was her life, and this choice would influence more than either of us could possibly imagine. For now, I had to wait.
Chapter 18, Dani. It took me hours to calm down after discovering Maggie's betrayal. I couldn't believe someone I'd considered my friend for 3 years would stab me in the back. If she wanted the job, she should have talked to me. We could have gone to Mr. Hernandez together to talk about creating another full-time planner position. So many things could have gone differently, but it was too late. They each made their decisions, and they would have to live with the consequences. I should probably feel bad for the brides and grooms with upcoming dates that I would no longer be working with, but it was no longer my responsibility. It was time for me to focus on me and my dreams. So, what did I want? Jake made it clear he would support me no matter what I decided, and I wasn't going to let some guy I barely knew influence me, but there was a tiny voice I couldn't ignore telling me not to toss him away either. He was special. I knew that, and I had no intention of hurting him. We could make whatever we decided work for us. I believed in that. Once I got back to my room, I listened to Chloe's advice and responded to all the interview requests. The more publicity I could get, the better. This was huge for me and would make all the difference in tying my name to a brand. I wanted to be the most in-demand wedding planner, and this was my launch pad. Being homeless and jobless was about as low as you could get, so things could only go up. I finished packing my meager possessions. Since the resort supplied all the furniture and houseware, all I had were clothes, a few personal decorations, and pictures. It all fit easily into 2 suitcases and a carry-on. I was ready to go. But where? I couldn't argue that the guys had a really good point about the cost of living in my dream cities. Did I want to live to work? Struggling to get by month to month and stressing about always being booked solid? In Salt Lake, I could get by on a lot less and be more selective with my clients. I could charge the same amount from anywhere, so I'd be making the same amount with lower bills. I'd have more money for traveling, something I had to postpone while living here. It was a solid option. Plus, the connections. Everyone on the team knew someone they wanted to recommend. Then there were the basketball and soccer teams. There were so many potential clients just waiting for me. I wouldn't even have to market for the first year or so. By then, I might even have enough word of mouth to not need it. Salt Lake was almost too easy. But why did I think it needed to be hard? My phone rang and I picked it up. Hello? Dani, it's Chloe. We're back and I wanted to touch base and see how you're doing. I was surprised she was already checking in, but I shouldn't have been. She said she would when I hugged her.
Goodbye.
She was definitely a woman of her word. I'm all packed up and ready to go. I just don't know where. She hummed. Tell me what you're thinking. I ran through it again. My dream cities versus Salt Lake. Struggling to pay bills versus having a million opportunities waiting for me on a silver platter. Just because it's easy, doesn't mean it's wrong. Her gentle words rocked me. This isn't one of those situations where it's too simple, so there must be a catch. I sighed. I know. Why do you think it needs to be hard? I blinked. I never said that. It's everything else you've said, though. You think this experience needs to make you bleed and cry, but it doesn't. You've pushed through the hard years of learning and making mistakes and have earned your stripes. She paused. All of the offers and recommendations we've shared haven't been charity, Dani. We aren't willing to go to our friends and colleagues because we like you or even as a favor to Jake. You prove to us how talented you are. You showed exactly how hardworking you are and that you go above and beyond for your clients. You did that. It took a few moments for her words to sink in. She wasn't just playing nice because I was with Jake or she felt like she had to. No, Chloe didn't strike me as the type to do anything she didn't want to. If she didn't think I was worthy of her stamp of approval, she never would have mentioned anything to me. She certainly wouldn't have come over this morning to help me. She had my back because I'd proven to her I deserved her respect and her friendship. Thank you. I really needed to hear that. I sat on the corner of my bed. I think I've known what I want to do. I'm just afraid to admit it. There's a flight tomorrow morning at 7. She didn't have to ask what I meant. She knew. Of course, she did. I'll book it now. Already done. I could picture her grinning like she won. You don't need to do that, I tried to argue. Consider it my welcome home gift. I smiled at the teasing in her voice. Home. Yes, Dani. You found it. I wasn't aware I was searching, I said honestly. Didn't you? She paused as if to let me absorb it. I'll be at the airport to pick you up. Wow. Thank you. I can order a car. Nonsense. I'll be there with Sydney. You can let us know where you want to crash tomorrow. Her pool house is a nice one-bedroom, but if you stay with me, we have a spare car. Decisions, decisions. She laughed. I'll see you soon. Oh, and don't tell Jake. I want to surprise him. Thank you, Chloe. I don't know how I'll ever pay you back for all you've done. Just let us help. That's all I ask. We're a pretty intrusive group, but it comes from love. We all want the best for each other, and now you're a part of that. I couldn't believe that part. Not yet. When I saw how close they were the night of Wyatt and Kendall's wedding, I ached for something similar. Never did I imagine they might welcome me into their family. I'll do my best. It was the most I could give at the moment. Accepting help was something that would take time to get used to. I was the fixer. I was the one that took charge and got rid of problems before they even appeared. Now, I needed to let others fill that position. At least for a little while. We ended the call, and I looked around my little room that had been my home for 3 years. Tomorrow I'd say,
Goodbye.
forever. I thought I would feel more dread or fear, but I was mostly excited. Nothing was holding me here anymore. It was time for the next chapter to begin. Since my decision was made, I called my parents and told them everything that had happened in just 1 week. The air was dry. I could feel my skin shrinking and shriveling up as I walked through the airport to the pickup area. How did people live like this? I rubbed my fingers together and cringed. I'd have to invest in copious amounts of lotion in order to survive. I cringed, thinking about what my hair would do in this climate, but if the women of the Pride managed, I would find a way, too. I stepped into the heat and searched for Chloe or Sydney. I wasn't sure what car they were driving, so I walked slowly across the street to the row of waiting vehicles. There she is. I recognized Sydney's voice and turned to the right to see them both waving in front of a large black SUV, one that looked like it would cost about 2 years' worth of my salary. Hey. I smiled and hurried over. I hugged them both. I can't believe it's only been a day since I saw you guys. I know. It feels like so much has happened, Chloe agreed.
Yeah.
Like we decided that it would be best for you to live in our pool house, but of course, you're going to need a car, so Reese dropped off their extra one this morning, Sydney told me as we climbed into Chloe's luxurious supercar. I felt like the president or something. Really? That's so nice, you guys. A small part of my brain couldn't believe they were being so generous. I half expected someone to pop up and scream that I was getting pranked. We're happy to help, Chloe said as she slid on her big black sunglasses and merged into traffic. Taylor was living in it for a little while when she first moved here, Sydney explained. We convinced her to move here after her job in Raleigh fell through. Wait, what? I asked. Chloe laughed. Oh, you didn't think this was the first time we picked up a stray, did you? I shook my head.
Yeah.
We ran into her during the Stanley Cup Finals, Sydney started. She was supposed to start a job there, but she got lost in Ohio or Indiana or something and ended up missing her first day, so they withdrew their offer. She was just hanging out downtown, in the very same hotel we were staying in. She threw wine in Jason's face, so we instantly liked her. She laughed. Since she didn't have any job prospects there, we told her to move to Salt Lake and we'd help her find a job. And now she works for the team, Chloe finished. That's insane. Although, it did make me feel a little bit better about basically trusting them with my life and future. I wasn't the first. When I told my parents what I was doing, I think they were shocked into silence. It took almost an hour of reassuring them before they calmed down enough for me to tell them about the potential clients that had reached out and the interviews. Then I started dropping the names of the guys from the team, and Dad was too starstruck to care. By the end of the call, they made me promise to check in regularly. They were more nervous about me moving to Salt Lake than Mexico. I guess there was more at stake now. They didn't want me to lose all I'd worked for. We do have a way of finding the wayward child and bringing them into the fold, Chloe said with a smirk. So, do you want to see your new home first or go find Jake? Sydney turned around to face me. Whatever works for you guys. I'm kind of along for the ride. Training starts in an hour, so that would be the perfect time to drop in, Chloe said. They have to train on Sundays? Did they ever have time off? Only because more than half the team took a week off, Sydney clarified. Usually these are optional during the off-season too, but the guys felt like they needed to cleanse after straying all week. Last year when we went on vacation, Eric and Reese had the guys running drills since Hartman threatened them. I could definitely see that. So why was he so relaxed this time? I asked. Wedding bliss, Sydney said with a smile. He was more focused on Kendall than staying in shape. Very true, Chloe agreed. It only took about 20 minutes to get to Sydney and Brandon's house. Mansion? Estate? I should have expected something grand by their casual reference to a pool house, but this was insane. Your home is beautiful, I said as I got out. Thank you. Sydney looked up at it. I thought the same thing the first time I saw it too. And there's the car. Chloe pointed to a black sedan that looked just as nice as her SUV. I wasn't sure why, but I'd been expecting something older and more modest as their extra car. It's my old car, but it's easier to get a baby seat in and out of this. She pointed over her shoulder, and I nodded like I understood. I couldn't believe this was really my life.
Chapter 19, Jake. I wasn't sure how much space to give her. I texted her to let her know I got home, but since then we hadn't talked at all. It was strange, even a bit uncomfortable, to go from seeing her every day to nothing. I wanted to know if she'd made a decision. She had to be out of her room by 11, so it wasn't like she could sit on it for very much longer. She only had 2 hours left. What was she going to do? It took all my self-control not to call her. If she hadn't reached out yet, it was likely because she hadn't decided, but she was running out of time. No, I wouldn't let my mind go there. She wasn't going to just disappear from my life. Not after what we'd said to each other. She'd said we were together. She basically called herself my girlfriend. Why do that if she wasn't serious? The only thing I could do was wait. At least we had training to keep my mind occupied. The trainers had a circuit set up. Elena claimed it would be easy, but she lied. She was comfortably sitting in the corner, talking to the other trainers, while we were dripping sweat. I was on the third leg cycle, and my quads were on fire when the back door opened. Everyone stopped and a few guys started clapping. I set the bar down and turned. Chloe and Sydney were walking in, which was weird but not worth cheering about. Then I saw her. Dani was here, in Salt Lake, in the arena, my arena. Dani? I barely got her name out when she ran toward me. I caught her in my arms and squeezed her. You're suffocating me. She laughed, and I loosened my grip just enough for her to look up at me. She didn't seem to care that I was sweaty and probably not smelling my best. She looked so happy, and her arms were wrapped around my waist, and she was holding me like she couldn't quite believe this was happening either. You're here. She nodded. I'm here. As a layover? I was really hoping the answer was no. You're not getting rid of me that easily. She grinned. So you're really here? You chose here? She bit her lip and nodded. I did. I want to start the next chapter of my life here. I couldn't believe it. I'm so happy. Me too. Jason walked by and bumped my arm. I told you, you were next. I rolled my eyes and looked back down at Dani. I couldn't believe it. Do you need somewhere to stay? I wanted to offer my spare room, but would that be too weird since it was where my mom passed? It was for me. I'm staying at Sydney and Brandon's house for now. Oh good. I was pretty sure I was in a state of shock. My thoughts weren't forming correctly. All I could focus on was that she was really here in front of me. In my arms. In Salt Lake. It was all coming together. I'd been so ready for a letdown that I hadn't let myself really get excited about the chance she would choose here. The guys came around to welcome her and congratulate her on making the right choice, which made her laugh. I hung back and watched her slip right into my world. It was so effortless, so perfect. Mom would have loved her. I closed my eyes as that sunk in. I could picture her smile now. How she would have looked when I told her about Dani. If only we'd met just a few months ago. But then things wouldn't have worked out exactly as they had, and I wouldn't want to change a second of our time together. This was how it was supposed to happen. Mom would be beyond happy for me. I knew that in my heart and soul. Chloe slid in next to me. How do you like our surprise? I should have known that you were working behind the scenes. I shot her a grin. I always am. I faced her. I've heard you have a list of the best apartment buildings. She nodded. I can send it over to you. Thanks. I was about to turn away when she stopped me with a hand on my arm. Are you looking for just you or? She trailed off and glanced over to Dani. I almost choked. Just me. We're a ways away from moving in together. She shrugged. She's looking, you're looking. I'm just throwing the idea out there. It's not like you have to share a bed. You can just be roommates. That's too much, too soon. Plus, this is my first chance at living alone. I think it's something I need to do. Her eyes softened. Right, that's probably a good idea. Not that I really would have let you try to move in with her. That's insane. I gaped at her. It had been a test. What would you have done if I'd agreed? Lectured you. Neither of you has any reason to rush things. Enjoy getting to know each other, and yourself. This is a period of change for both of you. That's pretty fortunate. You can help each other, but you'll also be able to give each other the space to figure things out. As you said, you need to try living alone. Living for yourself. She emphasized that, and I nodded. And she needs to focus on building her business. Going through that together will bring you guys closer. Thanks, Chloe. I know people say you're all talk, but I've always disagreed. You're more than just a pretty face. She glared at me. Hilarious. I laughed. Seriously, thanks for all you've done for Dani and for me. If you hadn't convinced me to go to Mexico with you guys, I really don't know where I'd be emotionally or mentally. You pushed me at the exact time I needed it most. She tilted her head and wrapped an arm around me. I'm happy it worked out better than I could have ever planned. It's good to see you coming out of your shell, and I know the guys are all really excited about it too. I don't want to say they missed you because that's not really it. But in a way, it does feel like you've come back. I nodded. I get it. I was always around, but never really as present as I should have been. There's no going back now, either. They won't let it happen. Good. I hope it doesn't happen, but I'm glad I have them to pull me out if I do slip back into that place. She patted my back. Nope. It's too late. We all like you too much. Reese came closer, and she went to him. That woman was a miracle worker. One day, I'd find a way to properly thank her for changing my life. Hey, Jake, Lance called from where a group had formed around Dani. We decided the perfect initiation is a trip to the pie. Sound good? I nodded. Just like that, not only was I finally a member of the Fury family, but so was Dani. It took a few minutes for the guys to give her up, and I got a chance to talk to her again. Sorry if they were overwhelming. She smiled. It's actually pretty great to be so welcomed. I read online that there are girls that are actually called Jersey Chasers, and I was nervous they would think I was just chasing after you. They know you're out of my league. She laughed then paused. Was that another sports pun? I nodded. Not my best. She put her arms around my waist. I feel like I'm dreaming. I woke up in Mexico, and now I live in a city I've never even visited before, hanging out in the training room of an NHL team. This doesn't just happen to people. I shrugged. It's happened to a lot of them, actually. She smiled. I've heard a few of the stories. They told me about Jason and Taylor. I'm grateful I'm not the only one to pack up and move here with a moment's notice. At least there are two crazies now. She scrunched her nose. How long does training last? Normally a couple of hours, I replied. Then I should let you get back to it. I'll see you at dinner? She asked. Yeah, get settled, and let me know if you need anything. Okay, she bit her bottom lip. I'll see you later. I nodded, but she paused. I can't believe this is real life. At least we were both in shock about the situation. I kissed the top of her head, and she left with Chloe and Sydney. I expected teasing from the guys, but they mostly congratulated me before we got back to work. I was more than a little distracted for the rest of the circuit, not that anyone said anything. Half the guys were too tired to care, and the other half were discussing what pizza they were going to get. I'd only been to the pie with them a few times. I felt guilty about leaving my mom alone to do it more than that, but I'd heard all the stories. That was their favorite place to cram all together, and the restaurant even kept their back room open for them so their noise and eating competitions didn't bother the other guests. It was ridiculous, but I was a little nervous. This was a first for me and Dani. I didn't want to count this as our first real date either, since it was Lance who'd asked her to come. Sure, we'd spent time alone in Mexico, but we'd been in a bubble there. It wasn't quite real life. Now things were different. This was our beginning. It was our chance to see if we had what it took to survive as a couple with both of us working and not living 100 yards away. We'd already been through a lot. She helped me grieve my mother, and I was there through her losing her job. Some couples took years to experience anything like that. So we were ahead, right? There was probably a blog or book or podcast for me to get answers to all my uncertainties, but I was looking forward to figuring it out with her. We made a good team, and I was surprisingly confident we would make it. This was new for the cynic in me. I thought it would be more uncomfortable, but believing in us was easy. I could see us beating the odds. On our way out, Mikey and Lance stopped me. "We'll see you tonight, right?" Mikey asked. "Of course," I answered. Lance grinned. "I know this is cheesy, but I'm really glad you came to Mexico, and we got to know you." "Ah, you're going to make him blush," Mikey said and clapped Lance on the back. I ignored him. "I am too. I'll see you guys later." I got into my car and grinned to myself like a crazy person. I had real friends, something I couldn't say since high school. I was about to leave when my phone rang. I picked it up and hesitated. It was the front office. Why were they calling? "Hello? Hi Jake, it's Coach Rust. Are you still in the building?" "I'm in my car, but I haven't left yet. Is everything okay? Could you come upstairs for a few minutes?" He didn't answer my question. My heart thudded in my chest, but I couldn't say no. Not when I already admitted I was still here. "Yeah, be right up." I left my bag in the passenger seat and went back to the elevator. What could they possibly want to see me about? I tried to stay calm, but my mind was racing as I stepped out and found Coach Rust and Romney waiting for me, neither of them smiling.
Chapter 20, Dani. Sydney and Brandon offered to give me a ride to dinner. Since I didn't know where I was going and didn't want to show up alone, I jumped at the chance, even though I was crammed between their boys, Milo and Finn. They told me about California and going to the beach with their mom while their dad and other mom were in Mexico. The pizza place was in the basement of a building, and the walls were covered in stickers and writing, likely contributed by customers. They led the way to a back room where an incredibly long table was already nearly full with the fury and pride. "Hey!" Cheers rose up when the group saw us. Jake raised his hand, and I made my way around the room to the empty seat between him and Emma. I didn't have much of a chance to get to know her in Cancun, but it was time to change that. This was my new home, and I hoped I'd be spending a lot more time with these people. "Hi, who's this?" I glanced at the baby boy sitting up in her lap. "This is Jackson." His fingers were wrapped tight around her index finger, and he was babbling to Eric and Maddie, sitting across from us. "He's precious. He was darling with blonde hair and big blue eyes like his mom."
Yeah.
"He's pretty cute," Ollie said from her other side. "Have you met Grant and Addison?" Emma asked and nodded toward a couple sitting on the opposite side of the table and down a few seats from me. They turned at the sound of their names and smiled. "Hi, Dani, we've heard a lot about you." The beautiful woman with short blonde hair, Addison, said. Grant offered a small wave, his arms occupied with the child in his arms. "This is Eli. He got pretty sick last week, so we didn't make it to Cancun, but we got to see the wedding." "Oh good. I'm so glad. We were told by practically everyone that we have to hire you to plan our wedding," Addison said. "So expect a call from me soon." "Wow, that was quick." "That would be great. I'd love to help." "We're going to have to get in line too," Elena called from the other end of the table. Nikolai grumbled next to her but didn't contradict her. "Wait, how long is the waiting list?" Taylor asked. Chloe spoke up before I could. "This is a fun dinner to welcome Dani. Let's talk business on another day." I opened my mouth to thank her when I noticed she had a soft wrap tied around her chest with her tiny boy tucked inside. I glanced around the room and noticed Eric now had a baby in his arms. "How many babies are there?" I meant to just whisper it to Jake, but more people heard. "Watch out. There's something in the water, Lance said from Jake's other side. The group laughed, and I just shook my head. My parents were in Mexico with us, so they watched the babies most of the time, Maddie explained. Oh, they were? How did I miss them? My dad is the head coach, Bo Romney, she clarified. I nodded. I met him briefly but didn't realize there was another connection. Don't try to learn everything at once. Your head will explode, Emma teased. There are a few branches on the Fury family tree that twist and double back. You'll figure it out over time. I looked at Jake as I laughed, but he was staring down at the table, oblivious to the conversation. Hey, I leaned closer, are you okay? His eyes flashed to mine before returning to the glass top. I'm fine. Those words were never true. Something was going on with him, but he didn't want to talk about it. At least, not in front of everyone. What had changed in the few hours since I last saw him? I glanced up and caught Eric and Maddie watching him too. I raised a brow in question, but Maddie gave a tiny shake of her head. She didn't know. A small boulder settled on my shoulders, the weight slowly crushing me as pizzas were laid out in front of us. My appetite disappeared, but I took a slice to avoid unwanted attention. Jake did the same, only holding it by the crust as if he was about to take a bite while everyone around us carried on like nothing weird was going on. I wanted to grab him and find someone private place to talk, but he would tell me when he was ready. I just had to be patient. No one seemed to notice our odd behavior, and as people began to stand, I touched Jake's arm. Would you mind driving me home? He nodded, and I told Sydney and Brandon I had a ride, then followed him outside to his car. It was just as nice as the one Chloe was letting me borrow, but had black wheels and a black matte finish rather than a shiny finish like normal cars. He opened the passenger door, and I slid into the plush black leather. It smelled like a new car, and the interior was spotless. When he got in, he sighed and dropped his head back. What's going on? I pressed. I watched his Adam's apple sink as he swallowed and rubbed his hand over his face. I got called into the general manager's office today with my coaches. That boulder got a bit heavier. He didn't sound like this was good news. What did they say? Another team is interested in me. I didn't know what that meant. At least, what it meant for him. Okay? They sent my agent the offer. He was only supplying tiny bits of information, and I didn't have any idea how to piece them together. Is that good or bad? He let out a huff that might have been an attempt at a laugh. I have no idea. I pushed my hair behind my ear. Jake, I want to help or at least sympathize with you, but I really don't understand what's going on. Can you tell me everything from the beginning? He sighed, and his shoulders dropped as he turned his head and met my eyes. I'm only 1 year into a 3-year contract with the Fury. I had a no-trade clause, though, so the team can't accept a contract buyout or trade me without my permission. That seemed like a great idea but didn't explain why he was so upset. So they can't trade you if you don't want to go? Right, he grumbled. Then what's the problem? They can't make you go. I had to be missing something still, otherwise, he wouldn't be upset. It's the offer. I waited, staying quiet, hoping he would continue. He finally broke the silence. It's incredible. He never asked me how much I made or what I planned on charging when I did start my business, so I didn't feel like I should either. But it was hard to help when I didn't know the details. What team? Indianapolis. His voice was barely a whisper. The boulder crumbled into powder and washed over me. It was like all the air in my body vanished, and I sunk into the seat. I haven't made any decisions, Dani. I wanted to talk to you first. But he didn't immediately dismiss the opportunity either. He was considering it, at least a portion of him was. I just moved here, not just to be with him, but a pretty big reason was to be near him. Granted, nothing was official yet. I could just as easily start a business there as I could here. It would just mean leaving behind the friends I'd just met, right when I was beginning to feel like I belonged. He'd been willing to stay in Cancun with me until I figured things out. He offered me space and time to make the right decision for me. I owed him at least as much. You have to do what is best for you and your career. I'll support you in whatever you decide. I rolled my lips between my teeth and waited. He turned to me with wide eyes. Would you come with me? I nodded. I would. He smiled, but it vanished in the next breath. I need time to think it through. I understand. I'd been in his exact spot just days before. Everything you used to sell me on Salt Lake, the connections, proximity to the airport, cost of living. That's all available there too. We might not be with the Fury and Pride, but I think we'd still have their support. He nodded.
Yeah.
I think so too. So don't make any decisions based on me or the team. Think about what you need to do. He reached over and took my hand before planting a kiss on my palm. He held my hand up to his cheek and watched me. I smiled and leaned forward, kissing him gently before pulling back. Thank you, he whispered. I planned on paying you back for all you did for me. I just didn't think it would be the next day. He chuckled. Neither did I. He drove me back to the house and kissed me once before I got out. He had a lot to work through, but I wouldn't push him. Life was unpredictable, but we'd already proven that we could handle that. The hardest part would be calling my parents to let them know that I wasn't staying in Salt Lake. At least Indianapolis was closer to Maryland where my parents still lived. Maybe I could use that to sell them rather than making it seem like Jake and I were unstable. I let myself into the pool house that was definitely more of an apartment than a storage area like I normally associated with those words. I changed into sweats and fell onto the couch. If we left, would the women that asked me tonight still want to hire me? What about all the connections they mentioned in Cancun? I could fly back and forth easily, but being out of sight and out of mind was a very real concern. I knew next to nothing about Indianapolis or the area. Would there be enough of a client base locally to keep me busy between the bigger weddings? I could be thinking about this all wrong. Maybe moving to a new team would double up the pool of potential brides. They might not have seen my work personally, but the Pride could vouch for me. This wasn't the end of the world. If I survived losing my job and came out on top, then this would be a walk in the park. The most important thing was supporting Jake and giving what we had a fighting chance. I wasn't the one with a lot to lose. This had been his home for 5 years, and he a fantastic group that loved and supported him. Did he want to start over? It didn't seem like it, but he mentioned the offer was incredible. Was it too much to pass up? Was this how he felt while he was waiting for me to make my decision? That poor man. He even left and flew home without knowing what I was thinking. How did he not lose his mind? Be patient. I promised him space and time, and that was exactly what I would give him. If he wanted to talk, he would come to me. In the meantime, I was going to be supportive. I would not crack and pressure him for updates. This was his life. His decision. That also affected me and my future. Nope. No thinking like that. We were in this together now. I made that choice when I got on the plane. I was here to give us a real chance, and I wasn't going to change my mind the first time things got a little bumpy. Even if it was the exact same day I got here. Oh, boy.
Chapter 21, Jake. If this offer came in 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have had a second thought. I would already be on the plane headed for Indiana. But now, it had to come after everything in my life changed. I stayed up all night thinking it over and making a mental list of pros and cons, not that it helped. It wasn't even the money that was tempting me. Although, doubling my salary was a lot to think about. I didn't need that much money. No one did, but it would be nice to add to my retirement fund that I kept for the day I got the catastrophic injury that ended my career. Plus, it would allow me to do more charity work. Dani wouldn't have to worry about always being booked to capacity. She would have the freedom to pick and choose what events she worked on. Not that she was thinking along those lines yet. We were far from our own wedding, but maybe one day. I wanted to be prepared. The Indianapolis team was in a transition period. They were rebuilding and needed solid leaders to step in. They wanted me to be one of those leaders. I could be an alternate captain, maybe even the captain of the team within a few years. I would be a standout player there, not just another good player on a good team. This was the reason Noah was moving to Seattle. He saw the same potential there I saw in Indiana. But did I want to leave my home here behind? Right when I'd finally found my place and was settling in with the team. Things were just getting good. What would my mom tell me? She couldn't have directed me on this one. She would tell me to do what I thought was right, just like Dani. But that wasn't helpful right now. I needed someone I trusted, someone who wouldn't benefit, like my agent or the coaches, to tell me what to do. My agent, Chris, left me several voicemails and texts asking me to call him, but I didn't need to hear his opinion. He let me know I had 3 days to decide, and I told him he'd hear back from me soon. His paycheck would grow if I took the offer, so his words meant little to me. As much as I trusted him to have my back and negotiate fairly, he wasn't exactly unbiased. I gathered my remaining energy and got up to shower and get dressed. I didn't have plans for the day, but I knew I'd sink deeper if I stayed home alone. Just as I was finishing, my phone rang, and I smiled at Dani's name on the screen. "Hey," I answered. "Hi, what are you doing?" she asked. "Nothing." I was about to explain needing to get out of the house, but she cut me off. "Good, 'cause I'm parking in front of your building." "And?" I teased. "And you should come down before I get a parking ticket." I laughed. "Okay." The call ended, and I grabbed my wallet and keys before taking the elevator down. I spotted the black car idling at the curb and got in the passenger seat. "Hi." She leaned over and kissed me on the cheek. "Hi. So should I ask how you know where I live, or would you rather I didn't know about that side of you yet?" She narrowed her eyes. "I hope you aren't that easy to find." I shrugged. "I've never checked. Brandon gave me your address." "That makes me feel better." I looked around the car. "Nice ride." "It's Chloe's old and forgotten beater." She smiled at her own joke. "Yeah, rough life." Being the recipient of Chloe's hand-me-downs was far from a hardship. She had excellent taste, and Eric helped to make sure she didn't ever want for anything before she married Reese, who took over that job. "I really like it. I might ask to buy it off her. If I can afford it." She hesitated, "And we stay." I opened my mouth, but she kept going. "But we aren't talking about that today." "No?" She shook her head. "Nope. Today you're showing me around your city." "I am." I felt a little guilty I hadn't volunteered to do this sooner. "Do you want me to drive?" "No, I learn faster when I'm the one driving. I can memorize a route if I drive it once, but in the passenger seat, it doesn't sink in at all." She patted the steering wheel. "So where to?" I don't know. What do you want to see?" She hesitated. "Well, the best grocery store and gas station are a priority." "I don't know Brandon and Sydney's area that well. You would have better luck asking them." She nodded. "Good point. Okay, how about your favorite restaurant?" "That I can do." I told her the directions as we drove to Los Gatos Mexican Grill. It was owned by a former Fury player and had the best shredded beef chimichangas I'd ever had. "Mexican food?" She burst out laughing. And here I thought I finally got away. I laughed and held up my hands. "I'm sorry, I didn't think about that. You asked what my favorite was, and this is it. There's a good Chinese food place down the street I like too. Oh, and a Thai restaurant I order from a few times a month." She sighed. "There better be other good options, Jake. It's not like that was the only thing to eat at the resort." I paused. "I don't think I ever even ate anything Mexican." "Oh no, we had fish tacos." "I know." She smiled. It was just funny. She was right. She'd been here for one full day and was already being reminded of the life she'd left behind. "Where's the arena from here?" she asked, and I gave her directions. We were only a few blocks away, and she drove around the entire building before pulling over. "So this is your home away from home, or do you have a practice facility?" "The team used to when we shared the arena with the basketball team, but they got a new one." I pointed in the general direction of a few streets east. "It's bigger, so most of the concerts and events happen there, so we're able to keep the ice installed almost year-round." "You live pretty far away." It was a true statement, but I could tell she was curious. "My building is just up the street from the cancer treatment center where my mom went." It was easier for her. She nodded. "But I'm looking at moving." Her eyes widened, and I realized what that sounded like. I mean, I was thinking about it before the offer. Separate from Indiana. "Oh, okay. I thought you were just dropping the bomb on me like that." "Sorry, I still don't know about that, but I guess whatever option I go with will involve moving." I want to find something closer to the arena now. Will that be hard? She searched my face. Leaving your home? I rubbed the back of my neck. Before Mexico, yes. I couldn't imagine even thinking about leaving her memory behind, but when I got home from the trip, I realized how it was holding me back. I need to move on, it's what she wanted, and I need a clean slate to do that. You really are a new person. She smiled. Have any of the guys commented on that? Yeah, actually, I think they're all happy I've been more engaged lately. My worries about them holding a grudge were completely unfounded. They were waiting with open arms for me to take even a tiny step out of my own shadow. All I needed to do was to make the first move, and they took over from there. Did I really want to leave that? A truly fresh slate, with no memories of the man I used to be, was available if I took the offer, but that would mean walking away from the people that put in the work to help me get to where I was. I knew they wouldn't hold that against me, but it didn't feel right. I hadn't let myself think about playing against them in the coming season. That would be a mental hurdle I'd have to work through too. That's good, you're really lucky to have friends like them. I nodded. So, what else do you want to see? She pursed her lips while she considered. Show me your favorite place. I blew out a breath. My first instinct was to tell her it was the arena. That was the obvious choice and wouldn't require much explanation. But it wasn't the truth, and Dani deserved that. Head back toward my building. I lead her through the neighborhoods in the hills, pointing out the streets where Oli and Emma lived, and Chloe and Reese. We climbed higher and higher, winding up to the top where the street ended. I got out of the car and moved to lean against the hood. She joined me, and I draped my arm over her shoulders. She didn't speak, although I was pretty sure she was dying to ask me questions. From here, we could see the entire Salt Lake Valley and even beyond into the neighboring counties. The arena stood out, and I knew the layout of the city well enough to spot my apartment building. I pointed in the opposite direction. That's where Sydney and Brandon live. She nodded. There's my building. I traced the line to connect the two. Los Gatos is down there. She laughed and shook her head. Where's the pie? I moved back in the direction of my building. It's there. She looked out at my city and hummed. It's beautiful from up here. I found this one night when I was supposed to go to Oli and Emma's house for a dinner party. I got to their driveway and panicked. Mom had a bad day but told me to go. She hated that I missed things because of her, even though I told her every single day I'd rather spend all my free time with her than my teammates, who I saw every day. She thought I was giving up too much to take care of her, but I would have traded everything, my career and salary and even my own health, if it would have done anything to help her. I sighed and rubbed my jaw with my free hand. Dani wrapped her arms around my waist. I kept driving and found where the road ended. It was spectacular that night. I felt like I was on top of the world. Nothing could touch me up here. Nothing bad could happen because I was above it all. After that night, I came here whenever I needed a break or needed to cry without my mom hearing. Her grip tightened, but she didn't speak. I wanted to buy the land and build my dream house. I even looked up who owns it, but I never had the guts to call. It was too depressing to think about living here all alone. You didn't picture a family here? Her voice was so quiet, like she didn't want to break the blissful spell of this moment. I shook my head. No, I never pictured having a family. Because half of marriages end in divorce, and there is no joy or happiness in the world. I glanced down to see her grinning up at me and laughed. Yes, that's exactly why. And what about now? That was an excellent question. Could I see us living here together? Starting our own family? Adding to the tribe of babies that was taking over the team? I never allowed myself to even consider that as a future for myself. Not until last week. Now it was something I desperately wanted. I can see it.
Chapter 22, Dani. Sydney knocked on the door in the morning and invited me to swim with her and the boys since the team had another training session. Milo and Finn were great at keeping themselves occupied, so I told her about everything that happened the day before while they had a splash contest on the other side of the pool. I didn't mention the offer from the Indianapolis team. I wasn't sure if Jake told any of his teammates, and it wasn't my news to share. Who knew he had a romantic side? She winked and kicked her legs in the water. We were still seated at the edge since the boys wanted us to watch and score each cannonball they attempted. This mostly included cheering at regular intervals and holding up 9 or 10 fingers to let them know we were impressed. Romantic? It was the place he went to grieve his mother while she was still alive and sick. She shrugged. But he was thinking of his dream house. That he planned on building and living in alone, I pointed out. Okay, maybe romantic isn't the right word. Sentimental?
Yeah,
I didn't expect it either, but he was different when he was up there. It was like he was able to take off the weight he carries around and relax. Well, one day when he's ready, he can buy the land and build that house. I wanted that to be true, but that was just as likely to happen as moving across the country. He hadn't told me if he decided this morning, so it was more of the same waiting game. I made him wait 2 days. I could do the same. What did you think of that area? The view was gorgeous. Anyone would love it. But could you see yourself living there? She watched me, and I narrowed my eyes. You mean, could I see myself living with him? She smiled and nodded. I know it's fast, but... Hey, I'm not going to judge when it comes to that. Brandon and I went from boss and nanny to a couple in record time. I relaxed a little bit.
yeah,
I could see us being together, and maybe even one day starting a family. She looked at the boys and clapped at their progress. That's how I felt when I met them. I loved them from the first day. Brandon came later, and now they're my family. She faced me again. Don't let what anyone else thinks influence you. If you love him after a week, that's just as valid as saying it after a year. Love? Did I love Jake? I'd never been in love before. Not true, soul-shattering love. I had a boyfriend in high school, but that was more attraction and admiration. I loved him, but I wasn't in love with him. Which was a very different thing. I already loved the team and the women of the Pride. They made it hard not to. It was something else entirely to think about Jake and admitting to myself what I felt. I cared about him. I wanted him to be as happy as possible. I was willing to trust him enough to move here. I thought there was a future between us. But was I in love? I was close. There was a stubborn piece of me that said it was too soon. We didn't know each other well enough. But did that matter? When was it enough? When we knew each other's favorite color, childhood best friend, and how they folded their towels. What did things like that change? No, it was about how someone made you feel. Did they boost you up? Make you want to be better? Did they lift you up when you were down? Were they kind? Loyal? Honest? The small details would come over time, but there was no point in waiting to discover those if the big deal breakers weren't already there. You've gone quiet on me. She nudged me with her elbow. Sorry, I was just thinking. Because I brought up the L word? Sorry, I didn't mean to freak you out. I smiled at her. I just hadn't really thought about it yet, but I think we are heading that direction. Her lips twitched like she was fighting to contain her own smile. That's very good news. Oh.
yeah,
I like you and want to keep you around. My stomach dropped. That was so nice of her to say. How would she feel when I told her I was going with Jake to Indiana? Would the other women care, too? This was my first chance at having a solid group of girlfriends. I didn't want to give that up, but I would. For Jake. Hi, ladies. Addison appeared around the corner of the house with Eli in her arms. Lucy, Amelia, and Elena followed. Hey. Sydney stood to greet them, and I joined her. Sid said there was a pool party, so we decided to take advantage, Lucy explained. Don't you have to work? Sydney asked. She shrugged. I said I had an important appointment today that I couldn't miss. Elena stepped up. She just didn't want us to book up all of Dani's time.
yeah,
I even got out of training today to be here, her sister, Amelia, added. No cheating. This was my idea. I invited you guys to be polite. Addison was sitting on one of the pool chairs, running sunscreen on Eli's little arms. His eyes were glued to the water like he couldn't wait to get in. She put a floaty vest on him before heading to the steps and getting in. He was kicking before he was even in the water and squealed when he was waist deep. It was adorable, and I couldn't help but watch. Great, you can't use the baby to steal her attention, Elena grumbled. All is fair in love and war, dear. Addison grinned and waved me over. I followed her in and clapped with Eli. I was serious last night, she started. Grant and I have been putting off a wedding because we're both so busy. I thought things would slow down in the off-season, but he's got a new endorsement deal that's taking up so much time. I'm working part-time now, but Eli's getting more and more active, and I just can't get myself to sit down and really focus. She sighed. I need help. This was the first consultation I'd ever done in a pool, which was actually surprising, considering my last location, but I didn't mind the change. It wasn't as formal as I was used to, but if I was working with friends, I preferred it this way. Do you have any ideas about what you want? Location? Theme? Number of guests? It will be mostly just the team. I'm not really in contact with my family anymore. Her smile faltered. That was something I'd want to talk about someday, but now wasn't the time. So fairly intimate? She nodded. Neither of us are fussy about the details. I think that's also why it's been so hard to plan. Both of us just want to be married. I know I'm a wedding planner, and this goes against everything I do for a living, but have you considered eloping? It seemed like the perfect idea for them. No. Someone, she said loudly, did that, and now the rest of us have been forbidden to even think of doing it. I glanced back, and Sydney shrugged. You should have done it first. I laughed. Who did the forbidding? Maddie and Chloe were the most vocal, but I think Coach Romney and Rust were pretty disappointed, too, Addison replied. Got it. No eloping, but something simple. I'm guessing you don't want anything grand or fussy. She scrunched her nose. No, that's not really our style. Do you have a date in mind? She looked past me and stepped closer. Honestly? As soon as possible. I hid my surprise. Budget? Under 10,000? She cringed. I have no idea if that's high or low or even possible. I can definitely put something together that will be beautiful and elegant without being over the top. Honestly, a small beach ceremony would be perfect, but I doubted they wanted to get everyone to travel again. I have to do some research on local venues and vendors, but I'll have some quotes put together by the end of the week. Eli splashed his hands and squealed, making us both laugh. He approves, she said with a smile. Thanks so much. I'm happy to help. Okay, next person, she called and moved closer to the edge. Elena and Amelia pushed each other, but Elena broke away first and dove into the water while Amelia glared at her. I won. Elena smirked and turned toward me. I have a special request. Her smile stayed in place, but she was talking quietly and her tone shifted. Okay. Nikolai's mom and sisters are going back to Russia at the end of the month, and we want to get married before they leave. I blinked. 2 weeks? Well, I'd pulled off weddings in less time. How many people? We'll keep it small. Like 10 to 20 people. I fought the urge to cringe. That was much fewer people than the team and their wives. I didn't want to think about how that would go over. Don't worry. Nikolai is known as being ultra-private. No one will be offended if they aren't invited. But what about you? Don't you want them there? I had to ask. She was the bride and should have equal say. I just want him to be my husband. No offense, but I've never been the type to dream about my wedding. I cared more about the marriage. No offense taken. That is the most important part. I smiled. I'll start looking for venues right away. I should have been getting out of the pool and starting right then, but I still had her sister and Lucy to talk to. Thank you, and don't worry about a budget. Just whatever you can put together in the time limit will be perfect. I usually like to hear there was no budget, but with a wedding this small and quick, I wouldn't get to have too much fun. Got it. All right, sis. Come on. Amelia hurried into the water. I want the big wedding. Music to my ears. And I want to take the time needed to plan it properly. I could have hugged her. No rush or impossible demands. Yet. Derek doesn't care as long as the wedding colors aren't ultra-feminine. He likes the more neutral palettes, like lots of greenery and tan suits. I'm fine with that too. Maybe just white flowers with eucalyptus and lamb's ear. We want to invite all of the team and their families, plus his friends from past teams. Oh, and our families, of course. I think it will be between 150 to 200 guests. I really like the idea of an outdoor wedding in the spring, maybe even in the mountains. She finally took a breath, and I nodded along. She had a clear vision, and I could picture it. That sounds lovely. I'll put together an initial quote for you and Derek to review by the end of the week. It seemed like she mostly needed someone to guide her along and make her vision come to life. That was exactly what I was good at. Thank you, Dani. She put her hand over her heart. I spend so much time with the guys that I think they forget I'm not one of them. It'll be nice to have someone to talk to who get this stuff. I'm here anytime you want to talk about girly things or wedding ideas. She grinned. I'm taking you up on that. I nodded and then remembered I might have just completely lied to her. Was all of this a mistake? I shouldn't get her hopes up if I wasn't going to be here to help them. At least, not in person. Not all the time. I could work from the other side of the country. Most of the things I did were online anyway. It was just touring venues and doing tastings that would get tricky. If I worked fast, I could visit a bunch of venues before we left and trust the brides and grooms to choose their caterers and hope they were easy enough to work with. My turn? Lucy asked as she stepped into the water.
Yeah.
I forced a smile and pushed my thoughts away from the things I couldn't control.
Chapter 23, Jake. I went through the list of apartment buildings that Chloe sent me and narrowed it down to 3 options. I toured 2 before pulling up to the last option. It was only a few blocks from the arena, had its own parking garage, and was above retail spaces, so there was food and shopping super close. Welcome, Mr. Jones. I'm Dustin. A man about 10 years older than me greeted me in a suit as I walked in. Thank you. I glanced around the lobby. It was modern and spotless. Not very inviting, but at least there was a doorman for added security. I can take you up to the available unit. He turned and went to the 2 elevator doors. I already had a pretty good idea of what I was about to see. All the buildings I was looking at had 2-bedroom apartments that I could move into immediately. The first 2 were decent options, but I was hoping this one would work since it was my favorite location. Please take your time. If you have any questions, I'll be in the hall. He held the door open for me, and I stepped into an open floor plan. The kitchen was a good size and had a peninsula that separated it from the living room. I walked through the bedrooms, and they were both big enough to fit a king-size bed, which was all I needed to know. The bathrooms were modern as well, all glass and chrome with square sinks and faucets. I only spent a few minutes checking things out before stepping back out to the hall. It's great. Dustin looked a bit surprised. Do you have any questions? Yes, but not about this unit. He tilted his head up. Oh? I noticed there was a retail unit available downstairs. Can we discuss that? Of course, let's head to my office. Back downstairs, he pulled out files with information about the small space I'd noticed on my way in. I wasn't planning on looking for this, but when I saw it, something triggered in my mind, and it was at that moment that my mind was made up. I probably should have called Dani. She was probably going as crazy as I'd been when I was waiting for her to decide, but I wanted to do something big to surprise her. This was certainly a grand gesture. I just hoped she accepted it. We were new, but it felt like we knew each other for years. We'd already weathered a lot, and we were on the same page. We didn't need to add our wedding to her list of to-dos, but that didn't mean we couldn't start building our lives together. We wanted a future, and this was a step toward that. I reviewed the information and asked for the contract, then another. By the time I walked out, my hand hurt from signing papers, but I felt better than I had in weeks. Knowing what was coming next was a huge relief. Having my mind made up and being confident in the decision was unexpected. I thought I would go back and forth more, but it was another thing in life that didn't need to be difficult. Sometimes things could be as simple as saying yes. I got in my car and sent Dani a text, telling her I was on my way to pick her up. I didn't tell her what we were doing or that I had my mind made up. I wanted this to be a surprise. My stomach was in knots as I drove across town. What if she was the type that hated surprises? Well, I guess I was about to learn something new about her. She did so much for other people, it was her turn to be taken care of. At least, that was what I planned on telling her. When I pulled into the Cullens' drive, she walked around from the backyard wearing a pretty yellow sundress. She got in the passenger seat and smiled. "Hi." I leaned over and kissed her quickly before pulling back. "Hi." She narrowed her eyes. "I'm trying to figure out what's going on in your mind, but I can't tell." I waggled my brows. "I'm very mysterious." She laughed. "Only at the beginning. Now you're an open book, which is why this is so weird." "Don't worry, all will be revealed shortly." I wished there was a way of hiding my decision longer, but once I pulled up to the building, she would know I wanted to stay. Good thing that wasn't the only surprise I had up my sleeves. "I'm intrigued." She took my hand in hers, and I headed back downtown. "How was your day?" "Good," she chuckled. "I had 4 consultations in Sydney's pool and promised I'd get quotes to the brides by the end of the week, so I've got some work to do." "Consults in a pool? Huh, that must be nice." "Yeah, it was a bit unconventional, but I didn't mind the change up. I'm not sure how that will go over with other brides though." My chest tightened. This was perfect. She was already settling in better than I could have hoped. "That's really great. I'm excited for you." "Thanks." I could feel her eyes on me, but I didn't look over. "Are you going to tell me where we're going?" "Of course not, but you'll see soon." She huffed but didn't press for more. It took less than 5 minutes to find a parking spot near the building. I got out and hurried around the car to open her door. She stood on the sidewalk and looked around. "Are we getting dinner?" I smiled. "Later." "Then what are we doing?" "Follow me." I took her hand and walked into the lobby. "Welcome back, Mr. Jones." Dustin nodded to me, then to Dani. "Ms. Glisten." Her smile wavered, but she waved as we passed. Once we were in the elevator, she broke. "How does he know our names?" I didn't answer her question and instead pressed the button for the 7th floor. Her grip tightened in mine. "What's going on?" I led her down the hall to the end unit and pulled out a key. "Take a look." She unlocked the door and pushed it open carefully. She peeked in before taking a cautious step. "What are you doing?" I laughed. "I feel like something is about to jump out and scare me." "Nothing's going to get you. I just want your opinion on this apartment. I've been looking all day, and this one was my favorite." Her eyes widened. "You've been looking at apartments? Here?" I tried to play it cool, but I couldn't hold it in any longer. "Yes, I'm not taking the offer, Dani. I want to stay with the Fury. I want to be here with you and help you build your business with the support of our friends." Her mouth dropped open. Then a second later she started laughing and ran to me, throwing her arms around my neck. She kissed me, and I wrapped my arms around her, holding her close. Her lips felt like home. For the first time in, well, a long time, I felt truly happy. It wasn't just because of her. It was who I was because I met her. She and the team lent their strength when I needed it the most and lifted me out of my pit of grief. They brought me back to life. When she pulled away, her smile had taken over her face, making the corners of her eyes crinkle. She was so beautiful, I wanted to freeze time at this moment. "We're staying." I nodded. "We're staying." She kissed my cheek before stepped out of my hold. "Then let's take a look at this place." We went through each room, and she pointed out the things she liked most, even suggesting decorating ideas. "It's so close to the arena, too. I think this is perfect for you." I looked around. "What about you?" Her eyes widened. "Jake." I took her hand and went back to the hall. 2 doors down, I stopped and pulled out another key. "This one is yours, if you want it." She stared at me, then the key. "Really? Take a look," I urged. She bit her lip and took the key, then stepped into a mirror unit of my own. She stopped in the kitchen and turned around. "Jake, this is really nice. I know we didn't talk about your budget, but before you say anything, I want you to know the full plan." She nodded. "I reserved the 2 units, but I only signed contracts for mine, so you aren't locked into anything. But there's something else I really liked about this building. It has a pool," she teased. I chuckled. "It does, but that wasn't what sold me." "What did? Did you notice the restaurants and stores downstairs that faced the street?" "Yes." She narrowed her eyes. "There's one available, or it was available until this afternoon. I thought it would be the perfect spot to open your office." Her hand went to her mouth. "It's a small unit, but it has more than enough room for a meeting area for clients and maybe 2 private offices." "You got me an office?" I couldn't tell by her tone what she was thinking. Yes. Oh, Jake, thank you. She ran back to me and hugged me tightly. You're not mad? I asked. How could I be mad? That's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. She stepped back. You believe in me. I do, I promised. I might have overstepped, but I wanted you to know how committed I am. I want us to build a life together, and I'm investing in that, in us. Thank you. She pushed up and kissed me gently. This is more than I could have dreamed. So you want to take the apartment? I asked. Yeah, I appreciate you not asking me to move in, yet. She put her hands on my chest. One day, but I want to ease into things. We've both gone through a lot of change recently. I nodded. That's what I thought. She let out a small laugh. I can't believe this is our life. She looked around. Let's sign the contract for your unit. We can go see the office space too. You might have to keep up the pool consultations for a few weeks while we work on it, but I think it will be worth it. We went back downstairs where Dustin was waiting. It only took a few minutes to get her paperwork done, then we went outside. I can't believe how close this is. I won't even need to get a car. She paused. Well, I might if I need to go see vendors or meet clients. I'm sure Chloe will let you borrow hers for as long as you need, but you can also use mine. I'm within walking distance of the arena, so I won't need it for training and practice days. I'm not sure I could get away with walking in on game days though. I laughed, imagining the crowd seeing that. I can always catch a ride too. We'll work it out. She grinned. Together. I liked the sound of that. We stopped in front of the empty retail space, and she unlocked the door. It was a completely blank canvas. White walls and cement floors with a small storage space in the back next to a restroom. It's perfect, she gushed while turning around. I can put a few couches here to meet with clients, or a big table, or a private office. She pointed to the far corner, and there I can put in cabinets with samples so I can have things on hand to show couples. I watched as her mind got to work, planning and envisioning her dream coming to life. I couldn't wait to see what she would do. I had a feeling she was going to blow me away.
Chapter 24, Dani. It took 4 weeks to finish construction on the office. I checked almost every day on the progress as if I could will it to go faster, but it was worth the wait. I had to plan Nikolai and Elena's wedding from my apartment, not that it was a hardship. Their small ceremony was held in a secluded area of a park in a gorgeous garden in full bloom. Only his mother and sisters, her parents, and Amelia and Derek were present. It was one of the most serene weddings I'd ever attended, let alone planned. It was beautiful and just what they needed. Amelia wore a blush pink gown and told me it was the happiest day of their lives. That was all I ever wanted to hear. So 1 wedding down and 3 more to go. Grant and Addison's was next on my list, so I went to my bookcase and pulled out their binder. I decided to keep the office minimal and modern with white walls, flooring, and furniture with gold accents. The pillows, pictures, and other decorations were blush-colored and green. Each season, I was going to swap them out so the office matched. Was it over the top? Maybe, but I wanted brides and their guests to be inspired when they came in. Most importantly, this was my dream coming to life. It was how I always pictured my office when I had my own wedding planning business, which I named DG Weddings and Events. The gold sign hung above the door, outside for the whole world to see. Jake took a picture when it was installed, with me standing in front of my newly finished office, and sent it to my parents. They'd been so supportive and booked a flight next month to come see my progress and meet Jake in person. Chloe helped me design my website, and since it went live at the beginning of the week, I'd had a dozen requests for quotes. The magazines featuring Noah and Colby's wedding were out, and the interviews I did when I'd first moved to Salt Lake had been published. I hadn't booked the morning show yet, but it was just a matter of time. It was my next dream, and I was going to work until it happened. Hey, Dani. I looked up at my assistant, Jessica. She was referred by Chloe after she interned for the team's front office. She was passionate about event planning, so it was a perfect fit. Yes? The tablecloth sample for Lucy came in. She held out the shimmery champagne-colored fabric. Oh, it's beautiful. I rubbed it between my fingers. She'll love it. Jessica grinned. I'll add it to her folder. Thanks. I went back to Addison's folder. I booked the venue, located in the mountains in front of a waterfall, and was now working on the menu. We were keeping it small and family-friendly, but that didn't mean she didn't deserve the best I could find. Grant had jokingly suggested having Phil from Los Gatos cater, which Addison did not find funny, and neither did I. Between the guys' obsession with that place and pizza, it was a miracle they ate anything else. The front door chimed, and I looked up to see Jake.
Hi, babe.
He came around my desk and kissed my cheek. How are things going? Good. I smiled up at him. The inspiration just pours in around here. That's exactly what we want. He leaned against the bookcase. Are you ready? I slumped in my seat. No. Because you're busy, or you just don't want to go, he asked with a raised brow. I don't want to go, I admitted. I know. Neither do I, but we have to. He offered his hand and helped me stand. We'll be back in a bit, Jessica. I waved to her on our way out. We got in Jake's car and I rested my elbow on the center console. If I was having this hard of a time with coming to terms with today, I couldn't imagine how he felt. Or the rest of the team. None of us were looking forward to this day, but here it was. I thought things would settle down once Jake and I moved into our apartments, that we would find our own rhythm and slowly strengthen our relationship, but things never went according to plan. The pride pulled me into their world, and I'd never been busier or happier. We had girls' nights and grabbed lunch or went shopping a few times a week. I loved having them in my life, but they were non-stop. Someone was always having a party, dinner, or game night. Jake had training, practices, and endorsement work that kept his days packed, but at least we got a few hours alone each day before someone called and invited us over. It felt like the team had been conspiring. They were creating a new normal for us. Helping us feel comfortable in our roles as a couple. It sounded crazy, and I tried to identify exactly what was going on for Jake, but he just laughed. He didn't think they were up to anything, but he was in denial. I sincerely doubted that Emma and Ollie had candles lit and romantic music playing in the backyard every night. It wasn't just the time they'd invited us over with a few other couples. Also, on the night Jake took me out and told me he loved me. I smiled just thinking about how perfect that moment was. Then again, maybe he was in on it too. Jake parked in front of Noah's building, and we got out. Everyone was waiting in the lobby when we walked in. I spotted Colby and went to her. I can't believe it's really happening. I hugged her and didn't want to let go. We'd grown close over the past few weeks, and I didn't want her to leave. I know, but Seattle's a short flight away. She stepped back but kept her hands on my arms. And I'll be back for the weddings. And the games, I agreed. The best part of the Whitecaps and Fury being in the same division was that we'd get to play each other often, which meant extra visits. Right. She sighed. I'm going to miss you. Me too. I moved out of the way so Kendall could say
Goodbye.
and went to find Noah. He was with Jake, and they were laughing as I walked up. Hey, Dani. Noah gave me a quick hug. I'm trusting you to take care of my man. I smiled. And you better make sure Colby's happy without us. His grin dimmed. I'll try my best. Chloe came up to us. Hey, no sad faces. This is a good thing. Noah's going to be a superstar on the team, and Colby is going to love Seattle. Right, you're right, Noah said, straightening. I really appreciate you all coming. He waved Colby over. We both do. You've been teachers and mentors, but more than that, you guys have been our family. I mean that. When I got here, I was practically a kid. No, you definitely were, Eric called out, making everyone laugh. I stepped next to Jake and wrapped my arms around his waist while he held me. I wouldn't be the player I am without you guys. I never would have had this opportunity if you guys didn't make me better, and I will always be grateful for that. Noah cleared his throat, and Colby took his hand. You all accepted me and brought me in when I really needed it. I love all of you, Colby said and wiped under her eyes. We've been incredibly blessed to know each of you. Please take care of each other and come visit. Noah nodded. Okay, no more. We're going to walk out now, and that's it. No goodbyes, because we'll be seeing you guys in October. Colby and Noah shared a look, then cut through the crowd to the exit. We watched in silence as they got into Noah's car and drove away. I was so excited for them, even though I would miss them both. I knew this was what was best for them. This was the first time I ever saw beyond the newlywed send-off. Because of them, I gained a whole family and met the man I wanted to be with, in Indianapolis or Denver or wherever life took us. Jake squeezed my shoulder, and I looked up at him. I love you, he said, the words just loud enough for me to hear. I love you, too. Looking for more sweet hockey romances with a friends to lovers theme? In-game misconduct, Parker makes Vivian an offer she can't resist. You'll also get more of Jake and Dani's story in the next book of the Utah Fury hockey series.